in there.
Just have the same argument that I had with Mr. Johnson on this. 101 does not give you home rule rights.
40 seconds.
How many?
40.
40?
40 seconds.
Here we go. We're at it again. What's that?
You gave me 2 copies of the same.
Same page.
Behind
There's a front and a back, so somebody else has 2 of the same back page.
Almost feel like I've been gone.
I know.
Everybody rise. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Father God, we pray thanking you for the joys and blessings we have received today. As we come together as a community of people, we ask for your wisdom to guide our decisions, open our minds to listen to all perspectives, and the patience to be slow to anger, ensuring our interactions are marked by respect for one another, elected officials and citizens. Let our work here tonight be transparent and about building trust in our employees and community. In Jesus' glorious name, amen.
Amen.
All right, welcome to the November 17th, 2025 meeting of the Bourbon County Commission. I ask that you silence your phones and take any private conversations outside. And please keep the aisles and doorways free for safety. Again, welcome. We do welcome comments. We have 2 times, we have a time for items not on the agenda, and then after each agenda item, if need be, we will open up for public comments there by raise of hands. I ask again that be respectful, but we take all views, opposed or for, and we'll start off tonight by introducing ourselves. We'll start with Commissioner Tran's side over here.
Hi, I'm Samuel Tran. I'm District 1 Commissioner.
I'm David Bierbauer, Commissioner, District 2 and Chairman.
Micah Milburn Key, Commissioner, District 3.
And then our,
County Councilor Bob Johnson.
and then moving forward, first item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Do we have any changes?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Milburn.
Add a non-elected B1 just underneath 7 and add Terry and Susan to that for EMS.
Executive?
Yes.
So you said B1, 7B1? And that's add who to it?
Terry and Susan. And then add a property tax relief for a total loss at the bottom of new business.
Okay.
And during Dustin and Kenny's, if we could add a road discussion just to when they're up here to talk.
And where?
Just Dustin and Kenny are at the bottom right now, but this may be a long agenda, so I wouldn't mind moving them.
Well, we got, Sheriff's got people with,
Okay, that's
people
fine.
here.
Okay, okay.
Benefits, we got people traveled.
Okay. I
So,
would also like to remove elevator discussion,
okay,
remove stop sign removal,
Okay,
remove 108 West Second.
okay,
I'm removing those just to move the meeting along. We can do them another day.
okay.
I'd like to move the noise resolution just underneath the sheriff discussion, just because we do have somebody here from Wichita.
You want it before benefits?
I'd like benefits to be with Don. I mean, he's already got a spot up there.
Okay, so after the executive session that you two are requesting?
Yep.
Okay, so we'll put benefits up there and put noise resolution after sheriff.
Yep, you got it.
Okay.
And I think I removed 4 things, right? We removed credit card, 108,
I
stop
didn't
sign,
see,
and
okay,
elevator.
You
credit
didn't say
card.
credit card.
Okay, let's remove that too, because
All right.
let's just shorten this.
So we're on hand, we're doing the Don Doherty for, I'm sorry, are you done? My apologies. Okay, so we're having executive Don Doherty. I spoke to Mr. Doherty this afternoon. We have to have that executive session because of confidential information, but he has agreed to come and speak to us here in public
In addition,
in addition
Yeah.
to. So what I'm saying is you have the 2026 benefits. I would like to,
You guys were in sidebar
we just moved
discussion.
that. We just moved that up to
I'm
his
sorry, sir?
You
executive.
guys were in a discussion when she made that motion, or
to move up.
change?
Okay.
Yeah, to put benefits underneath that executive
All right,
session.
all right. Works for me, sir. Sorry. My
Okay.
apologies.
Okay. All right, I move that we accept the agenda as changed.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, approval of minutes for 11/10/2025. Any discussion? Start with you on the minutes for October 10th last week, or November 10th, I'm sorry.
That was something, come back to me for a second.
Okay,
That was something my brain just fried.
I didn't see anything that I needed to revise.
okay. Now we're back to you.
You know, that was something I noticed when I was looking through the paperwork
Do
today.
you want to wait?
It wasn't big, it wasn't a big issue, it was just, we can go on.
We can put them on next week. You
Yeah.
want them on
We
next
can
week?
wait till next week if
No.
you want more chance.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right, I move that we approve the minutes for November 10th, 2025.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, have a Bourbon County Planning Commission request for a moratorium on new commercial and industrial business.
You know, I don't see them here, so,
They sent a letter, right? Or a.
yeah.
In discussions I've had with a couple of them, they are just wanting what they wrote in that little deal there. They're wanting to have a pause while we get things moving forward.
I think this is gonna be a long discussion, so I move that we,
You want to table it till next week?
yeah.
Okay. You want to table it till next week?
You asked her, she said yes,
She made a move.
to move to table it,
Yeah.
I'll second.
okay,
All those-
discussion.
You okay? Go ahead.
Next week will be both of you deciding on that, I will be out of pocket.
2 weeks away then.
That's you guys' call. If you hold off for 2 weeks, I'll be
We can
here
see
to-
what happens next week.
Okay.
All right. And then if we have an impasse, then it'll have to go another week.
Okay.
All right. So we have a motion, second. Any further discussion?
No, sir.
All right. 11/24/25. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, approval of the consent agenda for accounts payable for October 14th, 2025 in the amount of $342,223.45. Approval of October 31st, 2025 payroll that was sent for review totaling $243,122.51. And then approval for payroll for November 14th, 2025, and $299,154.82. Any discussion?
No, sir.
I have a little bit. I noticed when reviewing the payroll, and I did ask questions, and Susan answered them to the best of her ability. I noticed on a new hire, there was a longevity on it, and I asked Susan about that longevity, and she said, well, it's just kind of a little unwritten thing. We don't have it documented anywhere, but if you leave and you come back, you just get all your time. And I just feel like we need, if we're gonna do things, we need to have a procedure of how they do things and follow the handbook, because if we send these things to anybody else, when somebody's here that knows, that's fine, but as you move along, we just have to go off of, well, so-and-so said we usually do this. I just don't think that's a very good way to continue to operate. So if it's gonna be accepted that we do these things, it needs to be in the procedure in the handbook, and this is not in there right now. That's my only discussion.
Rebuttal.
Go ahead.
So, agree, but the problem is you don't even have a handbook, so it's a moot point. So,
There is a handbook.
We have the existing handbook.
we have
It's
the
not in it.
existing, yeah, but let's be honest, it's old, it's outdated, it needs to be changed. We have a new handbook that's in the works. We just need to bring that to the table and add that item. So those handbooks are in our respective emails, okay?
If we agree that we want to add that item.
Right, right. I think
Again,
it's open to discussion.
My point is, I hear you, we haven't even discussed it because it's in the handbook, so at this point, we don't have standing in the matter, in my summation. We don't have standing in, there is nothing in the book, so if that's the way it's working right now, it's the way it's working. If that's a contentious issue, then that needs to be brought up and we need to discuss it, put it in the handbook and actually put the handbook in play. Because how long has it been since the handbook's been initially crafted? June, July, well, July.
2002.
No, the one.
Oh, the original?
No,
Or
no,
the new one?
The new one.
Yeah, well, it's still got a couple other things before it gets approved. Even after we've reviewed it, it's gonna be reviewed by department heads.
Okay, so we need, what I'm saying
My
is,
understanding.
we need to get moving on it, so,
Okay.
okay? But I did remember what I was wanting to talk about. It was, am I allowed to ask to say names? There is an individual who is on the payroll, but I'm just wondering, is the person supposed to be on the payroll? I wasn't aware that that individual was on payroll.
I don't know what individual you're talking about.
Have to wait till
Well,
the
it'd be,
executive.
When we go in for non-elected, you could ask that.
Okay, so
Okay.
that's the only reason, that's the only question I had, is like, I didn't realize that the individual's still on payroll.
Okay. So the concern on the longevity, we will discuss when we discuss handbook.
Do you want to put handbook on the agenda 12-1 then for that kind
Yeah.
of thing? Okay.
And as far as now, as it's the common practice, we just stick with the, common practice. Okay, so, any other discussion on accounts payable? What about the review of the payroll that you did?
I handed that in.
Okay,
I reviewed it. I told the clerk at the time to give me 2 days. She gave me 2 days. I reviewed it. I had no issues with it. and
okay,
It's
all
done.
right. So I move that we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, first up is executive session pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2 for consultation with attorney for public body of agency which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship. This is Jacob Bylenberg and Bob Johnson. And is anybody else besides the commissioners?
Are you
How-
going to say what they're going to discuss?
How long? 20 minutes? All right, so this will be with the two counselors. The three commissioners, we will return at, we'll just call it 6:05. And this will be for discussing ongoing litigation. And we'll return to this location. All those
Did you get a second?
Second.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
How many minutes?
20.
She brought the house. I did oversell it. Outside of I'm sorry. One for, yeah, but there's seven. And who's the chair? It's been so long. I have a few. I never get to see. You know what's funny?
So I bring this, I think that is a good What's that? So, Tim Kim just donated the last five?
Cheerleader.
That kind of.
He can stay there 24 hours a day.
I like the idea for the duration.
You want to do this? We'll just do that.
I didn't know you were.
Make sure you thank Freeman.
It's very close to Not exactly. Well, I would have never even felt comfortable. Figured that. This is not for.
Gene,
Yes.
you need another one, let me know.
Thank you very much.
And we already had precedent to have a windmill contract.
Well, they had
During the day, consult the president.
Warcraft can do that.
Right.
And you were approved.
The leader.
No idea. All I know is
No longer did you have you Susan out now.
Dead area. Precedent.
That takes talent.
Everyone.
I'm one. I love this as mercy.
I know.
Still open, I'll send her a link to their
17
website.
years old, of course. He come out there and they throw the 4 bases and they lose their own log. They wasn't drinking a cup of coffee and went to the office. What are you gaming? It's gonna beat my daughter.
Racial friendship.
He was out here.
We used to meet her that she has cancer.
Oh, that's great.
Yes, I was. How did you know? You keep hearing my name.
I can't hear you yet.
Oh,
I
you
don't remember his number, but Michael Hoyt, I kept hearing Michael Hoyt. Did you hear it?
Oh, yeah, I hear it all the time. My uncle called me, he says, did you know you're playing for Buffalo now? I said, I was playing for LA somewhere. So I must have got traded. But he spells it way funny. Mine's just a 4-letter word, this is more.
Oh, I'm sure.
You can tell. You can tell he didn't think it. Reason yesterday. I said I'm sure.
Well, you never turn them on. Just on all the
It was
I
bad.
didn't take Amber's picture.
Good.
You can reassure her.
She was like, oh my gosh, you got
It's just the ambient noise of the wind.
She
I
is
didn't know
so,
that, or I wouldn't.
she's so shy.
Yeah. Seems like I remember her maybe saying that before.
So she said, if I sit like this, maybe he won't like, take my picture.
I know how to put it on mute, but I don't remember how to turn anything off. I tried that. I tried that and I couldn't get it to go off. Does it? Okay, well, that's probably what, I probably didn't hold it down long I think that's what they have to do.
Someone steal the pen?
I'll bring it back.
No, leave it out there. Those are extras.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I don't have a lot of time, but I have
I put a pair on him for sometimes you just go for a while and you just notice everything like, oh my God, exchange. And I was like, oh, something.
I'm missing one right now.
It's actually my sister's always he's like, it wasn't working that fast. So I'm like,
Oh,
you never know.
oh my goodness sakes. She is such a good kid. I know. I can't believe it. I can't, I cannot, I just can't believe that she's graduating. It's just unbelievable to me. Oh my gosh, it's unbelievable to me. I'm sitting there and all the kids that I had on my bus all graduated. They
Delegate.
This is just impossible.
Put them in my shop.
Yeah, she's an amazing girl. Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
poor little Lauren took me lonely only.
Oh, no.
And he's got I think you would.
Oh, no.
That one?
How long is yours?
But that's for bowling line.
5 minutes probably.
I bet.
You think
I
we can
bet.
get it done in 5?
Several months ago, I told her, I said, by Christmas, you're gonna be bowling.
Yeah, that's the thing, you don't.
Out in the country, use pasture.
We'll do 7, be safe.
Between Rock Creek Lake and
10.
How long will Don and Mike? Who knows?
Yes, they do.
I'm gonna go get my buddy pushing this.
No kidding.
I didn't know Michigan was still.
There's nicer chairs back there, just go grab one of those.
Yeah, they really appreciate, I just think that one.
Oh, when a person lives in a place for 40 years. Yesterday I was wearing a lion's sweatshirt.
Holy cow.
Just saying.
Do you have a rash?
You don't watch a team lose for 50 years and then all of a sudden decide not to be a fan anymore.
I would give it up long before that. I think you have to give up on the whole city of Detroit.
I spent my whole life watching with my dad.
Utility.
Michigan on Saturday and the Lions on Sunday.
Saturday was a better day.
And mostly Saturdays for better days, yes.
Well, I do know the state bird of Michigan.
Which is
Mosquito.
Mosquitoes, absolutely.
Oh, really, what is it? Smarty pants.
I think that's the joke for Minnesota land.
It is Minnesota.
10,000
'cause
lakes.
yes, and the mosquitoes in Minnesota are even bigger than the ones in Michigan. It's the robin.
That's the only thing I can come up with.
So Susan, your daughter.
You better work a little harder.
Does she what?
I'm
She had a
tired.
meat allergy, right?
Yes, she had alpha-gal.
Did you hear that that was
Careful
caused
when
by
you
a
sit
tick
at the
bite?
table.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, I knew that.
I just saw that the other day on that.
Yeah.
Not very early.
It was hard to diagnose because whenever you get sick, you don't get immediately sick. It's like 6 or 7 hours later. And so she would eat and then during the night throw up. And I'm like, she's just playing, whatever, you know. And so we had her tested for other allergies that she has, and that's how we found it. But
So
we
was there
would,
treatment?
well,
That,
if you
I agree
believe,
with you the whole story.
we did. And she eats beef now, doesn't get sick.
you can't afford the fly.
So, take
Nova for her
Poor little Robin. Look at you.
yeah.
Seeing if it just alleviates some
Poor Harry Truman.
This guy also works with people that have like sugar allergies and things like that, so we're gonna take Shane down there.
To work with old ladies, because I had an old lady, I'm like,
I you just made it up.
Depends on what her symptoms are.
I used to sing
she may be watching.
40s to my
But
kids.
yeah, I've
bedtime because I knew they had
Hers is just,
Well, that's
she
a good
has
idea.
arthritis in her spine.
Don't go under the apple tree.
That's hard. Voltaren, that stuff. I think that's what it's called.
Just constant aggravation.
And probably when the weather changes, it gets worse, yeah.
Oh, yeah, like if it rains, she's like, you know, like what goes around comes around. When you have a roommate that's miserable, you're miserable too.
Yes, that is for sure.
Did I mention to you tomorrow? At 10 o'clock at Topeka, they're having oral arguments on this.
That'll be interesting.
I was gonna go, but then they told me.
That would be a lot better if it whined.
I was supposed to have jury trial.
That is actually Doris Day.
He's my number one
Sounds
priority.
like-
I was gonna go, but
Yeah.
Doris Day.
Where are the, where's it gonna be, is it gonna be live?
I doubt it, because it's in district court.
That sounds like someone my dad taught me when I was in elementary.
But they had the venue changed to Shawnee County from Johnson County.
They made
Probably not a bad idea.
Well, it's more convenient for the attorney general's office.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I would, I don't know, I'll get both of them.
There you go. So I can tell you, that was in third grade, and then it got expelled, so I can slowly sort of.
You look like you're well covered.
Yeah.
Press over you go.
Yeah.
You could send Jason.
Yeah.
The problem was, I told.
The sales tax in Johnson County.
And I need to remember that, and I wrote it down, and he was caught reading it.
It'll be interesting to see how that turns out.
Oh, no.
And he got taken.
Are they gonna stream it?
office.
Are they
So I
streaming it?
didn't write this very much.
I don't think so, since it's
Is it tomorrow or is it Wednesday?
Don't you know we all blame
in district court, so they probably don't allow cameras
You're
here.
gonna blame anything on anybody as long as when you're in the principal's office.
That's on the books to do that.
Do they expect to
Do they what?
make a decision? Do they expect to?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I doubt if there'll be a decision, because each side has submitted a brief, so they'll just be up there defending their position and then.
Just hear both sides and?
Yeah, then the judge will make a decision at some point.
The what?
That's about the options on the sales tax, right? The-
Having the different litany of issues, A51 tax initiative.
I don't think so. This is a terrible tax.
And they make a good, I mean, the Attorney General seems to think he has a good case.
Because they weren't, didn't they make a recommendation?
I would
We
think
got another executive
go against the Attorney General.
Well, the issue is you can't break it up.
Another executive session.
Yes, you may. What was your question again?
The issue is, so
And that's
the
the-
issue is you can't, like, it can't be allotted to different things. Okay.
Because their argument
Like one
is,
specific
when you
thing.
add all those they use the word litany of items, it's not a temporary tax, it's not even a proven tax, and you're committing funds to construction or public safety without any definition of what that is, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's almost like a forever, you're asking us for a forever tax, even though you're not saying it is.
Well, they said 10 years.
Not yet. No, I've seen
Well,
it. It was just Shane and I, but we're
25
gonna
years
take
ago
mom
now,
yet. I think
yeah,
we're
he
gonna go
said
in
10
December.
years.
Oh, you
Right?
are? We tried
Ten,
to
then
get
five,
to
now
that,
10.
but we couldn't. So. Do they have their Christmas stuff up there? I wish Dad could walk through all that. He can't walk. Yeah, that's real. So that'll be good. Yeah. I know they have those little scooters, but get what?
I think my.
I said, get the step checker. I think my.
We drove out there. Did you? Okay. Quiet as church mouse. I don't know that we've met. What? I know your face, but I don't know that we've met. What is your name? Jill. Jill Franklin. Very nice to meet you. Do you live out there?
No, we live on that side of Fort Scott.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for being here and, well,
I was at the planning commission too, and I don't,
yeah, I've seen you in the meetings.
that would be nice.
That's,
Put my filter in.
great of you to,
I said
feel free to speak up.
You keep copious notes, and God says she does that for me.
That's exactly right, because we go home and discuss it.
He
Exactly right.
says, I can't hear it long, here's the budget.
That's
And
exactly right.
we had, we were at the land bank.
And you have a barn in the house
We are,
that looks like a barn?
yes.
I heard you talking to Sam.
It's right.
And it's right here.
Yes. So when you come up from the church in Zany and you head north to Willow, we're right there on the left. Willow, if it went to the west, would be our southern property line. Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
I don't have.
51 seconds.
Time.
Ready? All right, move that we return back to session.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Move that we go into executive session pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2, consultation with attorney for public body of agency which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship with Jacob Bellum. I can't even say it, sorry. You got me all messed up now. And Bob Johnson and the three commissioners. We will be in for 5 minutes, returning back
10.
to session.
You
10
said
minutes?
10, yes, sir.
10, sorry.
No,
Returning
that's fine.
back to session at 6:16
Second.
to this location. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No, that's up to you.
Ask him if this is better. Ask him if this is better.
Yes. I'll think of the charge on your way back. No, you're fine.
No, I said, I had made Shane go up and drop everything off. And then Jennifer showed up to the meeting tonight, early, for the canvassing. Did you hear the result?
Yes. I lost one of those.
We have two provisionals come in.
Oh.
Yep. So that's what a provisional will do. Yeah. Crazy.
But I've been in on those counts,
Yeah.
and I had, my candidate had won by maybe 3 or 5, something like that. And the other candidate was just off the numbers. And so we had to recount, and we did. He won by 20. And she was really upset.
Was this just?
But then I helped with another election.
It was for the mayor.
And he won by 3.
Yeah. It's crazy because like our system, I mean, our system's pretty sophisticated, but when we were doing our audit, we found one that didn't tie out. And it was because somebody didn't fill in the oval. They did a very faint check mark. And so, but in Kansas, it's the voter intent, and so we went back and we fixed it. But that's why you do an audit. And you just randomly pull those. That was it was one of the it was the largest precinct that we had to audit. So I feel real confident about how things went. So. No, that was the only race that it flipped it. You were the only race, and I was worried about that when I saw how tight what's the population in the city limits? Not very big.
98.
Yeah, it was a horrible turnout then.
23.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all I need is 10.
but if you were to come with us,
No, you're too late on a recount. Recount has to be, you have to call for a recount on, there's a certain time period, and, it's already past the deadline. So, and you have to pay for it.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
How do you know that you want to recount if you have some certified?
I know. It's, the dates are all screwed up, because the last date of Candace was today. So, the dates don't match up. I can look into it deeper if you want to. Yeah, you have to pay for it, and I wouldn't want you to pay for that. Not that it's a real big precinct up there, but you would have Timber Hills, no, you just have Mapleton, just within the city limits, so that wouldn't be too awful.
she's not kidding. Do you know anything about that lake?
I mean, just.
Viewpoint discrimination. More about that later.
You know me, I would say that. Behind his back.
I was supposed to have to.
Oh, I know.
Trust his building.
You took care of the
You should campaign.
Yeah.
But I did, I mean.
People just didn't vote. We had terrible turnout.
Word of mouth.
So the population's 98 or you had 98?
No, the population was 98.
And how many voters did you have?
23. Or total, that's how many voted for us. I don't think how many.
We used to actually pick up a couple old people.
Come on,
Come on, let's work on
take you to the polls. Yeah.
Did you have Ron get to vote?
She did.
That would have been very important to her, I think.
It was. It was. She was a, oh,
Are you
she's,
for Pike Lake?
Yeah, she
Oh, by
was.
the way, my name's Jill Frank.
She nailed it.
It's wearing my t-shirt. It's wearing my t-shirt.
So what's the deal with those?
They're Roxy.
provisions? What-
so what happens is, if you're, you may have, a name change. And if you don't do it in the right time frame, then our poll books shut down. And if you're not on that poll book, then you can, you may need, you still can vote, but you have to show your ID. So if your ID doesn't match what's in our poll books, then, right? Or a street file could be screwed up. So, and we've had a lot of those. We've had to fix a lot of things. So, for instance, in Mapleton, what it was, we had a street file that was messed up, showing them in the county, but they were truly in the city limits. And so we would not have known that, because it's been like that for years. And so when we got to looking at it, sure enough, they should have been in the city limits. So they voted provisional. We fixed them in our file, but their votes still count. So they had to get the correct ballot. And so that's why they
The other
voted
thing you need to know
provisional.
about seniors is you
How many
have
voters
drug
total
count.
did you have?
We had 36, and 12 of them didn't count. Sometimes somebody will come into your polling place too and say that they want to vote,
I thought maybe you ran them all.
may have a Mapleton address, but they live in Lane County. That happens a lot. And so their vote doesn't count down here. But we still have to let
No, but I
them
have loaded guns in my house and I
Well,
did.
that's, I got a list of the registered voters in Mapleton.
That's why I said.
And there's about 8 or 10 on there
Is that
that's
right?
not even around
Run
anymore.
into things.
Yeah, well, they have to let us know.
Because of
You know,
the communities.
Yeah.
And I just wondered how many of them voted.
And we weren't until that happened, but now we're fighting.
I doubt they voted, but they have to let us know when they have a change, you know.
Some of them,
Is membership in the Masonic Lodge shrinking?
maybe one or two, dead.
I just know
They
history.
had an obituary, they would have taken
Are
it
you-
off.
Yeah, if we could find an obituary on them, we can remove them.
It is the oldest still functioning one west of Mississippi, or at least that's what they say. Believe half of what you hear,
We don't
see,
want to
and
force out there.
none of what you
A
hear.
lot of bad ones.
My dad said years ago.
I guess it's,
We needed down there. At one time, we had such a big population, that was Indians.
That's all right.
Oh, I know.
Look at it this way, it's one less headache you have to deal with.
the thing is,
That was a general.
people call me.
There was a general store, but there was
Well,
also.
cause your name's still on there as the
Come to
mayor.
me.
Uh-huh.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
nobody's changed it.
Yep, Jeanette Church grew up.
At the
there.
league,
She
it
was-
shows
she
you
was
as still the mayor.
Yeah,
Is that right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And I haven't been there for
Long time.
Uncle and Shorty and, yeah.
almost 10 years.
Except for defamation.
Yeah, the guy at the bank, when I went to work there,
All I want's a
years
moving
ago,
tractor.
There you go.
just kinda give me the lay of the land of Bourbon County and
I
said,
am gonna have to
you
do
know,
a budget amendment on
drug-
the
You buy drugs in
Mapleton
Zini.
budget.
And
You know what, Greg?
if
And
you're
I
a
think
fugitive
that's
from the
because of
law,
that
you go to
grant.
Garland.
For the parks.
Quit disparaging my town.
That's a past tense, and I'm sure you straighten
And
everything
that's one
out.
thing.
Yeah.
There's a new sheriff in
Ohio
town.
State fan.
Buck is so against
I'm
green.
not an Ohio State fan.
Why? Because to me,
Well, that's what my grandfather's business was.
I mean, we paid into all that, why not get some of it back?
And
Well, if you're not
inside
getting
my
it, somebody
family,
else is.
Absolutely.
We
Absolutely.
have the legal side and the legal side, we have it covered. It's needed.
Didn't they say 6:15?
Yep.
16, okay, okay.
Stay by.
But, you know, I'm just,
Might not cure you, but you don't know you got it anymore.
he had surgery on his
You're saying
ankle from
incorporate
a
this,
motorcycle wreck.
Oh, we did.
this into that to get an injunction against it. Yeah.
I can't remember. Anyway, he's home.
So I doubt he even goes to the meetings.
Yeah, he said he
That's,
was.
that's a little too high class for my family.
I guess.
We got a lot of,
Take
what do you call those things? Little orange sucker.
Homer. He won by a landslide.
The ones you.
Yeah, and did Fred?
There's a, no, there was a write-in, Squire,
Squire, yeah.
is that his name? Fred?
Was it Fred? I
Carl,
don't know. Carl Squire. is-
Squire, yeah.
We're not gonna do
It's their time to waste.
What's the guy that owns the restaurant, doing the restaurant, what's his name?
Adam.
I can't ever remember, I can't ever remember his name, I don't know why.
Sorry about not bringing you the.
Oh, that's all right,
I
we
thought-
were up there anyway for church, so it didn't really matter.
Where do you go?
Baptist Church in Ellisville. Yeah. And we went to the farm and, did some target shooting.
That should be
It was fine.
shall.
Did you go to the store and start a cafe?
Yes, we do on Saturday.
All right, a motion, we return to session, no action. You seconded?
Yes, sir.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, moving on. Okay, so executive session, which would be yours, go ahead. Commissioner Milburn.
Oh. It's the one for Dawn.
Is he here?
Yeah, he's out.
Okay, so we got an executive session pursuant to KS 75-4319B1 to discuss personnel matters of individual non-elected personnel to protect their privacy. This is requested by Don Dory and Commissioner Milburn.
I don't know how much time. Dawn?
Point of order, you amended the agenda to include your B1 for Terry and Susan.
That's
After that.
After?
Yeah, it was after.
After.
Okay, all right.
How long, Dawn?
Yep.
Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you. Thanks,
Not sure if there's any questions.
How long do you think you need an executive session?
I think 10 minutes, we can get to the point there in an executive, unless you have a lot of questions.
You're saying what?
He's saying 10 minutes.
10 minutes involving who?
We can do an executive.
No, I need names of everybody that's gonna be in there.
Kristen Mitchell, Jeremy Bowman, and myself, all would
Christine Mitchell, Jeremy Bowen, and Don Doherty, the 3 commissioners.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And council,
And council.
Bob Johnson.
Okay. Okay, so is that a motion?
Yes, sir. 10 minutes
10 minutes, return back to this location?
at 6:29.
Okay.
6:29.
Is there a second?
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Says all in favor is ayes. Somebody takes their phone.
Hey. You right? You pick on my front drive.
You can run really fast.
My granddad. Every day.
And I kinda like it. When women hurt me, I like that.
Worried what they're gonna do with the benefits.
Yeah.
I'm worried what they're gonna do with the benefits.
Me too.
Good, I'm glad.
Girl, I could mom. Can't get to work. Neighbor girls.
Yeah, if they screw with it much more. Sorry, Terry.
Yes.
Welcome. We're taking Cam to see if she has her tonsils out. She had caps put in. All staple. Oh my God, they both 24. But I'm sure you're around here with us. What are you gonna use? Do the caps, the metal caps. Yeah, so they're like.
Sounds like she needs a guard.
Yeah, they don't do that. Oh my God, I'm like, anybody? Because we have to wait until 26, April 26th. Where they can even replace them. Like insurance was over that. Okay. I know it's like $1,400. Oh, okay. I haven't done this again. So they're like, we can show up.
That's causing her to grind her teeth.
I guess they're too big and the kids do it, I guess. It's because they're like, cryo and like, basically gasping for air and like whatever. I don't believe it, but that's fine. Yeah, so I told this, I was talking to this woman, like, so they're like,
No
they're
north
gonna
south
act
street.
like crazy if they said that's the street. And we plan it like next week, like, we're gonna think I'm psycho. I am not paying that.
187, there's no north-south streets between Indian Road and Jail.
Yep. Sure can.
Long straight, no north-south. 205th Street, dead ends into Jayhawk, and 195th Street, dead ends into Jayhawk. Yeah, I'll just come around 187th by the
I'm
end.
not saying everyone is, the residents are proven guilty, I was just curious if you knew about it. Well, you can talk to me about it anyway.
Yeah, I'm not
You screw too much on it. Yeah, but you're aware.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I would have checked you too. Everybody.
Your reputation
For in my situation, if they go with what they have, I gotta pay an increase.
Well, I can,
I'm gonna pay an increase.
I can
because
drive
paying
there
out
to
takes so
Ralph
much. I pay
Carlson's
$800
place,
per year right
into
now.
David Life's place. I just got through there. I have to go off-road a little bit.
It's really not a fair question.
For good or for worse.
So I've
You can file it.
I know, but I know what I'm.
No, that's Matt Ivan across the street on the north side. I live directly across the street from Matt Ivan.
You're better to do
Used to be,
employee kids and then employee when you have that, but when changes your job, then
yeah,
you
his
have to go
Great
figure.
Pyrenees, and
I mean,
sometimes
we've
they
got
visit our.
a daughter in spina bifida.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
they
can't-
weigh
So, I mean,
106
you can't go
pounds, and my
without
dog,
crap.
or my wife's dog weighs 6 pounds, so. It's more dirt, so.
You wanna bring that dog out?
Although we use it, so.
No,
Well, it's like,
174.
Nova
Trying to keep
used,
it
Nova
off.
literally almost went out of her.
I'm not gonna let that one go.
You're not gonna let it go.
She had her allergic reaction.
You harassed me, it's coming
One
right
visit
back.
to the doctor down there, he referred
I
us
was
to
the
children's.
smallest guy in the athletic board, I was fast with my
I
mouth
was
and my
out,
feet.
I'm like,
Well, you would have to be fast with your feet if you were fast with your mouth.
Yeah, I
See,
could,
my problem is I'm fast with my mouth, but I'm slow as fuck
yeah,
here.
we're kind of cut out of the same cloth.
Anybody wanna go
I'm completely there.
My mom used to teach me.
Is that a hint?
No, my mom always taught me, if you have mints, you share it with
Well, I'm
everybody.
not, I'm concerned about what's in the mints.
Well, that's, you know,
Only the one I have special for you.
that's just me and Emma, but I'm gonna take her off.
There's a little speck on it.
You what?
They must be talking about my experience, that's the only reason why they.
If I had voted, if I had voted for you, I think I would have attracted my vote.
Well, we'll find out when they come out, somebody's called it out.
Me too.
That's why I can insult you, you're not my district.
You have a good sense of humor, sir. It's good fun.
They cannot talk about
I,
individual people,
I'll wear my
This is how
lines.
stupid I
but they
am.
can talk
I'll wear my
about
lines, what's your next
surgeries or things like that, but that could identify
I
a
worked for
person.
a large bank holding company, and bank presidents would get together and meet with the chairman of the holding company.
Yeah, 'cause
And we would gather in Kansas City. And I was doing stupid things like.
Discrimination.
yeah,
All these
yeah,
bank
it was a
presidents.
violation.
And the chairman of the holding company said, "Jim, I'll be
It's all right, that's all it needs to do.
Are you ever serious?" I said, "Well, I'm just dumb.
You know what? It's good to have some levity.
Yeah, and banks are
But you
so,
take it to a
banks
whole
are
new
so
level.
dead serious. And they, nobody had a sense of humor, so I was kind of out of place.
I'm not so sure if
I was supposed to have a jury trial in the morning, I
inherited
got
my
canceled.
house from my dad or from my education at Michigan.
I'm literally,
Let's go with the
Trace laughs at me, so I'm like, every
I
time I
know
go
you
for
can
them, I'm
have
like,
that
let me see.
today.
He's like, why? I'm like, that's the biggest, like, I don't know why.
I've gotten called several times, once you're in that loop.
Yeah, my grandma, she's been pulled for it tons of times, I'm like, if I ever do
Actually,
it.
The last time I was,
when I was writing.
me and Ginger, when I was married to Ginger, we
Big
both
trouble. No car, no.
it was same time.
We didn't have cell phones then, but you know,
We
hey,
both sat up there.
Yeah.
go talking to your boyfriend
Nothing.
on the phone. Not
I
that I
didn't
had
think
any
they could do
boyfriends.
that. Two people out of the same household.
Good to know.
Didn't think they could.
Yeah, you wouldn't think, well,
We
you
have
wouldn't
to
think
bring
you'd
Kathy
get both
in.
get chosen, for sure.
These guys to come back out of executive session. I'm glad you contribute to it, Ty, come on. Come on. Join in.
What time did they say?
I don't know. 6:29. I'm a good clerk.
Where's your cup
Those are
at?
some pretty cool colors.
I didn't make her do it again.
She doesn't have.
You get the gist of it, right? She's like, yeah. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I don't.
When you have to fill in, this is what you gotta do.
They look like they're really comfortable.
They're the softest leather I've got.
I just have fake cowboy boots and they're actually so worn out, I guess. This is.
Who were they going out? Have you
Can't
heard
afford to buy
who
a new
they're
pair.
talking about?
Bobby
For
one?
And January is when they'll elect that position.
And the Republican Party.
My husband can figure out how to quiet that
Sure.
down for less money.
Wednesday was show on the road.
Yeah,
She's gonna have a pair of boots for
Maybe we're
everybody.
like-
We'll start going.
yeah, and make a gazillion dollars.
Well, it just had one last week on the Thursday.
I don't know how much I'd be willing to.
I haven't been going to them.
I went to one in the evening clinic. That was the last one. I guess I need to get.
He was telling the story that they moved to go get the
Or baseball.
Yeah,
the ordeal.
they've been doing, I don't think their next one's till January. I don't think they're doing one in December.
They're tough.
I mean, I would think though,
Race combination. I would think these are like, that's what it is.
She has to give her 21 days notice, so they have 21 days from the day that she takes office. So it may be February before they appoint someone. So she doesn't take office till the third, it's like the second Monday in January, Micah. So she won't take office for District 5 until the second Monday.
She have to be doing the rest of this
Yes.
week, are you busy or are you
Yeah.
gonna be around?
And then they have to
Appoint
John-
in
John
the
got
old
back-
three.
They can't start the process until she.
Got a project working on the house.
All right.
I think they could probably
Okay.
start the process, like they could go ahead in January, but they can't do it any sooner. Because that person could not take their seat until, I mean, they could take it on the 13th with her. So they could start January 1st. But until she vacates that seat, no one can go in it.
Yeah, you know, there are no.
No matter what, they're not gonna get that person in by the 13th, because they have to send it to the governor, the governor has to sign off on it, send it back. So it's quite a process.
You know,
Well, there's
Probably.
two
coming up
places
to my
that
place.
I would say
release
probably.
the show me birds and then the TNC.
I thought he
down
was
there.
full of shit.
But there's no calcium, not enough calcium in the soil, so their eggs won't survive. Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
they're not native
Yeah.
here. No.
because that's the like most, amazing natural hunting experience you could ever have. Let's go run around inside a fence
Yeah.
and,
Well, they don't-
pay money to put.
Yeah. Show me birds doesn't have a fence, they have, they have probably about 600 acres of milo. They lease on milo.
I keep throwing that off there. Are we ready to, are we on time now?
Let me have that chair, Chairman. Yeah, I got it.
I don't remember what time we were returning to session.
6:29.
All right. We'll return to session. No action.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Before we begin on this portion of it, I would like to take a 3-minute recess.
3-minute recess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't trick me, Mike. Oh, you'll accidentally on purpose.
Well, I guess congratulations, right?
No, I lost.
Oh, snap, you did, I'm sorry. No, I really,
What did you lose? Mapleton.
Oh, okay.
I just looked at the paperwork too, that's.
After the provisionals, I won and still before the provisionals, and after the provisionals. Maybe you'll decide to go.
Do you have to drive back to the city? You have to drive to the city? You live in Carlton?
Yeah, our next meeting's
That road's
at
even worse.
7:15 tonight. Yeah, but we can get done.
No, I've been out of town for 2 weeks, but I'm going to.
Yeah, I think we can. Yeah, we got 43
Where do you have
minutes.
to go?
Okay.
Conference Zoom calls. We
Just Zoom, okay.
rescheduled some 5:30 meetings to 7:15 so we could come here.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Wish we had more time, but I'll be available by phone most of the night.
I thought maybe Michael owned it.
I have nothing else to do to answer the phone, as you found out.
Thank you.
Still open?
I don't know. We're gonna find out.
The turnoff to it, I would encourage you to turn off down that road.
If you would.
It's
Okay.
that dangerous.
So I don't know, maybe they brought him there. Maybe he got out early, they brought him like cafe and they were bringing him.
She did say
That longer line in there in this county. This is a good one to miss. State Center is lifting the meter down the butt. Yeah. My boy's playing. I missed some Aiden Connor.
There you go, sir.
Online.
Okay. All right.
Okay, we are ready. Let's return to session. 2026 benefits. That would be yours, Commissioner Milburn. So,
Do you want to start, Dawn, or do you want me to start with some information that I got from you and then have some
Whichever you'd
emails from
rather
the
do.
public?
Either one is fine. I can start or you can do it.
Okay. I have an email from a member of the public that I'll start with. It says, Commissioners, you had an opportunity to provide meaningful options and encourage responsible decision-making regarding healthcare choices. Instead, the commission again appeared unfamiliar with the information that has been before you for quite some time. Whether discussing vehicle leases, insurance plans, it's clear that more time needs to be spent reviewing and understanding numbers. The current structure of county health insurance makes it too easy for employees to be passive, high-cost consumers of healthcare. This drives up expenses for everyone and sustains a system that is not serving employees, taxpayers, or the county well. Employees should be able to benefit financially from making responsible healthcare decisions. High deductible plans with HSA provide that opportunity. They offer tax advantages and encourage individuals to take ownership of their healthcare purchasing decisions. Initially dismissing an HSA option is unfair or a bad deal is short-sighted and assumes county employees are incapable of managing their own healthcare choices. This is both inaccurate and patronizing. Additionally, by not defining a clear benefit structure, you place taxpayers at risk for ongoing and increasing health care costs. These costs are not likely to go down when employees are insulated from the true cost of their benefits. The responsibility shifts to the taxpayers, who had no real say in the plan they're funding. Finally, as a taxpayer, I question why I'm paying to insure the families of county employees. This is not standard practice in most employer-provided plans, and the county's current 80% contribution is far out of line with common business standards and basic fairness. We cannot sustain a benefit-rich plan for an overall unhealthy group without meaningful employee cost participation. Something has to give, and it should not be the taxpayer's pocketbook. The county contribution needs to be structured so that employees have real stake in the cost of their coverage and encouraged to make informed, responsible decisions. So that's a email that I got. I got several messages as well after that last meeting, and I have some voters' remorse as well. And so I would move that we rescind the vote from the last and then revote after the discussion today.
I'll second that with the caveat. We will listen to everything that they say. We will have a discussion. But am I clear on that? I need to have a discussion. I too spoke to Mr. Doherty this week. I too had serious reservations after the vote. I too was reached out by numerous constituents, both by email and phone calls. I think we may have missed the boat on that. At least I hope we didn't. But that's why you're here, Don, you and your team, because I need to make sure that we get this right. We only have one chance at doing this. Otherwise, we're going to mess up a lot of people, and ultimately we mess up the county. That's both of which I do not want to do. Okay? So,
Okay, motion with the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. All right, so your presentation.
I have with me Christy Mitchell and Jeremy Bowman. Christy's with Blue Cross, and my goal is simply to give you accurate information, not to try to steer you one way or the other. I'm not, it didn't get a matter to me personally, other than like to see things done frugally, but I was asked to give an opinion, which I plan to do. So my goal is to give accurate options, and our goal also is to do it fast so you don't have to listen to me a long time, because we had another meeting at 5:30, we rescheduled at 7:15 to be here to answer these tonight. So if we go too short, you can call my cell phone up till 11 o'clock tonight or tomorrow, it's fine, or anything. We'll answer all we can. So having said that, the first thing I want to say is it's not easy to do this, why the government fights over all this health insurance. Secondly, I want to compliment all of you for all the time and effort you're putting it in. You're not just putting it in, you're doing it because you care about the county, the budget, everything. And I think all of you are doing a great job intending well. It's just that it's not easier, the government when to shut down all those days. It's things happen and they fight over it. Now we're seeing those rates go up in the marketplace and groups, and there's a lot of companies that are just really having a very difficult time. So I do believe you all care about it. It'd be great if you had a budget someday that could pay 100% of the family, 100% of the single. That'd be just awesome. It'd make my day. Few budgets allow that. Insurance at the end of the day is a transfer of risk for a dollar amount, however you get there. And so we have some hypothetical options, but most groups that are working well in this community in southeast Kansas are saying, how can we take care of the employee first? First of all, the insurance companies know that's good because they're working, they're healthy enough to work. So when you focus on keeping the employees and having a group that has a lot of employees on it, I'm talking about the single employee, the employee only, it helps your average age. It always looks like a viable group, and we see them with better renewals for the most part. If you have a health insurance plan where the employee rate jumps up a lot and you lose some of the invincible people that are 25 or 30 and don't think they need it, that hurts your average age. Your 117% loss ratio could go up. And so that's already a challenge, and so you're always going to have claims as that goes, but we think that could hurt your group. That's just an opinion. So it's also better for employees to have options on maybe 4 options so they can make it work for their world. Also with the HSA, most plans, like talking about accounting firms, insurance companies, have HSA options because it rewards you for being healthy, and that money's always yours, you get to keep it. So generally what's working is if you put in X dollars for an employee in a rich plan, put in that same dollar in an HSA, and they get to keep that money, it's always there, they never lose it. It works like an IRA and a Roth IRA because it's tax deductible, you get to use it tax-free, and it gives them incentive to watch their health, not go to ER, maybe just go to the doctor or go to urgent care. So it gives them some advantages there. When I looked at your claims report, without getting into detail because we can't do that, that's why we went in there, but 12% of your people had 89% of your claims. Okay, and that's about 900,000 worth. It's just a lot of claims. That's just normal, as you pointed out. It's pretty typical. I mean, things happen. It'd be someone new next year. It might be me next year on my own group. When you look at the HSA, though, you had 73% of your employees had less than a $1,000 claim. If every one of them would have had money in the HSA, they'd have had money left over right now, adding to their retirement plan. So an HSA is a real viable option, something that should be considered for those employees. It should be looked at, in my opinion. Okay, if the plan puts too much in a family, and I raised a lot of kids, I had a family, I know it's expensive, but when you have family members, employee spouse, employee children, their families too, and a full family, and I wish you could do it, and you could if you want to, it's not my call. But if there's about 32,000 going to a family, and your budget's real close, one extra family, which I think in the marketplace today right now, because you take even a $600 rate for the marketplace, is not as cheap as a $670 rate at the county because it's pre-tax here. You have a possibility, new employees coming over to join the family, employees that already have a child only that could add a spouse that could add children, or employees that just add their family or other people. And if you had a lot of money to work with, it'd be different, but I think your budget was pretty close. If you knew your world was going to be exact same census you have now and nobody was going to change, the budget, what you voted on last week would work. If you froze it and nobody could come on or make changes, because you'd be, what, 14,000 under budget. So then it would look great, but I don't think that's not going to happen. You're going to have an open enrollment. There's going to be movement. Things are going to change. You don't want to lose the healthy employees. And if you had 5 new families, that's $160,000 more to your budget. If you had 10 new families, it's $300,000. That could make it real challenging. I don't know what you'd do if that happened and you didn't have the budget. So those are concerns. And And I think, rather than go on and on, we can answer other questions, but we did come up with just a hypothetical example. There's so many hypotheticals you come up with, and Jeremy can pass those out. There's a hypothetical just showing what if you did a defined contribution and put a certain amount of money into the
So
employee plan.
The one you're talking about is the third page of what I just gave them, right?
Okay,
Is
I
that
didn't know
the-
what you did, yeah.
Yeah, because we gave
Extra
them,
copy of that.
of the, we got a couple extra.
Now, you can make these numbers whatever you vote on. This was just,
The
we were
first-
asked to do a hypothetical.
Just real quick, the first page is just the three plans that you voted on based on the contribution as they are today. So if everything stayed the same contributions, adding the third plan. The second page is showing those figures based on what you voted last week. And
So the second page is what we voted on?
yeah, that's showing those numbers based on what you voted on. And it's kind of hard to see, but the green on the far left shows their it shows labels them same as voted. And then option C is one hypothetical, and then page 4 is another option, option D, a second hypothetical. So two different ones, and I'll let Don go.
So the last page is option B?
Or option D, on the green here, it says option C.
Okay,
One
option D,
hypothetical, and the
got it,
other one's
got
an
it.
option D hypothetical. Just,
So I'm gonna.
So the last 2 pages are hypothetical.
yeah.
And I'm going to focus on the very last page, hypothetical, just because of time. We can always go into more later. In this hypothetical, which we were asked to do, it shows, what if you made an employee contribution of $925 for the employee? And what if for employee spouse or employee child or full family, you made a $1,700 contribution? It's a lot of money. It's $20,000 a year. Still a lot of money. What that would do is put you under budget, and even if you have some changes, you got some room for changes without it. But there's no guarantee. I mean, it's coming in at $1,377,000. If everybody enrolled the way they are now, you'd be $23,000 under budget. But if you added a family, it wouldn't be $32,000. So anyway, these are just things you could do on your own. If you look at the 4 plan designs, if you had the exact same plan you have now, the Plan A, which is the rich plan, an employee rate would be about $130 a month. Under the Plan B, which is the same concept, you got doctor copays and drug card, so the first dollar for doctor visits and drug card. But you have an out-of-pocket, a little less actually than A, just a little higher deductible, but if you're in the hospital in a major event, your out-of-pocket's actually less, and the premium would only be $38 a month for an employee. That's a pretty good rate. If you did the HSA on Plan 3, which is a $3,300 deductible and 100%, that's a rich plan, because that's hospitalization. You'd only be out $3,300. It's richer than the other two, but it doesn't have the drug card, doctor copay, to you get the $3,300. And then that premium's $36.54 a month. The last one is an HSA where you're putting in the $925, and now every employee has $88.99 put in their HSA. So about $1,000 a year they're getting, that's their money. They can use for dental, vision, just keep it, or they can use it for medical. They can add to it and get more tax breaks. Then if you look at the employee spouse, it makes it pretty affordable. Employee child, pretty affordable. The family rate would take a hit on this. It's just one hypothetical. You could work the numbers however you want. We just tried to find something that would be under your budget and would not be maybe a
So
potential.
where is it on the family? You said we would take a hit. Is that on that HSA at the?
Well, it's just the family, if you're only paying $1,700 instead of $2,700 a month, that's gotta come from somewhere, because the other proposal showed about $32,000 contributed to the family, and this would be about $20,000, so it's gonna be there. Now, what we do with all around town is, we meet with people and try to get them in their own group plan or the ACA plan, because the family glitch was done away with a couple years ago, where if you have a good group plan here, you can still get a subsidy. So we don't know what the subsidy's gonna be for sure, but we know what it is today. It might change, but we do that. Otherwise, it's still pre-tax. But when you look at these plans, a family rate could be $470 a month for a family under the least expensive, to as much as $1,297 to the most expensive, and a couple quotes in between. And employee children could be as low as $137 a month to cover you and all your children, to as high as $524. Again, it isn't perfect science. It's just trying to come up with numbers. You could change them any way you want. Our goal, again, we were asked to give an opinion to come up with something that might work, and what we see working with groups around that have a better chance of keeping your renewal lower, and by keeping the people in the employee plan by not raising that rate. And then I'm real sympathetic to people with families. It's a lot of money and you already have all the expenses, but there's 5 families affected. There were more people affected by employee child, and employee spouse. That affected all but 5 people. 5 people in the family. You could have 10, which is great what you're doing, unless but that's another $160,000. So again, the goal wasn't to try to sway, just to give you some accurate things to think about. Christy, you want to add anything?
No, I think that's something.
Jeremy, do you?
No.
Any questions for me? We're still got time. We got 27 minutes, well, 22 minutes till we have to go to our next Zoom call. I mean, we can answer questions. I was just trying to give it a little opinion.
Thank you.
Yeah, the only difference, if I can real quick, is between the third and the fourth pages is that's where we, on the fourth one, we added that fourth option, if that's mainly because we were looking at, the traditional copay plans where if you have a rate going up on individual or family that has a copay plan, and their only option to save money is going to an HSA, and they need those copays if they have expensive drugs or other things. Or sometimes, if you have an option for them to choose another plan with a higher deductible, lower premium, and still keep their copays, that's why that one also threw that in there. But really, it's just that contribution.
And are them two hypothetical plans right there, right, that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so you have questions? We'll start with you, Commissioner Milburn.
I don't have questions right now. I'd like to, open up the mic to the,
We're gonna go around with the commissioners first for questions, and then we'll open it up to the public.
I want to go after the public.
You have questions for him, because he's gonna
Oh, I
leave
don't
in
have
20,
questions,
in
no.
11 minutes.
I don't have questions.
All right.
I got 20 minutes. Thank you.
You're gonna have questions.
On the bottom of all these hypotheticals on the employee contribution at the very bottom, annual premiums,
That's just the total generated by all employees.
if they've selected that plan.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They don't have to
Based on those
select that
premiums.
same
Yeah,
plan,
that's
though.
just, that's why it's a hypothetical too, because this is assuming, on all these numbers, is assuming everybody's enrolled in those plans, because we don't know the difference. But the employer contribution amount, since it's a defined amount, no matter which plan they
Same.
take, it shows the same numbers regardless of enrollment. So that's a fixed. And the only difference that could be there, like Don said, is if you have people still that are single or that are spouse that add family from that point on.
Any more questions, Commissioner Tran?
Not at this point.
Okay. I have a couple,
Yes, sir.
real quick. Okay, so, I mean, and I think you kind of pointed this out, but I want to clarify on it. Why, it doesn't matter to you, the provider, how the annual premium of $1,725,154.32 is paid by us between employer and employee.
Yes, Commissioner Rivera, Christie and Blue Cross, as long as you pay them the monthly premium, they're pretty happy. You're exactly right.
Okay.
You can-
And then regarding the HSA, I had a couple of, going through and reviewing some of the numbers and trying to get a better understanding of it. Because it seems that like in the four plans when Commissioner Milburn brought them to us and that, it seemed that the main focus was on that HSA plan. And even last week, she kind of hindered around talking about that alternate B3 plan. So just some stuff that I learned. House savings account is a tax advantage account that allows you to save and invest your money. It's available to those that enroll in a qualifying high deductible or health plan.
Yeah, those last two.
Huh?
Those last two, yeah. If they have a qualified plan, they could invest
Yeah.
in an HSA.
And the primary advantage of it is a triple tax advantage to it, right? Contributions are tax deductible, money grows if you invest,
Yeah.
and withdrawals are eligible for medical expenses are also tax-free. So
Most all of
on,
them are tax-free, yes, sir.
I'm sorry,
No,
yeah.
I'm sorry, most all of them are tax-free.
Yeah.
There's a few exceptions if you take it
Okay.
early.
And then this rolls, like you said, rolls over year to year. And in retirement after age 65, you can spend it on anything you want, although that part of it would be taxed unless it's medical.
That's right. That's right. You got it exactly.
So an HSA fund can be invested in stocks, bonds, and other financial assets, providing for potential long-term growth. So I guess my question is, on these plans, what is there, I mean, if they decide to invest, is there a let me find it here because it was regarding, is there a amount required that they have to have in cash in these plans? Or,
It's a good question. Typically, you establish the HSA account at a bank and they might have a minimum value put in. There's some expenses with that, and most people put it in just a cash money market because they're going to be using it. However, as it accumulates, we have some groups in Kansas City that's built 20, 30,000 up, and then they find a fund that will take it and let that mutual fund grow it and keep a little bit in cash for their medical bills.
Okay.
Typically, to use an HSA, you already had to have had the HSA established. You can add to it later, so that if you have a $4,000 bill and you only have $2,000 in there, you can put 2 more in. Or if you pay it out of your personal check, you can pay yourself back out of it. And there's hardly any administration by the employer, the county.
Yeah.
Most of it's done at the bank level and that individual who's doing it.
And
Okay.
probably the minimum may depend on the bank,
Yeah, it
what they,
does.
what they
Okay,
invest.
so
But
there is-
we usually, I'd say, they don't go investing there until they at least have some of their deductible funded, so they know that they have
Okay.
at least that covered.
Yeah.
okay. Because one of the things I found interesting is that in HSAs, only about 21% of the nation of employees invest in it. Most forget that they have that option to invest, and so they kind of lose out on that. So then here's where I kind of got confused. The IRS sets an annual limits on contributions as how much an employer can contribute, employer and employee can combined can contribute. And in 2026, the single is 4,400 and family is 8,750. Okay, and then the minimum deductible required to open an HSA in 2025 was $1,650 for an individual, $3,300 for a family. And the 2025 out-of-pocket max was $8,300 and $1,660, or $16,600 for families. So on this B3, does that fit into those numbers?
Both of them do, yeah. Yeah, Chrissy can comment, but yeah, they do. Basically, and one of the first HSAs I did was on a bank in Pittsburgh, about 20 employees. It's funny, only 4 people did the HSA, but 3 years later, about everybody was. They had to get used to it. And then where groups we did locally, which you would know, when an employer starts to put a little bit in like you would in that last plan, the contributions go way up because now they see it work. They realize 3 months later it really is their money. Now they want to put $50 or $100 in there. And usually we recommend to the group, pick one bank if you're going to payroll deduct and then put it in an account. You don't want 8 banks. Nothing against the other ones. But usually you pick one. Then if that money gets built up enough, they go find a mutual fund or something to put it in. So you're not just doing all the administration. And we've been doing them since they were MSAs when they first come out. So we've done them 20 years. And we've done meetings with the accounting firms and the law firms and others doing these. But it is some confusion in the beginning. But I know Christy and I, with our companies, they incentivize us to do it because they know the math comes out. So I've been on one like 8 or 9 years.
Okay, and I think my final, that was all I had on that for questions
Very good.
regarding those
I do
plans.
have one, and you've shot me down. I've asked you, and you said, no, that's not a good idea, but I'm gonna ask you again with everybody here. You know that I wanna do an employer contribution. I've discussed that with everybody. I wanna do an employer contribution to the HSA, and to do that, we cannot be as generous towards all the other plans. What I wanna also do, because we have about 99 employees that take the insurance and we have about 20 that don't, but the 20 that don't, it doesn't mean they're not taking insurance somewhere. They're paying a spouse plan, some of them are. And I spoke to them, and I do think that it is extremely fair to offer them, if we're doing a contribution to the HSA and we're paying $800 plus a contribution of say $140 a month, I would like to offer it to them too. Now, the research that I've done says that we can do that with a sign of an opt-out form and proof of the spouse's insurance. It would be fair, in my opinion, but you told me that wouldn't be wise because we would start getting opt-outs just to pay them, and then the healthy people would come off the plan. But these people, if they can prove they have insurance, would it be okay?
Well, before I was in the insurance business, I was a little over 21 to get out of college. I would have taken the money. I was invincible. But I found out I'm not invincible, and I've been in the insurance business. And I've watched big companies that you would hear of send letters to 17 major groups with over 200 employees each, canceling them because they did that. And they started to take the money the young, healthy people did, and you had adverse selection. Insurance is a spread of risk, and when you take the adverse selection, now you could do it probably with $50 or less, and you'd be fine. But when you start to put money in there and they take it, now you're taking the young, healthy out. And it's just like, I have a family member that has $400,000 in claims a year. You could never charge him and his wife enough to capture that, so you spread the risk. And when that spread of risk is gone, the insurance companies, underwriters get nervous and they give you more higher rate. You can do it, but it has not worked since I got in the business in 1980. I haven't seen anyone successfully do it.
Even when they're, I'm not saying we offer it to them if they opt out of insurance completely, but if they're on their spouse's plan.
Can't.
I haven't seen that happen where it worked. I have not seen it work.
My understanding on an HSA, if you're part of an other eligible health plan, you can't go on an HSA.
You don't put it in their HSA, you just,
You talk about bonusing.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, then that becomes part of
Yeah,
salary.
you have to have an HSA qualified plan to do
Yeah.
it, and then,
Yes.
yeah, and you're absolutely
Yes.
right.
Yes. I'm
Commissioner.
talking-
Yeah, I would say for eligibility, I found that there was three criteria. One is not covered by a non-HSA eligible health plan, either through your spouse or parents. Can't be enrolled in Medicare, and the other one is cannot be a dependent on somebody else's tax returns.
Or if you have first dollar coverage through some other policy you bought, even if it's not group, it disqualifies the HSA contribution.
Okay.
You're right on.
Okay, and then the thing I got most concerned about, and that I didn't get it written down here in my notes, we're offering on that plan $836 for a single, I think, on that B3 plan.
Uh-huh.
83601, and for the employee, for a family, for the employee on a single individual plan, that would exceed the 4,300 annual limit. So what happens with it says that to avoid penalties.
That's the amount you can put into the HSA. It's not the amount you contribute towards the premium.
Yeah.
So like you're saying with the qualified plan, we always tell people there's two parts to an HSA. There's the qualified plan, which is the insurance you buy, and then there's the bank account, which is all separately. So the limits that they have are just on what you contribute to the bank account. So your premiums are okay.
So your eligible HSAs are lower deductibles, the higher they have to be a minimum, and then
So for them to invest, they would have to put above that premium level.
If they want.
If they want, they could put in
They don't
nothing.
have to.
You could have an HSA for everybody and they could put in nothing, and one person could put in the max. They could pick and choose how they
Yeah,
want to do that.
but that's what I'm saying
Yeah.
is that right now what we're offering and that is nothing above the premium, right?
If you're paying $900 towards the cost and it's $825 for the insurance, we're saying put the 75, or actually it comes out to.
Is it $1,590?
Yeah, that's it.
If we keep it at 902, there'd be about $70, so $30 a paycheck.
Yeah, 902 versus 820 is about $80
A
that you
month,
could put
yeah.
into their HSA. And
Right.
they could still put in a little over 3,000
But,
themselves,
yeah,
or
they-
not put anything in.
Yeah,
They could do that as they go through the year.
Okay,
You could payroll
yeah.
deduct it, either one. And you payroll deduct it pre-tax, so,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Those are great questions. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Huh?
Bye. So, can you, I know there are some of us who are ACA qualified and Medicaid qualified. Why do we not help people onto those programs and then offer like a supplemental to that? Because I understand with like Medicaid, once you get to a certain age, you can qualify for that, but what really kicks a lot of people is the Part B. Make sense?
Yeah.
You're talking about Medicare, correct?
Medicare, I'm sorry, yes.
Medicare.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the same thing with ACA. Why would we not help people with that?
So you're saying that like a supplemental group premium?
Yeah, so I mean, it's like, I think that would be a lot more one that I think would help out the county greatly if we have employees that are qualified and they can go on that. But then from our standpoint, how we helping out the employees, we go ahead and fund the Part B. Make sense?
It'd be very generous, kind of back to paying full family rates, because if you, I don't know what the stats are, 10 or 11,000 people a day turn 65, but even if you had like 10 people like my age, then all of a sudden joining your plan and you're putting in $200 a month for each of them.
Sure.
And then they don't go away, let's say I happen to live 10 years and 10 more new ones come up, you've got and they don't go away, well, you just got a lot of money in the future you're committing to. once you start opening that, it's a great benefit. And I've seen very few companies do it, usually they're Fortune 500 companies. And they say, well, you worked for us 10 years, we're gonna do it. But it's something that would be good to be visited. Like, there's a lot of things we start your renewal 6 months prior to January when we start looking. But there's a lot of things we could look at in February, March, April, when you're not rushed, and say hypothetically, how would this look, and we could run numbers.
But supplementing them $200 a month is much cheaper than paying
No.
$800 towards the plan.
Yeah, I'm talking about if you have a Medicare person that's Medicare eligible A, and they have a supplement that's a B, that B is gonna cost close to $200 a month, plus another $130 a month for the supplement, because that Part B is gonna be close to
Still
$200. Now you're at
cheaper.
$330. You're gonna be around $350 a month to fund the whole thing. And now there may be a separate plan and you're paying it, but now if they keep staying on and you keep adding new people, it never goes away. Now your census may not be 100, it might be 200 or 150, because those people don't necessarily quit. That you keep funded it after they leave, or you just fund it while they're there.
No, just while they're
Well,
here.
then generally, the government says if you have a group over 20 and you have option to take a health plan out, you have to be primary with your group health insurance and Medicare secondary. So you'd have to be like retiring. If you're not retiring, they require you to be primary. If you're under 20, you can do just the opposite. Under 20 employees. You guys are over 20, so you'd be required to be primary anyway. It gets more complicated. That's why most groups don't do it.
And
Great to look at all the options.
And you
of
can't
it.
really make them take the Medicare.
And you can't
not
take it,
the
take
group
it,
plan.
yeah.
Right.
All right, any further questions for them? How much time you got?
I've still got 8 minutes. I just crossed the street. It takes 58 seconds to get there unless I
Okay,
turn.
I believe if we got anybody in the,
You
Anybody in the
have them on a
gallery?
card. You have them on your cards. They
no,
signed up.
there's
Yeah.
nobody that signed up
You did. For insurance.
for
I sent it
items
there
not
for you.
on the agenda. These are items not on the agenda. Items on the agenda, Bridge, Tanner Odell.
There you go.
Picture thing.
Is Tanner Odell here?
Yeah,
Tanner Odell? There you go.
Okay. We'll wait after Mr. Motley here.
So, banks, not very many banks offer HSA accounts. The big banks locally do not. Maybe some in Pittsburgh do. I think Union State Bank is the only local bank that offers HSAs. So, just a point of information.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Hi, I'm Tanner Odell, and I'm speaking from the vote that you guys made last week at the 80-20 deal. That's where I'm coming from with this. My name's Tanner Odell. I'm speaking on behalf of most of the people that work at Public Works. I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question that concerns so many of us that work for the county. I come to you humbly and respectfully. Before I ask my question individually to all three of you, I would like to give you a little background regarding my question. I realize that while you were doing your budget, you did not account for the 17% raise in insurance prices. I personally am okay with paying for my part of the 17% mistake that you've obviously made in the budget. With the numbers presented to me on a piece of paper that was provided to me by my supervisors, it shows that I will take approximately a 10% pay cut for the year if I decide to take the insurance that I currently have, which was the $211 per month. And this does not include the cut that was given to us by removing the dump from our benefits that used to be offered. At Public Works, there are a lot of people very worried about getting longevity pay cut from them. My question to the three of you is, what exactly did we do to deserve a pay cut that exceeds the 17% misjudgment for insurance on the budget? And I would like all three of you to personally answer this question separately. And if you are unable to articulate what my coworkers and I have done to deserve the pay cut, I would ask you three to please put more effort in avoiding mistakes that affect so many people's livelihood. Thank you. Would you like to respond?
I need you to back up just a hair there.
Yes.
You said there in the beginning that we didn't account for the 17% raise in the insurance premiums.
It could be 16.
And then point out how that affects into your being a pay cut, because I didn't catch all that.
Well, it's not a pay cut, it's a cut in benefits. So, which would go into a cut in our pay or benefits.
Right, I'm getting that. What did you say as far as the numbers? I didn't catch.
Approximately 17% raise in insurance, which
Okay.
was as of last week's meeting, what was articulated.
Mr. Beerbauer, he's asking why we didn't budget for that 17%.
Okay, I get
Yeah.
that part, but I was wondering how, I thought you said something about in there about the,
10% cut in his
the
pay.
proposals that we did last week.
Yes, the vote you guys did last week, I was gave a paper that said the Class A, or the Part A insurance would cost singles $211 a month.
Okay.
That is 10% of my take-home income that will be lost.
Okay, that's what I missed.
And 10% goes a long ways.
Okay.
No matter what department you're in, whether you're farming, cattle, 10% in grain is a
Okay.
lot. That closes family farms.
Okay, so did you look at that, because that's on that 80-20 plan that we approved.
Yes.
Did you look at the alternative to that we replaced off, where it would be 152 a month on you? How much is that cut into your pay? Because it went up, it went up from 902
Yes.
last year to 1,055
Yes,
to
I'm
stay on
looking-
that plan.
I'm looking at this year, my pay included Class A insurance, or Part A insurance, whatever you wanna call it, plus my salary. And now, insurance is being cut. If I
Right,
keep the same insurance, that means my pay gets cut. So there's a cut, and I would like for you guys to articulate what was done wrong on our part to deserve a cut. And if you can't, please do better next year.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Any other from the audience that has a question regarding this while they're still here? No? Okay. Well, thank you.
Well, thank you all.
Yeah.
Call me, you guys know how to get hold of me.
Okay,
Across the street if you want to come see us.
okay.
All right, we're gonna now continue, right? All right, so we rescinded last week's plan, so now what's the options on the table?
No, sir, we haven't rescinded it.
Yeah.
We,
We did.
oh, yeah, we
Yes,
did.
you did,
Okay,
you just
yeah,
voted
yeah.
for it, yeah.
Can we have a work session or a special meeting? Just on this subject. I'm looking at everything we have on the agenda for tonight.
I've prepared to give some information.
Have you digested the information that was just provided to us no more than 30 minutes ago? Have you digested that enough that you can make a concerted, a logical and rational decision based upon this information?
It was presented to you guys 30 minutes ago, but I've been in contact with Don Doherty.
So you've had this information for,
I've delivered the same
Did
things
you have
that
this
he delivered to
information
you
on this
many, many
informa-
times.
Did you have the information that was provided tonight? Did you have it last week?
Oh, that thing? No, I don't.
So
Those
that's
are all
what-
hypotheticals, Liz.
well, the thing, listen,
First two aren't.
I asked Don for this information, the day after we voted. And I just got it 30 minutes ago.
No, I don't have that. I thought you meant the knowledge that he just, the
No,
opinion he just gave you.
right. For the fact that a very small percentage of our claim, very small percentage of the claim pushes up so high that all it takes is 1 to 2 people switching from one plan to another. It sets us back because our budget didn't take into account for that. For that reason, I feel that we need to take a look at the whole thing in totality. But for that same reason, I don't think we should be sitting here trying to hack it out here till 10 o'clock at night. I say, because we have other things that we need to do. I'm not saying that this isn't important. This is very, very important. But this requires our undivided attention only on this issue. Not, because what I felt last time was we were just trying to get through it and we rushed the vote. That's my personal feeling on it. It's like we rushed the vote. I think we need to have a better understanding of all the information that's provided. So I say give us at least 24 hours. Come back to the table tomorrow for a special meeting to discuss this and this only. Because I have a sinking, I think we're gonna rush it again tonight if we do that. Because I have not had the time to digest this. I need to put pen to paper and a calculator and figure this stuff out. Because we got information tonight from somebody who got the single plan. Make sense? And it's not helping that person out. And honestly, that was a real surprise. It shouldn't have been, but it is. Because you're like, oh, it's a single person. But when you take that, I guess what I'm saying is you don't know what you don't know until you talk to the person who's walking in those shoes. Make sense? And it's hard to walk in everybody's shoes all at once. So I need time to that's my take on it. You guys want to push through with this? Hey, I'll stay with you till the end.
Are you done?
Yes, sir.
All right. You got anything you want to add to that?
Not if you guys don't want to discuss it. I mean, but I did run the
I haven't said
numbers
one way or the other. I'm
several
asking you
times.
your opinion. Can we get through this tonight? That is the question. He's saying we can't, and I haven't heard a motion yet to postpone this to a special meeting. But this is on the floor. We have to make a decision. Do you have, I'll jump in and do some comments here real quick in regards to what you were saying. I understand that we just got some information, but the basic information is still the same as it was last week and the week before. The same plans are still on the table. The problem that we run into, the further we delay this, we are now November 17th. We're 2 days past most open and season enrollments. So we're going to be going into December causing these employees to be behind, and they're going to get deducted on 2 months worth of premiums before we even decide on what the premium level is. And so what I'm saying is that if we don't provide relief, the longer we push this down, then we need to be thinking maybe we ought to provide some relief in premiums because we're not allowing them to enroll. So I mean, so that's my only concern is that we're placing a burden on our employees the longer that we drag this out. The other part of this is, and again, like I said, all the plans that were there last week are here this week, and the only thing that I would, in light of the letter from Mr. Doherty to Commissioner Milburn that got placed out there, and I got a copy of it, was the only contact that I have had from Mr. Doherty, because I can't seem to. We seem to be playing, well, actually, I play phone tag and I can't get a hold of him, and then I never get a call back. So how this rolls with these plans, based off of that letter and the information provided with that, I agree that the 80-20 plan fails on if we get an increase in family. So, but then in the email that she read was the same email that I got from an individual. So what I would say in regards to that email was this. a couple of questions was, I question why I'm paying to insure the families of county employees. This is not standard practice. 89% of all U.S. companies provide a family plan or dependent care, some type of dependent plan, whether it's spouse, child, or family. And then the other part of it was county current 80% contribution is far out of the line of common practice in business and fairness. 85% of the 89% of the companies provide family insurance. That it's about 75-25. And on singles, it's 85-15, where we were paying 100% last year. And, you know, and the numbers are in there on all the percentages of each breakdown off of that spreadsheet that I provided on each one of the plans as to what they provide. And so, I mean, in reviewing this email, you know, it's one person's opinion, but made me do some research, and you know, we're not far off from the national average on this. The thing that really hurts us the most is that, you know, what we learned about what your concern is about the people that have some pre-existing conditions, or you know, put us in a bracket, is that, you know, when we jumped ship out of the state plan, we put ourselves into this, because now we're a smaller pool, and we're, you know, but it is all based on pools.
Right.
I mean, any one of these individuals, if they went out and tried to get individual plans, they're gonna pay probably far more than what we're getting as this from these providers on any one of these plans. So, you know, if it goes up 17% because our claims went up 117%, you know, who eats that? You know, the employer or the employee? And what I saw on the most basic plan, when the employees come back and said, we don't like any of these 4 plans. We want to see what plan A and B that we were on, what it would do. Even if it is a higher premium, we want to see what it does. And so that's what we provided for them. Well, what it did, it wasn't a 75-25 when it come to the family or the employee plus spouse side of it, because it almost doubled from last year to this year in that plan. That's what prompted me to even do the whole 80-20. But if you do it by a 75-25, it works. It gives you almost pretty close to the same numbers as last year on the employee side of it. A little bit more here and there, but it works, and it doesn't create this you know, double in premiums for one group or the other. We're a pool, regardless of whether you're on a single or family plan. We're still part of the same pool. And if it was a larger pool, it would get spread out amongst a larger amount. But it's a pool of 99 employees that chose to take this company health insurance. So, I mean, we can have a special meeting. I'm not opposed to that, but in that meeting, we need to discuss how we're going to cover premium costs, because we're gonna push them into having to pay 2 at the same time. That's my only concern with it. I mean, I don't have a problem having this discussion further down the road, or next couple of days.
Commissioner?
I prepared some talking points. Do you want to hear them? Don covered a lot of them. Would you like to hear them?
I think the deal on the board right now is regarding having a special meeting or moving forward tonight.
What do you want to do? Sounds like you want to do it now. What do you want to do? It's a simple question, Commissioner Milburn. Do you want to work on this now, or do you want to work it on a later date, like tomorrow or the next day? What do you want?
Do you feel like you can you can
I
read
will
what
do
you,
whatever it is that my team requires me to do.
I'd rather do it now.
All right.
Are you making a motion
Consensus
that we
is
do it now?
to do it now.
All right, let's go.
All right. Start with your talking points.
Okay. So as we evaluate the proposed health plan for the coming year, I want to clearly outline why I think adopting the richer Employee Plus and Family Plan structure pose a serious long-term risk to the county's financial stability. These concerns are grounded in real data, our claims history, actual exposure, and the limitations of our budget. So the current model already financed has proven unstable. Last year, our claim rate reached 117%. That was by September. It's still climbing, meaning we paid out more in claims than we collected in premiums. For a workforce of just 99 employees, the county contributed $1,345,550 towards insurance. It's not sustainable that we went over it, and like I said, the year's not done. Increasing benefits faster than our revenue growth sets our county on an unstable path, one that will eventually force a mill increase or cuts of wages, services, or personnel. Long-term risk of the proposed plan. Under the proposal discussed on November 10th, the county would contribute near more than double towards the Employee Plus plans compared to employee-only plans. I think that imbalance creates large problems. A disproportionate share of our funds would be directed to a smaller subset of employees enrolled in higher tier plans. It limits our ability to support employees who do not use county coverage and restricts funding flexibility for wages and operations. The high county contribution makes our plan significantly more generous than surrounding employers. While appealing, it increases the likelihood that employees and potentially new hires will enroll in the family plan, bringing higher claims. The budget is sensitive to enrollment change. The family plans carry us the highest utilization and the highest claims exposure. Even a small shift, such as 5 employees moving from single to family, that will bust our budget completely. Basing decisions and on hoping things won't change throughout the year, I think is very hopeful. I don't think that we can do that. We don't have room for enrollment shifts in the budget that we created in the plans that we chose. I think that the richer plan endangers future budget and wages. Every additional dollar spent on the inflated contributions reduces our capacity to fund our wage adjustments, our salary resolutions, department needs, and capital improvements.
Okay.
Choosing an
now,
overlay rich
I'm
plan.
sorry to stop you. Say that part over again.
Every additional dollar spent on inflated contributions reduces the capacity to fund the wage adjustments, salary resolutions, and department needs, capital improvements, because we're spending money that's not likely to stop being spent there, and it's continually going up. We've seen it, right? So I want to choose sustainability over a short-term appeal. Our duties not only to the immediate satisfaction, but to long-term financial health of the county and the quality of services we provide. A responsible plan must be competitive but not excessive, generous but not imbalanced, supportive but not a future liability. The proposed richer plan does not meet the standards. The key question to me is not whether we can afford the richer plan today under perfect conditions. It's whether we can afford it when things inevitably change, because they will. As commissioners, our obligation is to protect the county's long-term financial stability. I strongly urge all of us to consider these risks carefully before approving a plan that could compromise the future budgets, employee wages, and essentially our county services. We cannot sacrifice long-term stability for short-term generosity. I feel as if we need to choose a sustainable plan, not one that threatens the county's future financially. I've adjusted my original proposal and geared it towards the HI 84A plan, B3, with a defined contribution towards any plan totaling $836 for single, and a defined contribution towards any employee plus plan totaling $1236. With the 99 employees enrolling with their current status, this will bring the county's contribution to $1,137,168, which is $208,428 that can go toward an opt-out of approximately $140 a month for those employees. The plan Don says we just simply should not do. With a proof of spouse coverage, and $140 a month, and to the employer contribution for each HSA per month. So,
Did you make that a motion?
no.
Okay. So the only one that you're looking at is B3?
It focuses on that. That doesn't mean you can't offer everything.
When you said B3, you're talking about the old document, right? You guys are looking at the old document, not the new one.
No, I didn't have a new one.
Not
Well,
the one that-
it's the same one that's on the front of what they
I think he
handed
gave you
today.
all the same plans with your contribution that, you must have talked to him about a $1,700.
I
No.
did not give him a dollar
I
amount.
don't know who did that. I don't know where that came
You're
from.
referring to Plan C when you're saying B3?
No.
It's the
Front page, I think.
H1 or HI 84A. Alternate B3 is what 2026 premiums would be.
Correct.
I was answering.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the very last one. That's the one that that you just read off, but
Yes.
you're saying that you would be open to any of the four that they,
Sure.
that
That's just
they,
the defined contribution.
that they presented. What about the Plan A and Plan B that they offered after the employees said that they wanted to bring them back, which is on page 2, regarding CMZTA and HI 95A. You okay with those?
It would just be a defined contribution. They can use it to whatever they want. We can put all 6 plans on there.
Okay. Well, that doesn't show it as a defined contribution on those 2 plans.
Oh, I didn't ask anybody to create that. I wrote this today.
Huh?
I wrote this today. I didn't talk to Don about it.
But I mean, these are the ones that he brought last week. We went from 4 to 6 2 weeks
Oh.
ago. And then last week I brought up an alternative to those last 2, which were, a renewal, the 2026 Plan A, and I brought up alternatives to them, 2026 Plan B, and then the alternatives I brought up. And after reading the letter that Mr. Doherty provided to you, and I could see where that would increase. I mean, at 600, because I did an 80-20. I did 80-20 across the board, where most of these plans, the single coverage is either somewhere around 90 to 85% of the premium and on. And I'm astounded by the amount that is sent out to employees or spouses, and because like Plan A, which is the one that they brought back, is $1,000 deductible for single, $2,000 deductible for family. Plan B is $3,300 deductible for single and $6,600 deductible for family. So on the A plan, that's a 78% for single and 86% paying out in Plan B. But when you get into the family part of it, it breaks down. I mean, it's like we're not seeing a 25. We're seeing like 34, 40%, 50%. So it's not even across the board. But again, like what you said, well, the family plan, you know, if we increase them by 5 or 10 families, but then we break the bank on that 80-20 plan. But what happens if we see an increase on any of these plans? I mean, it's the same regardless. It's all in, what it breaks down to is that, and I would almost venture to guess that when you look at the insurance overall annual premium from 2025 to the 2026 annual premium, you're going to see a 17% increase. And so how that gets divided up amongst employees and employer is strictly up to us, because each one of these plans breaks it up different. The biggest thing that happens, and this happens when you do have an increase in claims, because the provider is losing money. You know, he's losing 17 cents on the dollar, on every dollar towards a premium, he's losing. So he's got to try to make it up, you know, in the next year. So what happens is you raise everybody's deductibles to a point where you either, you discourage them from going into those employee plus spouse or employee plus child or employee family plans. You discourage that so that where you're only on paying a single deal and you're doing defined contributions, which when I looked it up, defined contributions really doesn't even relate to insurance as much as it relates to the financial industry. So it's more about dollars and cents. But what I propose is that if instead of the 80-20 that we drop it down on a single plan, which is $1,055 on that plan A, is 85%, which equals the the total $902.35 paid by the employer, and the $152.98 paid by the employee. And then on the employee spouse, instead of the 65-35, I think was what's the split, we go 25-75, which makes it $1,700 for the employer and $566 for the employee, which is up about $100 from last year's, which doesn't break the bank. I mean, when you go up on an employee plus spouse, you went up on these current plans, you're going up almost 50%, from $400 a month for an employee to pay for their spouse in premiums to almost $800 a month on that one plan. Employee plus child, which I really got confused on this one, because last year it was $214 on their premium, and employee plus child was so drastically different than employee plus spouse. I thought that was very odd. But the same thing on it, 75-25, it does increase that one up for an employee plus child, because it goes from 214 to 534. But I mean, I don't know why it was such a bad number last year, or why it was such an odd number out there. And then on the family plan, which is $3,348 total premium, if you go 75-25, you accomplish the same thing. The premium for a family last year was, for the employee, was $812.04. In this, it becomes $837.15. So there's not much of a difference from last year. So you're really not making it so inviting that you're going to get a whole bunch of people jumping in, because why didn't they do it last year when it was $30 cheaper? So that's what I'm offering there. And then I didn't figure up on the plan B, because I didn't really expect that to be rescinded, but that's where we're at. So we'd have to work up the numbers, but instead of 80-20, I propose 75-25, except for singles, which would be an 85-15 on plan A. And I'm only looking at plan A and plan B. And then if they want to do just like we did last week, if they want to do the HSA, they now probably have, probably after our discussion tonight, have probably a more better understanding of what that entails and, you know, how much money they're gonna have to put in there. The one thing that I didn't, point out on an HSA that in my research is that, let me get to it here. The biggest in pros and cons, the biggest cons, individuals who fund their own HSAs, whether through payroll deduction or directly, should be financially capable of setting aside an amount that would cover a substantial portion of their high deductible health plan. Deductibles, individuals without enough spare cash find it very burdensome. So if you look at the HSA, which is B3, if any employee is going to do that, you got to understand that your deductible is for a single is $6,350, and for a family is $12,700. So, you know, the premium's going to get you there, but if you're going to invest it, which is what the purpose of the HSA is, house savings account, you're going to have to figure out how much, and they say to take an average of your previous 2 years' medical expenses. The employees that only spend, you know, a couple $100 a year, they only go to the doctor maybe once or twice, you know, this is a great plan for them, because outside that premium, they're gonna be able to invest money into this, because they're not gonna be drawing out a lot. But if you're in that group that, you know, you go to the doctors a lot, or your kids go to the doctors a lot, or your spouse, or if you have any type of condition that requires medical expenses, this isn't going to be for you. But I think it's a good option to have out there, because we do have employees that don't go to the doctor as much as others. So it in the long run, I mean, because it rolls over every year. So by the time you reach your retirement age, you know, if you're just starting out and you're in your 20s and 30s, this is a great plan to be on if you don't go to the doctor a lot. So that's my options into this. So.
I was crunching the numbers. $630,000 of those premiums, of that 117%, went to 12.
Right. It's a pool.
It is a pool. I get it. And to me, it's real simple. I don't have an issue in what the employees pick. I have no issues with that. That is none of my business. Okay, as a commissioner, that is not my business what plans the people pick. What is my business is $1.444 million.
Mm-hmm.
That's the budget. Whatever we decide cannot break that budget.
Mm-hmm.
Or have the potential to.
Yes. In both cases, last week, your plan had a potential, your plan had a $60,000, $70,000 slush. Commissioner Beerbauer's plan had a $12,500 slush. In either case, his plan was one family from, you know, one premium, one individual switching plans from changing from basically causing us not to be able to pay everything. Yours, I think, had 2, 3. And that's the margin of error that concerns me. Not that, this is not about what the people deserve or don't deserve. I don't make that decision. I make the decision based on $1.44 million. That's the taxpayers' money. That's what we budgeted. Everybody was good with that. We were told it was going to go up. Yep. We had that opportunity. That's water in the bridge. This is where I'm focusing, 1.44 million.
Just for FYI, what I just outlined on the 75-25, the total, which, you know, last week we learned that the 1.4 million does not all go towards healthcare insurance. It
Right.
also is broke down, it is actually about 1.38.
Right.
1,380,000 and some change. And so, this current Plan A that they brought back to the table, employer contribution, which is what that 1.4 is from, is us, we're the employer, is $1,380,103.56. The, 75.
Which plan are you looking at?
Look at page 2, CMT, Charles, Mike, Zebra, Tango, at,
Alpha.
yeah, I'm mixing military and
Yeah.
police, I'm sorry. I've been with both. Okay, so if you look at that, the employer contribution, annual contribution is 1,380,000 on the renewal side of it, that's
Well, that's what we
2026.
voted on.
No, that's not what we voted on. We voted on the 80/20, which this is not that. That's not on there. What we voted on is not on this list.
The one he just gave you?
Yeah, the one he just gave us. My
Yes, it is.
80/20 is not on this list.
This is it right here. This is what we voted on. It's on page 3, actually, because page 1 was.
Well, I'm looking at page 2, which is not the hypotheticals.
No, it's, the way he has it's on page, I think it's 2. I disconnected all mine, but anyways, it's the one that says, because I wrote on here what we voted on, that's 1.380 mil on annual premiums. See, employer contribution voted on 1110, you see it in the green?
Yeah, but
That's what we voted on.
No.
Because the single rate for that one was employer contribution, we voted to pay single rate was $844.24. That's what we voted on. So under that plan, it was gonna cost the county $1.3 million.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. Now, all of these hypotheticals, nobody.
Yeah,
These hypotheticals, these are all based on 1.44 million. That's the parameter. That's the parameter I gave Don. I said, give me plans that can facilitate what the employees need, but you can't go past $1.44 million. And these are the ones he came up with, the last 2 sheets. So do you,
So this first one on that sheet of hypothetical.
okay, hang on, just so we're clarified, you and I are on the same page?
Right.
All right, if you look at the green, it'll say employer contribution,
Right.
option C.
Gotcha.
The last page will be option D. So if you're speaking to something on these 2 pages, just say,
Okay.
look at option C or option D.
Okay, so
and I
let's
can-
look at option C.
Okay,
Which page?
that's the second to the last. Down here, Terry.
Page 3.
Down here on the green bar, the green banner.
Okay, option C. I got more notes than what I
All
know
right,
what to
so
do.
for clarification for everybody out there in the internet world that don't have this, what we voted on, there's 3 options, 3 different plans. What was provided in option C is three of the same plans with everything's the same, except for the employer's contribution. That changes. That's the only difference now. We have to focus on that. So I don't want people to come back and say, well, the plans are different. They're not. They're the same plans. It's just the employee's contribution is different. Now, on option D, that does change we have,
On page 4?
yes, on page 4, there's only 2, on page 4, there are 4 plans, only 2 of those mirror the original. There's 2 new ones, because in order from left to right, from left to right, you have 1,000, 2,000 deductible, 25, 5,000 deductible, 3,300, 6,600 deductible, 6,350, and $12,700 deductible. So again, we have a 1,000, 2,000 on option D, and we have a 6,300, 12,000 deductible, which is the very last one on option D. Do you follow that, Terry?
Yep, I got
Okay,
it.
all right.
I have numbers if I have a chance to speak.
So did you want to say anything, sir? You were in the middle of something.
I was just, on option C,
Okay,
on these newer hypotheticals, it shows the annual premium for employer at $1,393,200.
yes,
So in relationship to the budgeted amount, that's $50,957. That's, and then take out of that 50, what the clerk showed us last week, dental. So subtract dental, 47,984.16. Leaves $2,972.84 for vision, which just happens to be 27,30.24. Leaves us $242 out of that budget. So then all the others, that employee contribution and all the other plans that are here, that they, in their hypotheticals on option C side, are all the same on the employer side. So option D, let's review that. And that's, is that setting a defined contribution of 1,700 for employee spouse, employee child, and family, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on the first option. Mm-hmm. The reason why I'm looking at the first option, because it shows $1,000 deductible for single and $2,000 deductible for family.
Yes, sir.
I can almost guarantee you that at least 98% of our employees are gonna go for either one of those two options. Because they're not gonna, I just don't see a large number of them jumping to the HSA. I don't see a large number jumping to any of the higher deductible plans, even though it may have a lower.
The reason I would disagree with that is because the broker just told us that 73% of our employees utilize under $1,000. That, if you had an HSA, that would not affect you one single bit. Not a bit.
Unless they.
So 73%.
But didn't you throw in these hypotheticals, because you did that on the one with the 80-20 plan, when you talked about the family being 670. If we get 5 more families in here, it breaks the bank. Well, what happens if 12,000, or it's let me get to it here, 63,000 or $6,350 deductible on that HSA plan. So employee that only spent $1,000 last year in health benefits, this year, and I mean, they just showed it on the NFL the other night. An NFL player got cancer, and he's 22 years old, and had to have surgery. So I mean, it can these what ifs can happen. So out of that 73 that only spent $1,000 last year, may not spend that same $1,000. You can't guarantee that they're going to go on that plan, because we make it, because it makes it so lucrative for them to do it. They're going to go with that safe plan of $1,000 deductible. That's where most of them were last year. They were either on plan A or plan B. There were only 2 options last year. There was no HSA option. And I wonder, out of the A and B, how many were on A because of the deductible. And also, the reason why we had 69 out of the 99 in the single plan is because we offered 100%. They didn't have to pay a deductible.
This is how the city of Fort Scott sets up their plans.
I seen that last week off your deal, and when I asked what's the difference between their plan and our plans, it's the same broker. It was about the number of people in the pool.
Also, what I want to point out is that their richest plan is the 1,500. They don't even offer down to the 1,000, but they offer the 1,500, and what they contribute is greatly different. They charge the employee $1,516 towards their richest plan on the family, but they only charge their employee $600 on that HSA. They are funneling people to the HSA on purpose by what they choose to charge on the very rich plan.
I have this question in here. It's like,
would you like to see it?
No, not right now. I'm just trying, no disrespect. I'm just trying to digest what both of you are saying. So, who are you trying to take care of? Who?
Me?
Yeah.
Employees.
Okay, employees. Employees.
Right.
We are taking care of the employees. The issue here that keeps coming up is the other part of it, the family. I'm not saying anything against the family, that's not what I'm saying, but in every organization, it's always been the employees. You take care of the employees. Because they're the ones who work for you, you gotta take care of them. Now, if the company is benevolent and has cash or whatever, then they take care of the family. And it's always within the confines of the money that they have or the budget that they have. And I'm not saying we shouldn't care. Please do not come at me and say, I don't care about the family. I do. But I have to parse things down. It's like, the budget's the first thing. Second thing is who we taking care of. We're taking care of the employees. And then if by extension we have enough money, we take care of the family. So we are sitting here hacking this out about something that we can't pay for. That's the.
Well, I'm looking at your alternatives here.
I hear.
Your alternatives. I'm just looking at them.
Yeah.
And they all include plus spouse, plus child, and family.
I understand that.
So, and it's all within our budget. I haven't seen one plan yet, even in that 80-20, standing with the current numbers of people in what they are in. If they stayed the same and we didn't get people jumping ships or spouses coming from their employee plans over to this plan, all the what ifs. If we just stick to the numbers that they got, 69, 6, 19, and 5, this is what they're counting on. We make it in budget.
All right, so let me ask you this then. Let's just parse this down. How many plans do you want? How many plans do you want?
I see 3.
Micah? Do you want 3 or do you want 4?
Mr. Doherty recommended 4.
I had written up Plan A, the $1,000, Plan A2, the $2,500, Plan A1, the $3,500, and Plan B3, the $6,500 HSA.
It's 3,300, I think. Is that what you're looking at? HI 95A?
It's $6,350.
No, that's your,
I don't know where you're getting those numbers, because that's not the number Don brought to the table.
well, if you look at
6350,
employer option D,
Yeah, that's the last one.
yeah, if you look at the third one,
It's the third one. But she was
it's
saying,
3,300 for single, 6,600 for family.
so you want
Is that
3
what you're
plans.
saying?
No. Off.
Is it that third one on there?
Yes. The
It's 3,300,
$6,350.
not 35.
On this sheet.
I mean, that's what I'm just looking at, the numbers he provided tonight.
On this sheet right here.
No, we were talking about the one you said 3,500. Oh, okay, down here on this.
It's the only one
alternate.
that's not Xed out.
So you're
Okay,
going-
so that was the original,
You're going back to the original plan.
that was the original Plan A.
Did he
or-
build new plans? I don't think he built new plans.
This document he just handed, Jeremy handed, the new ones he just built.
Okay, well, it's on page one then, page one. It's this one all the way over here.
Yeah, so that's option, look, Micah, look right here. That's option D. The green bar. Look at the green bar, it says employee contribution, option D. And the other one says option C. So we're looking at C and D. So which one do you want to go with, C or D? It's real simple. You either get 3 plans or you get 4 plans. Which one do you want?
Well, if I say D, that has a
Okay.
$1,700 contribution. That's not what I proposed to you. This one, it would be the last page,
Okay,
but we can define our contributions. We don't have to do what,
so.
Oh, so we could make them 75, 25.
if that's what the board chose. You
So-
very well could.
So you want to drop it from 1,800 down to 1,700? Is that what I heard you say?
I didn't never say
Okay,
1,700.
what was your defined contribution?
My defined contribution included a lot greater contribution towards the HSA.
Hey,
And
hey.
so it was 836 for single and 1236 for employee plus. And you would get a greater contribution into all those HSA accounts, $140 a month. That's been my goal from the beginning.
I know it's been your goal from the beginning. What I'm trying to tell you is somewhere between your goal
I don't see that
and
1,200
Commissioner
for-
Beerbauer's
for
goal
employee.
and my goal, we gotta come to a consensus. It can't always, I mean, it cannot always be that way. I'm sorry.
What way?
That one person gets everything.
I'm not asking for everything. I'm asking for, let me see here, 73% of the people that utilize under 1,000 to get a greater contribution to their HSA. Not a greater, but
If they choose to.
structure and build a
HSA.
plan that benefits them greater.
Commissioner, I understand what you're trying to say, but what did Don say at the podium?
He said that we couldn't offer 140 to the people with an opt-out without,
Yeah, but he also said
Repercussions.
something about the HSA. He said, you gotta start small. He goes, initially you'll get 4, and then eventually, a year or 2 later, everybody. You were trying to herd 73 people into an HSA, and guess what? They don't know.
per
They've-
his numbers, it's beneficial to them.
Micah, they don't know what they don't know, and they're gonna resist you. What I'm saying is give them the option. And then somebody will pick up that option and roll with it, and then they'll talk. They'll have a beer or coffee and say, bro, that's the best thing you should look at that. And then next thing you know, more people go into it. But you can't just herd them in there like that. You gotta give them the option. My thing is, do you want 3 or 4? That's all I need right now.
4.
Okay, are you good with 4, Commissioner Beerbauer? 4 plans?
I like 3, but sure.
Okay, so.
I like option C.
You like option C. I don't care. So I want to move this,
Just-
I want to, so let's just look at 4, we can always back down to 3. Let's look at option D. Commissioner Beerbauer, Milburn, option D.
Option D.
Okay.
Okay. Now, let's focus on this sheet and let's start talking about pricing. Unless you want to take comments, because I've had several people raise their hands. It's up to you, sir.
You had a question?
I do. As you're talking through this, keep in mind, we have 5 people on family plan. I think everybody knows that. And a lot of these, the family plan doubles. So what I foresee is people moving off the family plan, right? So let's say their next closest plan is employee spouse. You're gonna lose $68,000 in premiums going towards your plan because you no longer have people on family plans anymore. So that is going to hurt you long-term. So if there's a way that we can find a middle ground, I mean, your 80-20 was getting us there. But
Well,
it was maybe a little bit rich.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
I agree. I mean, once I saw that, I'm like, okay, yeah,
Yeah.
690.
Yeah.
I mean, that might be a
But
little.
by pushing them out of family, it's gonna hurt the plan also.
Mhm.
So,
I agree.
Yeah, how would that hurt the
because you
plan?
will not have that premium, those premium dollars coming into the plan.
The county won't be paying.
That's
the
right,
higher
the county has to
premium
pay the premium dollars into the plan.
But they will revert over to another,
Yeah.
which would increase, like employee spouse or employee child, would increase those numbers. Like say 2 went to that, to 1, and 3 went to the other, it would increase those.
These people have family plans for a reason. I mean, because they're expensive, but they have it for a reason. And there may be one person in their family they're needing it for, right? And so they're gonna move to another plan. You're still probably gonna have
Or
the
leave.
expenses. Yeah, or leave. You're probably still gonna have the expenses. I know the family plans a lot of times are what is driving a lot of our premiums.
When I was looking at these options here, and that's the thing that I first looked at on both options, was the family, and it does not benefit the family at all on either one of these. And I'm looking at those $1,000 deductible plans. Because on the family plan on option D, it goes from $812 this last year to $1,600. That's double. On the option C, it goes from $812 to $1,548, so you might as well call that double too. So on either one of them, it's a 50% increase. And I wonder what the numbers would be if you went 75-25, because on the family plan, that 3348.61 in total premiums, at 75% is 2,511 paid by the employer and 837 paid by the employee, which is pretty dang close to 2025 numbers. So you're really not making it rich to make people want to jump. That's what I was saying before, where, you know, at 670 or 690, whatever it was that the 80-20 gave, it does create that, you know, and that option of maybe of those that we don't have on our insurance now, maybe wanting to come on our insurance because they cheaper than what their spouse's employer plan was for family that they're probably on now.
Yeah.
So
My only other comment is I've been here since 21 and there was hardly anybody on the HSA plan. And since we have been here and we have educated the employees, they're getting more familiar with what it does, but they still don't understand it and they call in and say, what can I use that money for? So the education piece of that is very, very, very hard in our pool.
So I did the math on, option D, plan, Charlie Mike Zulu Tango Alpha, okay?
first one,
Yes, sir. That's, the family plan is $1,648.61. But the deductible's $1,000, $2,000. Well, I went all the way to the opposite end, which is the SHA. That deductible's $6,350 or $12,700. So I just did it on $6,350. The difference between what the family, it's, the employee's contribution on that is $1,648 a month. For Plan A, the Alt B or Alt 3 on that plan, it ends up being $951, which is a difference of $996. It would take, I'm thinking, like, how did they save up for $6,350? The difference is the difference between two plans is $696. If you save that, sounds crazy, but it takes 9 months to save up just for the deductible, so that you can cover that deductible.
Again, 73%
No.
are
So-
never gonna get near it, per the numbers we were just given.
I understand what the actuaries are saying. I get that.
So what you're saying is on,
Hey,
on option D.
That doesn't mean, Micah, does not mean I disagree with you. I agreed with you. The issue here, look, it's not you and you against me, or you against David, or David against me. It's the three of us against the problem. We need to work together to tackle the problem,
Okay.
okay? Your heart's in the right place. All of our heart's in the right place. We just gotta figure out this puzzle. And it may take a little bit of give and take from all three of us to get there, but we're gonna get there. Just don't get discouraged, okay? I'm right here with you, so is David. Cool?
It seems like you guys are giving a lot of weight to the deductible, but, you know, that's an unknown. The known is what your premium is.
Right.
So, I mean, if you're giving a lot of weight to the deductible and how much it's gonna take to pay that versus the premium, I think most of your workers, I mean, they can speak for themselves.
That's a very good point.
They're gonna be a lot more interested in what's it gonna cost me each month, and if I happen to go to the doctor and I've gotta pay a deductible, I guess I will. Most people, I think, are probably more interested in what's it gonna cost me every month. I'm not gonna think about the unknown of, oh God, what if I have to pay $6,000 for a deductible? No.
Yes.
Right.
Right
That's
or
like
wrong.
buying a car. They don't
So
care.
you
It's
guys
$600
are,
grand.
you guys keep
Tell
talking
you.
about all these deductibles, but that's an unknown because you don't know if they're gonna use it. Most of your workers are gonna care about the bottom line each month, what it costs.
Yes.
I think.
'Cause we
I'm not
have-
on your insurance, so it doesn't
We have a
matter to
lot
me.
of talk about, well, this employee needs
No.
this and that employee needs that, but the majority of the employee, we just got numbers from Dawn. We know what they need,
Right.
okay? So,
Okay, so just hypothetically, that option that you just talked about, on option D, last plan, Alt B1, the employer or the employee in the family plan pays $951.98. Okay, the deductible out of pocket is $12,700.
For the family.
Yeah. So 12 months at 951 is $11,423. Is that what you just said?
Well, I did for
So they
six.
don't make it.
No.
They don't make it. By the end of the year, there's still $1,276
Right.
that before the insurance plan even starts paying anything.
But Bob
and they're-
brought up a good point, though. Bob, he did bring up a good point. It's not about, I don't know anybody who went into insurance plan and worries about, well, they go into it with the deductible when they're at the hospital and they need medical care or whatever. They're not worried about the deductible at that point. Just getting the coverage. That's the thing, is getting coverage, and then they work through it, through the system. The
Well,
bottom line comes down to is like, look, we gotta provide our people with viable insurance plans. Is it, to use Trump's thing, is it a Cadillac? No, it's not a Cadillac. You know, I would love to have it be a Cadillac, but I don't see a Cadillac in here. Not based upon that, Chevy Chevette budget that we have. So it comes down to, we're looking at we're looking at option D. Do you wanna modify any of the prices on option D? Or do you wanna go with what he offered? right
option
there?
D, I would like to see the modification on, family. I would like to see it go, it's total premium, monthly premium for family is 3348.61. And if we pay 1,700 of it, and they pay 1648, we've doubled them from last year. I suggest that rather than do that, on the family side of it, let's,
Who you gonna take from?
huh?
Who you gonna take from?
Who am I gonna take from?
Because the last time in order to shore up the family, we took from the singles.
Well, we really didn't have to. It's still all budgets in. I mean, we're taking from the family now too, I mean, or the single now, if you wanna figure it up by percentages, I bet you it's about 85-15. Cause the total contribution for a single's $1,055.33.
Right.
So we're gonna up our 902 to
925.
925, so that's even more. That's 87%. When we left it at 902, it would be 85-15, because they would, which is in one of the earlier plans that Mr. Doherty then provided, was 152.98 is what we're requiring the single to pay, was an 85-15. And the employee spouse is the only one here in this option D that is close to the national average, 75-25 for employee plus spouse, because them numbers come out pretty dang close. $1,700 we pay, $566 they pay, which is up from $436 last year, or this year. So, I mean, they're only seeing, roughly $130 increase compared to the previous, which was gonna be double. The employee plus child, it doubles either way you look at it. I mean, $436.80. They're paying 20%. It's an 80-20 on that plan, on option D. The only one that gets hammered is the family.
Mm-hmm.
It's 50%.
So how much you wanna raise the family to?
Well, we have to make sure, because we're at 100 and you're at 1,377,900 on the annual premium, which is less than the 1.380 that we have allotted for health insurance. Yeah, they're at 49% right now is what they jumped to, when last year they were
Okay, so if you increase the family plan.
they were at 30%.
If you increase the family plan to $2,000, that adds another 18 grand with the number of 5 families. It adds 18 grand to the overall budget.
Let's see here. If we took and added, what'd you say, how much?
18 grand.
No, how much adding to the 1,700?
Oh, $300 each.
Well, I was thinking 8.
You adding $800 to it?
$800 to it. So that would make it 2511
I
45
want to
at
ask
our
somebody
cost.
something, but it's personal.
Huh?
Can I have a 3-minute recess?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Seeing what else you got going.
Which one is it that you
I
need?
don't think so. But there is this. I want you to see this because I told him I'd put it back on the agenda. No, it's that. They're, you know, we have that planning commission. Well, they sent a recommendation. And this is it. And I tabled it, but they're kind of wanting us to go over it. And I just don't know if that would hold up or if we could even, you know, if it would even work.
You can't do this because that's basically disguising your zone.
I didn't think we could do that. I didn't think it'd work.
I
That's
mean-
why
I
I
mean,
tabled it
you
for a
could-
longer
You
discussion.
could do it, but it wouldn't be binding. I mean, you can't make somebody get a conditional use permit if you don't have zoning.
Okay,
I mean,
okay. All right.
That'd be my, is this the original,
Okay.
Susan?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing that. I mean, I could
Okay.
talk to a couple of the planning commission people emailed me last week, but I was
Okay.
gone with my mom all week. so
Okay.
I haven't got back to them.
Okay.
On this Schwab Eaton contract, though, I need to review it before it's signed, make sure
Oh.
it has everything in it.
Okay.
But call me if you need me.
It's
but-
pretty, you know, they've done those for years.
Yeah. She said
They're
she
basic.
she didn't think all the civil engineers had covered. All-
They're the ones that have done our grants and gotten those for,
Yeah.
I mean, I called and talked to him. And he'll talk to you if you want to show.
Sorry, I'm back, sorry.
I'm gonna review that Schwab Eaton contract. I gotta get going. I'm an hour past my bedtime.
All right,
If you need me, call me.
thanks, sir.
See you guys.
Be safe going back.
Have a good night.
See ya.
What I'm hearing a lot of is, which is totally different from last week. is I'm hearing a lot of people who are on a single plan. A lot of people on a single plan is like, they're worried about the single plan more than they're worried about the family plan. And these are individuals who have families. I think that's where it's terrible. I mean, that's not where I want to go. I want to be able to take care of everybody, but at the end, that's why I asked the question, it's like, who are we trying to take care of? Because that's what I heard tonight. That's what I just heard again. From people who are married and have families, and they're just like, I'm gonna go single. Now, I know that's not everybody, that's not 100 employees, but I'm getting that vibe.
I am. I've got a child and I'm going to single.
Right now, with the current construct, Mike, it's gonna be $925, so you're gonna pay a little bit.
And that's fine. But these family, I mean, I'm paying now. I'm paying 107 a paycheck now. So, you know, I'm used to that coming out. But, like some of our employees, is, you know, the family plan, they got the family plan. Hell, they'd be working time you take, you know, the insurance and take all the deductions and stuff out. They may have to pay you money to even work here, you know? And that's ridiculous. And you gotta be a millionaire, almost, in my eyes, you gotta be a millionaire to get that HSA, 6,000, 12,000 or whatever, you know? Or health is a horse and hope nothing happens, you know, but I'm just one person, but, you know, the way it looks and what I have heard is if you guys don't make this affordable, you won't have to worry about insurance for a lot of them because they won't be here. So your budget is going to be shot to hell anyway, because you're going to have to be putting that money into trying to find somebody to staff an ambulance, or 2 or 3, you know, because you ain't going to have nobody, because they can go somewhere else and make more money and better benefits. That's why everybody wants to come here to work, or wanted to come here to work. Was a good place to work, the benefits, you know, pay was decent, and, you know, with this, I've heard a lot of, you know, people that have watched these meetings, and the indecisiveness and the stuff is, they don't want to, you know, they don't want to come and work here no more.
Chair. David.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. 12% of the claims, 12% had 89% of your claims. What plans, do you guys know, did Don tell you guys what plans those were on?
No, he told us dollar amounts and basically conditions, but we can't
Okay.
talk about that.
Right, I just wondered if we knew what plans.
No.
Okay.
No. Because honestly, Terry, it doesn't matter what plan. It was the dollar amount. The dollar amount was, wow. It was way up there. And to Mike's point, I understand what you're saying, Mike. My concern after the vote last week is when you finally sit back and you really digest what occurred, you're like, we're gonna lay off people. Under the other construct, the writing was on the wall, we were gonna have to lay off people. Because it got to a point where if we can't afford to pay for all this stuff, the only other option is to lay off people. And that's not something that I personally wanna do.
Well, and that's it, you know, either, I don't want to see nobody lose their job at all.
Right.
But if you guys don't figure something out,
1336.
you know, that's fair to both sides, you ain't gonna have to fire them because you run them all.
Right. No, Mike, I got you. So you wanna increase that to what'd you say, 3,000?
The numbers aren't gonna work. Because to increase it to a level that makes it comparable to last year, that would be dropping the single back to 902, which makes that an 8515, and bringing the family to a 7525, which makes us It's an $800 increase over that option D deal there. That gives us $1,407,832.80, which only gives us $36,000 in surplus. And you, with the dental and vision, you can't cover it. So, sorry, but your eyes and your teeth are gonna go. That would be my option there is all these plans that we're looking at don't include vision and dental. So that means we're using another provider to provide for them. Maybe this year we skip it. That changes the whole dynamics. I mean, I would much rather drop vision and dental on people than I would make somebody pay twice as much as they paid last year.
But they don't have to buy that, do they?
Huh?
So if they're sitting down around the kitchen table and they're doing their budget and they find out that they don't have enough left over for dental and vision, they don't have to pay? They don't have to buy it?
I wonder how many employees use, I mean, I would imagine everybody uses it. I mean, I use mine, so.
You have more, you have you have as much or more take dental and vision.
Huh?
You have just as much take dental and vision. They're about
Yeah.
the same, the numbers are about the same.
Yeah. Well, we didn't ever hear from those providers. Did they increase?
Actually, it was in something that was handed out, there was an increase in the dental, 7%.
How much?
7%.
Only other thing I can say is amend the budget and increase the amount that we have for
You already
employee.
set the mill.
Huh?
You don't have it there.
And I have a question. I never did hear you guys answer the question that Mr. Odell asked you guys about why when you're doing the mill, or doing the budget, why this 17% wasn't added into the.
We were still waiting for the numbers to come in, because at the time we started the budget process, we were only, what, at 95?
Actually, we did
95%.
include the 17%, we just didn't, you guys just didn't take the full amount, like $150,000, we didn't go ahead and put in there.
Yeah, we knew.
Yeah.
And now we're getting penalized for it.
Or at least 5 people will.
So, you know, you're wanting to make everything better for the taxpayers and make everything better for the employees, but
Well, and
we are getting
Yeah.
penalized as employees. Number one, we had the raises. I guess hell will freeze over, and before they are ever talked about. And number two, we're having to increase.
You
we're
know
having
why?
to pay-
You know why we increased?
Hold on, I'm talking, please. Number two, we are getting penalized, a deduction in our wages, just like Mr. Odell said, because we're having to pay our portion of the insurance, which, you know, due to somebody's, I don't know, not looking ahead, something, you know, I don't know. But I've been on a lot of budgets and dealt with a lot of budgets, and you take the here and now, and then you foresee at 17% or whatever, 20%. You know, if you want to treat your people right, you cover it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, on the wages part of it, I've been an advocate since the beginning that we need to do, increases in the wages. I don't feel that most of our employees are paid at the level they should be. Some are. Some got raises last year or this year. But, their department head was able to figure it out. I don't have no excuse as to why we didn't budget, other than we were, there's two sides of the budget that we're looking at. We got to look at how much are we spending versus how much we want our taxpayers to contribute to that spending. So that was what was taken in consideration, and that's why salary wasn't factored in this year. On the insurance side of it, the company that I come from, when you went up 17% in claims, guess whose premium got adjusted? Not theirs, ours. And then if we went to only 60% the next year, then the premiums went down. That's how it works. To say that we should have budgeted the 17% to cover these costs, I'm breaking my neck here trying to figure out how to do that, so I don't see you guys increase, and on the fact that you didn't get raises, so your salary stays the same, and we're wanting to increase because of that. We went 117. We went 17% over the claims that we that for the premiums that we paid in 2025. So there is an increase in that, and the provider, they're not going to make that mistake twice. That's why you're seeing these high deductibles and higher premiums for the employee side of it. What we're trying to do is figure out a way to not make that be such a burden that we lose people. And so some people are going to have to pay where they didn't pay last year. Or we're going to, or we can say, well, let's just do, if we did a 17% increase to everybody's premium from last year to this year, would that be fair? It wouldn't.
What would it be? I mean, what's the numbers?
Let's see, 902 was the single.
I mean, it's up 1,000.
902, 35. Yeah, went up to the 1,055.
1,055.
So we paid 100% of the 902, so the 17% is your 155.33 or 152.98.
Well, and
I mean, if we do that all the way down, which is what they're doing,
Yeah.
then when we get down to the family, the family's going to pay twice as much as they paid last year.
That's what I'm worried about, because we have some families.
Right.
And
it's a pool.
We're going to lose. I understand it's a pool, but we're going to lose some good employees.
And that's what I'm saying.
With the family.
That's what I'm saying. We're in a pool, so if one part of the pool is suffering, the other part may have to make adjustments to it. But what he's saying is, what he's hearing from the majority part of that pool is that they don't want to take this big, take this additional money and have to pay. Sorry about the family side of it. I mean, that's what basically I heard Mr. Odell talking about tonight, was that why is he being penalized when he didn't use?
That's why on the ACA, just so you guys all remember, to shift a little bit, on the ACA, all the young people were supposed to sign up. That's what made all the young people.
On the ACA?
Yeah, American Affordable Care Act, Obamacare.
Okay.
All the young people were supposed to sign up. That's where the pool of money came from. But guess what young people don't do? They don't sign up for it. When my 18-year-old, he was indestructible. Did all kinds of crazy stuff. I was the same, rode motorcycles 100 miles an hour. I didn't worry about it. But when they didn't pay into it, they said, well, we're going to tax you to $2,500, $2,800. Then they didn't go through with that. And that's why that system's in the shape that's in now, plus other things, of course. We're in the same issue here. You got 60-something people who are individuals. They pay for the individuals. And chances are they're not collecting. There's a very small number of us that are eating up the pool. Make sense? I can't change that. There's nobody at this table, Don Doherty, there's nobody that can change that. Because if they pay into it, they're entitled to that. Here's what I'm gonna say, Chair. All along, we've asked functional experts, industry experts, whatever, to come in and talk to us about the various things that we have questions about. There are people who are not in the industry, in the insurance industry, who are very well versed in this, that have reached out to the three of us via email, text, whatever, and voiced their concern about our plan, the plan that we passed last week. Now that's gone. Now here's an opportunity to put forth another plan, but if we don't listen to what the people, if we don't listen to the expert that we brought in, then why even bring them in?
I don't know.
Because you're over there crunching numbers like crazy. Micah's over there crunching numbers like crazy. Did you find that golden goose yet, Commissioner Milburn?
Yes.
It's HSA, isn't it?
It's the HSA, but an HSA with a defined contribution that's affordable for most, but then the Plan A, a greater contribution towards Plan A than what you guys outlined the first time.
Okay, I'm all ears.
So I went up from what I originally.
Can you go based off the plan, or no? No?
It's a defined contribution, so
All right.
you can, it's easily figured.
Good.
So 836 defined contribution on the HSA that pays 100% of it, but it's a defined. So it takes the recommendation. And then 1436 defined contribution towards everything if it's an employee plus. If you take the HSA, you get $40. If you take the B3, you get $40 a month. Where we're getting this extra money is I originally wanted to do $140, so there's more. So you do $40 a month from the county and to each person that signs up for 8B3 HSA. Now, that gets you past all of your contributions because you can't go over, you can't charge an employee a certain amount more than what their, certain percentage more than what their pay is. And we have, so you don't want to charge too much on any plan. You have to have a plan that falls into that category, from what I understand. So that covers that. And then on the Plan A, that's 1,055. You could afford to just ask for a $75 contribution.
That's for the whole month?
For a
75
single only, yeah.
Yeah, that's a month or a pay period?
A month. A month.
Terry, how many employees EMS have? How many is at Public Works right now?
Kenny? Hey, how many employees we have at PW?
39,
39.
That counts landfill,
council landfill, Becky, all of us,
39?
39.
Thanks, sir.
She's counting the ones that
Okay,
has insurance.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11.
11?
I have 11. Now, do you want to know what they're on?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Madam Clerk, how many employees courthouse total, do you know? Treasurer's office, your office, appraiser, register of deeds?
And you got the court upstairs. You got court upstairs.
Oh, yeah. I'm just first floor right now.
You don't know how many Bill has? You may ask him.
25-ish.
25?
Ish,
Yeah. I just ballpark anyway. Thank you.
$37 for the.
Huh?
37 for the.
Sheriff is
Yeah.
37.
You guys, do you want me to explain this a little greater? I'll explain it a little greater. So if you do a defined contribution of $836 towards the HSA with a $40 a month contribution from the county and a defined contribution of $1436 towards anything, then $40 a month towards that HSA. Your total's $1,256,688. Now, so that we can offer the single, that Plan A, a greater deal, you can bring that contribution up to where they only pay $75. And that would add an additional $119,232 to the budget if all 69 chose to go that route. That'd bring your total budget to $1,375,920.
Your expenditure.
What's that?
That's your expenditure.
On health insurance.
1 point what?
$1,375,920. That's using a defined contribution across the board. Pick whatever plan you want. If you pick the very last plan, that HSA, you get $40 towards it. If you don't want to pick that or any of the others with that defined contribution, the single can get Plan A for $75. And the county would do the defined contribution.
What's the family side on that?
She would only give them, was it $1,400 something dollars?
Same for everybody, $1436.
Okay, so.
No matter what plan you pick.
1436, so. That's more of a burden than what we have in the plan.
$980 would be the defined contribution for the A for this, for the employee only.
$980?
That'd be the defined contribution.
So basically, you're only
for Plan A.
saving, right now, somebody like Mike Houston has to pay $65 and something cents every payday into his,
I'm no longer comparing anything to what
I'm
we're
not-
doing
I'm
right
not-
now,
I'm just-
because right now,
I have to compare. We have to compare. That's what our job is right now.
I figure if we give a viable option, what is the use comparing? This is the money we have,
Okay.
this is a viable option for everybody.
You're right.
So here's 1436 is what you said for family?
1436 defined contribution for anything that's employee plus, anything.
Okay.
Because right now they're giving
1436.
us 1,700 is what they're giving us. So, let me follow up my thought here. So, you're saying, under your proposal, our expenditure budget would be $1,375,920.
Yes.
Okay. So, not my numbers, the broker's numbers. Under I'll go from Plan 1 through 4. First plan, their final is $1,377,900. Second plan is $1,377,900. Third plan and the fourth plan are all the same. It's only, the savings is like minimal. But the burden is much greater. Is the orange juice worth the squeeze is what I'm getting at.
So on your define, that was on all the plus. What was the single define?
836, unless you take the A, and it's 980.
The A on which one? Which A?
The original A, the one they have.
Which was their, what was the total contribution, or total monthly premium?
They would pay $75. It's
Huh?
$1,055.
$1,055. So we give them $925, you said?
$980.
$980.
The difference between the numbers you produce and the numbers that Don produced is $1,980.
He probably didn't figure the HSA contribution for 99 employees.
Okay. I foresee, I ain't gonna say it. That's being too mean. I see layoff, I mean, not layoffs, I see quits. I don't know how many out of the 30, because this penalizes anything employee plus.
Which, the 1430?
The 1436
Oh, yeah.
does, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just,
Right now, you won't have an ambulance service.
let's just get this, moving down the road. I mean, I can crunch numbers all night long, and
I agree.
and I can't get them to, when we start accounting for dental and the other, I just don't see how we're gonna get there. So, I mean, I'm got my focus now on either option D or option C, and I'm not gonna crunch any more numbers. What's in there is what's in there. I mean, I can't make it. The one I like the best out of them is for me option C, but that is because it at least takes care of your 25 of your employee plus. Yeah. Yeah, where it says green there, employer option C. It's like next to last page.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah. Because when you look at employee contributions, singles 155.33, plus spouse is 467.14, and plus child is 336.80. And I mean, that's not significant jumps. What jumps is the family. And I mean, when I try to adjust on that, you gotta adjust and make somebody else pay more. So, I mean, who do? You make the singles pay more. What I had was 211 in that 80-20 plan. I mean, you can crunch them numbers any which direction that you want. You're still gonna come out, somebody's gonna pay more. Everybody's paying more than they paid last year, that's just given. Even on the employer side, we're paying more. So, I mean, it's how we divide up that pie of $1,725,000. That's what the premium went up to, the annual premium. So you divide that between employer and employee, and that's, you know, somewhere in there you got, but what you're gonna look at is on option C, if you're looking at the, very first block, you're staying within that $1,000 to $2,000 deductible, which makes that a lot easier than any of the others. As you go up, you're paying more, but you're gonna pay less in the premium, but you're gonna pay, you're gonna have more out of pocket to
me,
reach
it's
that
easier-
deductible.
To me, it's easier to pay the or the premium.
Yes.
I have a question regarding this, because I want to be clear. On the high deductible plan, the third one over,
Yeah, the HSA, I
the
believe.
HSA. Okay, so employee children, has a negative 107.62. So
They get,
they don't pay anything.
right? Look here on that option, the HSA portion of it. The numbers are in negative on employee contribution.
Okay.
What's that? That's what they're asking. This is Mr. Doherty's
That would be
hypothetical
correct,
A.
because, employee children, the premium's 1692.38. Employer contribution is 1,800, so I'm assuming the rest of that's gonna go into an HSA? I'm assuming.
I would assume since it's a negative and they don't explain it, but, I mean,
'cause he's
why put a
pushing hard
number
on
on
this
there?
HSA.
Why put a negative number on there if it
Right.
wasn't gonna apply?
Well, that's the same thing with, option D. If you look at the very last plan, it's in a negative. 69 individuals would be negative 88.99.
Right.
And then 19 individuals would be negative 762.
Yeah.
So, just for everybody's edification, the numbers that
But
went
you
up,
got a high, I'm sorry, go ahead, finish.
the 17% on Plan A caused an $18,187 increase in a monthly increase. That's $218,000 plus some change over the year. Plan B was a $5,712 increase for $68,549. Plan C was a $10,649 increase in a month. That comes out to $127,797. So, I mean, these things are hitting us. And Commissioner Birdball is right. We're crunching these numbers, but the numbers don't lie. No matter how you slice this and juice this, you're still gonna get the same thing. Make sense? Somebody's gonna end up getting hurt.
I mean, looking at this and crunching numbers too, I mean, I agree with Commissioner Urbar. I think this one's the best. I mean,
You're talking about option C.
yes, I think it's the best I mean, yeah, it's gonna hit people, but I mean, or to the point, y'all gotta make a decision.
The problem with option C is if you look at, pay attention to option C. No, I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong. Okay. Option C pushes up very, very close to the 1.44 for Plan A, very close.
Option D has pretty much the same, on Plan A, pretty much has the same employee contributions. The only one that gets hammered is the plant family. I mean, the employee child, I mean, everybody goes up, but you have bigger amount of surplus. Because we have to have surplus of $50,714 roughly. for covering dental and vision.
I,
So on option D, we end up with a greater amount left over.
Option D doesn't look bad either. I mean, now that I'm sitting here looking at it.
I crunched the numbers on this and I'm just like, we're not, I think we should go with option D.
Yeah, we end up with about 15,000
On option C.
on option D, after vision and dental.
So that includes vision and dental?
Yeah, not taking anything out, not, I mean, it is what it is. The increases are, and this is what, if you want that $1,000 deductible, I mean, there's 4 plans in option D, so, you just have to decide. They don't give a greater one on the HSA, but I would love to see the numbers after enrollment.
Me too. So to answer your question, Mike, earlier, this was not about a punishment. This was not about a concerted effort to take anything away from any employee or anybody within the county. This is a concerted effort to spend the taxpayers' money wisely, to cut money, cut funding as much as possible, to see where we're fat. This is the only year we're doing this. After this exercise is over, we will roll into the strategic plan. We will figure it out with the other 2 incoming commissioners on how we're gonna move this county forward. To my knowledge, this has been the very first time in a long time that any body of commissioners has looked at the budget with the lens with which we've looked at it. And to my knowledge, this is the first time that anybody here has looked at your benefit package with the lens we're looking through. And it's not to pick on anybody. If I had a magic wand, you guys would get all the pay raises and the benefits you want, but I don't have that. What I have is what the taxpayers give us. And as much as I want to take care of you and your peers and everybody else within that realm, I can't. I cannot do it. Because if you benefit, somebody hurts. So the best thing to do is we all share in the challenges of life in Bourbon County. That's the best I can hope for. And that's what I'm striving to do. And there have been things that said that we are wishy-washy and stuff like that. I said this at the very onset. I will do my best at this job. But there's going to be a time where I misstep. And I believe that misstep was last week when I called for a vote. So I could either fix it or let it go. I chose to fix it. I hope this is the right way to go. I don't know, not until, we don't have a magic, we don't have that crystal ball, make sense? So we're trying the best that we can based upon the information that we have.
And I understand that. As a taxpayer, I mean, I write you a $4,000 or $5,000 check every year for taxes.
Yes.
So, you know, I don't want to see my taxes go up any.
Right.
But on the same token, I've got to be able to pay my bills once a month too.
Yes, sir.
You know, so, and I already work at this job full time, and I've got 3 others that I'm at part time. So, you know, farming and other 2 businesses, and you know, I just, and maybe I misspoke a while ago, and if I did,
You didn't, sir. You gave us your heart, and that's what I respect that.
But you know, I just wanted going forward. I know this year is this year, and you guys got handed a pile of
an apple pie. We got an apple pie.
You got a long ways from an apple pie.
It's all right.
But we both know what we're doing.
It's okay. It's okay.
But anyway, in the future.
Yes, sir.
That's why I was given, except for this insurance now,
Yes, sir.
because I don't wanna lose any of my coworkers. I love them all, work with all of them. And I'd let any of them take care of me, which some of them have. But, you know, we've gotta, and I understand both sides, because I'm a taxpayer too.
Yes, sir. So having said that, do we have a consensus that no matter how we parse the numbers don't lie and they are what they are?
I'm fine with that. I'm ready to make a motion on this if we're ready to move forward. But just so everybody knows, regarding this, next year, 2027, when we start looking at 2027, we're gonna probably, depending upon our claims, we're gonna have to adjust one way or the other. My focus still remains the same, is to get us to 2028 and back on the state plan. That's my long-term goal for this. And I mean, I know that like this whole movement towards the HSA and this getting off the state plan was looking at a long-term deal. I think it was, you know, whatever plan the previous commission had, I disagree with. So my ideal is to get us back to where we're participating in a larger pool, and I don't know, you know, there's going to be good and bad on both, but I think that's the best for us, because when you start working with just 99 employees, your pool is, you know, you're subject to that pool. And, you know, we had large numbers that are small numbers that used up majority of it, and large numbers that didn't use very much of it. So this is the outcome. So with that said, final comments before we make a decision here.
I've said what I needed to say, sir.
All right, Commissioner Milburn?
With the 73% of employees that utilize, I still think the defined contribution of $836 and $1436 for employee plus, and then we would give more for the single on A, because like you just said, the employee that works here is what you're focused on. And that was your complaint today too, was how much you were asking them to contribute. And that only asks them to contribute 75 on A. Whereas even on Plan D, it asks for 130. So those are my only comments.
You want a motion? You want me a motion?
You, if you want to, go ahead. We'll see if it coincides with what I want to vote on.
Based upon the information that's provided in front of us, the work we put into this, the re-vectoring that we've had to do since last week, I motion that we approve Don Doherty's employee contribution option D in its totality, meaning we don't change anything that he's presented before us.
I second.
Discussion?
You got discussion?
I have nothing. I'm just opening it up. Okay.
No discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not trying to be a smart butt, but is this set in stone this time?
Unless you can bring me a magic wand that changes these numbers,
I don't have a magic wand, sir.
this is, as far as I'm concerned,
So I can take this to my employees tomorrow and say, this
That,
is.
yeah. Madam Clerk, Okay, so how would this work to get enrollment going? Does the provider provide out?
In the past, I have worked closely with Don Doherty, but I've kind of been pushed out of that. So I don't know how you want me to handle it. Because there has to be a handbook created, there has to be premium sheets given out, and then I have to sit down and go through open enrollment with all the employees, but I don't know that that's what.
Well, I think,
I can ask Dawn if he will build the plan per this.
well,
Mr. Walker,
I think,
could you please refrain from clicking your pen?
I think,
The people on the internet don't like it.
is that what happened last year? You worked with Don, you guys got all this stuff going. What's the time frame I'm thinking that we're looking at here? Because open enrollment should have already happened, so,
Yeah, you have to take your first deduction, the first payroll in December.
so we have to meet that.
And then that means that my team has to put all the information into the system in order to get the deduction done.
So regardless of how we do it, it's gotta come and get put into the system. Okay. So I move that we, have the clerk work with, Don Doherty to get this get this plan in production for open enrollment.
Second. Yeah, discussion.
Yeah, I would like to make sure that I'll hand deliver the plan to him tomorrow that you voted on.
Okay.
So I know he gets it tomorrow.
I still want, because it's gotta go through the clerk, it's gotta get put out there. I believe that that's what needs to happen. So I have a motion
I
with a
second.
second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
I don't know that I'm opposed, I just wanted to make sure that you
Well,
were good with me.
either you,
getting
whether
this
you
plan
take
to
it or
him.
they, or she takes
Yeah.
it, somebody, but she's gonna work with him like she did last year and get this thing moving.
Yes, I'm in agreement with the clerk working.
Okay,
To
so we
get
got
the
an amendment.
deductions in the payroll.
So it's an aye?
What's that?
It's,
So you don't want me to do the handbook?
no, it's unanimous.
Okay, she just.
What handbook?
She has to do a handbook, but my,
There's an
You have to do an
entire
employee.
book that we put out that tells all the different things that we provide. It's not just health insurance, it's dental insurance, it's a surety. I mean, we haven't even talked about any of that stuff.
The vision stayed the same.
But there are voluntary products that we offer our employees that we have not even discussed. So it's a whole nother ball.
Do you have, I mean, do
I'd
you
be more
have,
than happy to sit down and work with Don Doherty if I have permission to do that.
well, that's what we gave you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
may I have a 5-minute or 3-minute bio break? Recess.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you make that last motion?
Huh?
Did you make that last motion?
Yes.
We gotta be known for something. No, Jim Womador told me that. Way back when, that was where he went to get the drug.
Huh?
You can just cancel our executive session. It's fine too.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, maybe it was after your time. Yeah, you're how old? Well, I mostly just wanted to jab at Jill. Just wanted
Pretty common. My tails. Kicking up dust.
You ready to move on?
Yes, sir. Vamos, let's go.
All right, moving on. So now, next up,
Do we have an executive session with Susan?
no,
and MS?
it's been canceled.
Oh, all right.
So I move that we cancel the executive session and the agenda to go to public comments.
Did you, you're doing a motion?
Yeah.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, so public comments for items not on the agenda. We have Mr. Brad Blythe, is he here? He left? Okay. Michael Hoyt, miscellaneous.
Go ahead.
I got you.
He'll call you.
Not yet,
He'll
just,
call you. He's got your card. Do you want to go first?
Sure.
Mr. Hoyt, your name again? John?
yeah, Mr.
Supposed to use this machine?
Yeah, well, you can sit right here. It don't matter, sir. The microphone's on.
Now, we haven't talked about that resolution yet tonight. Do you want to wait?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
It's just a suggestion on the proposal or the draft. And all my comments are on the second page, and they come under number 4. And it's just changing the words. But as we've learned in the past, words are very critical, have a lot of
Do
meaning.
you have a copy?
Extreme amount of meanings.
Right draft on that.
John, tell me your last name again.
I'm sorry?
What's your last name again?
Spate,
John Spate.
S-P-E-I-G-H-T. Sounds like S-P-A-T-E. It's 8. It's either 8 apples or $8, but it's 8.
I'll take $8.
Well, sorry, I do too. It's the second
page?
sentence, yeah, second page, number 4. And it starts right after the wording in there, it's in the parentheses, B-O-C-C.
Okay.
It says violators of resolutions will receive a written notice. So I'm gonna come in here and tell you, I never got a written notice. Guess what? That's 2 more meetings. I'm still doing business. I think it should read that they will be issued a written notice. We all pay taxes in Bourbon County. Can I just tell them I didn't get a notice? No, they won't accept that. My text machine even tells me whether you got it or not. Okay? So I think the word should be given a written notice. Number 2 is in the same sentence. It says, the unwarranted noise or being it into acceptable levels. Acceptable levels. What acceptable levels? Here again, it's 2 more meetings. Who's going to determine what's acceptable? Which one are you talking about? What if I got 2 violations? I think it should say, bring into compliance with this resolution. That's my opinion, okay? Bring into compliance with this resolution. The next one. Each 24-hour period will be considered a new violation. Who's gonna consider that? Guess what? 2 more meetings. I think it should read, each 24-hour period is a new violation. Should be no questions asked. It is. I'm taking authority. This is Bourbon County's letters. Bourbon County ought to take the authority and say, this is this is. Not this may be, or this could be, but this is. The last one says, failure to comply can result in additional court. Now, who's going to determine whether it can or can't? There's 2 more meetings again. I don't think it should say can. I think it should say will result in further actions, or whether it says can result in additional court actions. All right? I think it gives Bourbon County a little bit more authority, and you won't be dodging around the people that didn't get the written issue. Hey, thank you for your time. It's been a long evening. God bless y'all.
We are the crazy ones,
Have a
right?
good time.
Thank you, sir.
Can I get a
No,
copy?
thank you.
Can I get a copy of your letter?
A copy of my what?
Whatever you.
It's right
No,
here.
here,
It's
I
here.
got it for you right here.
I just have to have it there.
Do you have a copy?
The one you just gave me, I gave it to Susan.
You need this
You
back?
gotta put draft on it, Madam
It says
Clerk.
I already
draft,
did.
isn't it? I'm good. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, sir.
Valid points.
I think what he's trying to say is it needs to be active voice.
I think it was valid. Mr. Hoyt, your turn.
I have lots of changes to this, but since we'll talk about it at a later time, I'll bring it up at a later time.
We're gonna, I don't know when we're gonna discuss this resolution.
Yeah.
Hopefully tonight.
If not,
I mean, it
I'll
looks
bring it
like
up
we're
then.
here for a long haul anyway, so as
I
much
just
as
have 2 quick points, and I won't take more than 3 minutes. I really want to thank the sheriff, and I'm sure Commissioner Tran will agree. The session that we attended in Garnett blew me away. I never considered the First Amendment in such a manner. In law school, it's always beyond a reasonable doubt. These guys have a much lower standard, and they could be fined for not reaching the lowest level. Secondly, and this is to you, Commissioner, or Chairman, whenever you raise your hand and acknowledge me in the future, would you mind mentioning my name? Because I'm tired of being gavelled. Because as Mr. Tran learned from that meeting, I could say lots of things about what she can do with that gavel. And one of them is she can write me a check. When you acknowledge me in the crowd with my hand up, where does that parliamentarian have any authority over what I'm about to say? None. She's not a commissioner. She's just, I guess, your sidekick there to tell me that I'm out of order. And you didn't even know what I was going to say.
I'm unfamiliar with that particular incident.
Well,
so-
just go back to 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And my comment was very innocuous. I just wanted to make sure that we had lit up the outside to recognize our veterans. But she felt the need to gavel me because you hadn't given me permission to talk, which you had. But she doesn't have subject matter jurisdiction over anything that's said in here if you acknowledge me to speak. Right, Mr. Tran? It's called viewpoint discrimination. And I have no problem filing a lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you.
On the lines of that, Mr. Bierbauer, if we would follow the resolution that all of the other resolutions were repealed for and put in its place and use your 3 minutes and actually go by the cards like everybody said they were gonna do when that new resolution rolled out, that part that Michael's talking about right now and the hands and all the things and the delays would not be a problem.
Does it say in the new resolution that items on the agenda is by card?
No.
Or items not on the agenda is filled out by card? Because
We still have
tonight I've had to
both
scratch
on and
out
off.
Tonight I had to scratch out not on agenda, on the ones that weren't on the agenda.
Those were the only cards that were out there.
That's the.
Yeah. I mean, we don't provide that kind of card.
You went there this afternoon, because I came
Yeah.
early.
And I think what the deal was in the new resolution was that because items on the agenda, we were gonna allow time at the end of each time that we did that, so that allows people to comment in the moment, not at a specific time when we haven't even discussed the item, like the gentleman tonight talked about this resolution. Nobody else knows what we're talking about because we haven't even talked about the resolution. Does it say in there per items on the agenda that we do by card?
What I took away from, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
She's
It'll
reading
take
it.
me a minute, go
Okay,
ahead.
may I?
Go ahead.
So what I got away from what I took away from the training was we have to be very structured in the way we hold our meetings if we are to not work ourselves into a pickle. Because if you allow one person to blurt out something from the gallery and then the next person does it, that is a violation of that individual's rights. If you don't allow that, and I will use Mr. Hoyt, he blurts out, then you're well within your right to gavel him because you're not allowing anybody else to do it. But once you do for one, you must do for all. If you allow Mr. Hoyt to go past his 3-minute conversation, his 3-minute diatribe, and and Mike decides to get in there and says his thing, you can't do that. Mike comes in here and says, oh, we're a bunch of blah, 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 SOBs, whatever, and you get upset, I get upset, and we gavel him, and Mike stands up and gives a 5-minute, hey, this is a great job, yeah, yeah. Well, guess what? One of them can come at us with a lawsuit. And I thought that was very good training. I mean, I was aware of First Amendment auditors. I've seen those before. I mean, I would say I probably participated once or twice. But it is a valid point. So my recommendation, Chair, is whatever it is we put down on paper, we hold that. The problem here, sir, the problem here is there's not a person at this table that don't look at them as our neighbors, our friends, our whatever, and there lies the rub. That's the biggest rub. I've thought about this since the training. It's like, how do we do this? How do I, as a commissioner, do this? So we got to figure out a way to do it. So, and I think, in all fairness, Mr. Hoyt, I think what happened on that point is that I'm not making excuses for the parliamentarian. I think she was doing what she was asked to do, which is if you speak about matters that are pertinent to what was being discussed, it's allowed to go on. But when people come up and have a diatribe about something that is not pertinent to the subject matter at hand, then it detracts from what the commissioner is trying to do. And I think that may be how she read it.
And this does address
Just a
the
minute.
parliamentarian being able to gavel.
What does it say?
All persons attending a meeting shall behave in a respectful manner and shall not disrupt the proceedings of the board. Any disruptions in speaking out of turn will be addressed by the chair or parliamentarian. So it does include her. And no, it did take the 3 minutes out on the agenda items. And I guess I didn't vote for this, so I didn't.
What does it say
See that
for
part.
items on the agenda?
A portion of each regular meeting shall be reserved for public comment on items not on the agenda, which shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any member of the public wishing to address the board at this time must have completed a card providing their name, address, phone number, and a brief description of the topic they wish to address. Members of public who wish to address the board on agenda items must be recognized by the chair before speaking. It's very vague, and I thought that we addressed that back to the cards in 3 minutes, but it's not
No.
on here.
The reason why is the example tonight, and to be acknowledged by the chair, just like I announced tonight at the beginning of the meeting, that items on the agenda people will be recognized at the appropriate time that we open it up for public discussion. So just like tonight, when we get to these other items on the agenda, when we get to the one that what is your last name, sir?
Spate.
Spate.
Yeah. What he said was, when we get to that, then I will open it up for public discussion because it's gonna deem it. I mean, we got a lot of public here that wanna talk about that. And then we recognize them, they come up to the podium. The one thing I left out was, it does not, and it should be amended to say 3 minutes for them just as well. Because we gotta have things in order or we're gonna be here all night. And so there should be some changes to that, but I would hold to the intent that it was written.
Time.
Hang on just a second.
Point of order. Point of order. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. Mr. Hoyt gave him a card. He gave you a card. You allowed him to speak. And this is not Mr. Hoyt's fault, but he's asking to speak again without a card. So this is how we get ourselves into trouble.
Yep.
So I'm just throwing it out there, sir. I'm not chastising you. I'm not doing it. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that Mr. Hoyt does not have a right to speak. I'm just saying the procedures are the procedures. It's done, it's done. But we allow this back and forth because why? We all live in the same neighborhood, we're friends, we're neighbors, we're whatever.
I'm not seeing your point here. The point is simple, is that if it's not on the agenda and they want to talk, it says right here on all the cards that are out there.
Did he come up here and speak?
Items not on the agenda, and he came up and spoke to it.
He came up and spoke.
Okay,
But
items on the agenda, by this resolution, allows that when we have our discussion of that item, and when we're done with our discussion, if we then can open it up for public comment, just like we did with the insurance tonight. We open it up and people raised their hand and I acknowledged them. They came to the table or the podium, one of the two.
I think you misunderstood.
I understand what you're saying. What if people keep raising their hands all night? When is it ever gonna end? Because you're inevitably cutting off somebody and that's discrimination and we're gonna get, I just think a card and your 3 minutes and you're good to go.
Well, then you're gonna have guys that are gonna come in here and they're gonna look at the agenda and they're gonna say, okay, I got 15 items on the agenda. And so I'm gonna make out 15 cards for each item on that agenda so that they're covered to be able to speak. And, people keep raising their hands, eventually they're gonna stop talking. Hopefully, that's what happens at this table. We have discussion and hopefully we'll eventually stop talking and make a resolution or make a motion to do something. And you've raised your hand 3 times. Go ahead, Mr. Hoyt.
I generally resent the fact that you have contorted what I said as inappropriate. And you too.
What?
When you twisted what I said, what I wanted to be acknowledged to speak, instead of just pointing at me and I may have bought a painting that I can't afford at an auction, state my name.
I got you. I agree 100%. If I don't know your name, then I'll.
If you don't know my name, then you have to say that gentleman.
That's
yeah.
But what you both contrived this whole thing into, that I was being inappropriate, that I was speaking out of turn, I was not. I was raising my hand, I was acknowledged by Commissioner Bierbauer by him doing this, and I started to speak, and then I got the gavel. That's not gonna happen again.
That's not what I meant.
Well, that's
Mr.
what
Hoyt
you all
is,
said. That's what she said.
what I just said right now was I was trying to bring to the chair's attention that you came to the table with a card. You had you validated the process, and then you exited the table. Okay, went back to your seat and you raised your hand. And what I'm not saying you can't speak. I'm not saying the chair can't recognize you. I'm just saying that by recognizing you, he has just basically changed the process. Because the process is one card, one diatribe.
That's right.
I disagree.
Okay, then we need to redo that so that we all can understand.
Because what I'm saying here is in most cases with items not on the agenda, we allow the person to come up and speak. And then had he stayed in his seat with the questions that you two had, he would have never left his seat. but he got up and left his seat, and then you two had questions or statements regarding what he said. So then he raised his hand to reply to what you guys said. Most of the time, if we'd have just said, thank you, have a good night, he would have went back to his seat, and he wouldn't have raised his hand again in this topic of conversation. This is, you know, I mean, it comes down to two different distinct public comment options. One is when it is items not on the agenda, and one when it covers items on the agenda. Because when do you say that we should do it if we do it by card? When do we do the items on the agenda?
I'm just saying, follow what we passed.
That's what's written.
That's all I'm saying.
It's vague on the items on the agenda. You guys
Well-
removed the 3-minute and filling out a card.
That's.
Well, I removed filling out the card. It was an oversight on the 3-minute. But, you know, I'm not gonna add the card back to it. But if you want to add the card back to it, we'll make a vote and we'll have 2 or 3 meetings regarding that discussion. That's fine. So are we done? We have 2 more items, but one is listed for an item on the agenda, and then one for not, Mr. Motley, regarding Freeman and honor flights.
Well, good news. Honor Flights are sending 56 people to Washington DC to honor them. 24 of them veterans, 24 of them young people, and then some chaperones and aides. They need $14,000 to complete it, but and they've got a couple of fundraisers. The really exciting news is that we approached Freeman about the need for 12 wheelchairs to service some of the veterans, and we asked them to use their purchasing power to give us good prices on the wheelchairs. And they did that, and they donated 7 of the wheelchairs, and then Conco came forward and paid for the other 5 wheelchairs. So just wanted to honor that Conco and the Honor Flights and Freeman Hospital, Kansas of Fort Scott.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
All right, moving to the next item on the agenda. It is sheriff lease for vehicles.
I apologize for misreading your second resolution.
Gentlemen?
For what?
For misreading your second resolution.
This one?
Yes. Yes, I thought the comments were still on there with the 3 minutes.
Yeah, it should still be 3 minutes, but shouldn't have to have a card. Where are we at, guys?
We're in Fort Scott.
Yeah.
Oh, I gave
No,
it.
I'm not there.
There was a question that was asked last week, and I think it was Commissioner Tran real quick, in regards to how many personnel that I have. I have 15 full-time and 6 part-time. Out of that 6, there's 2, maybe 3 that are actually active.
15 full-time, 6 part-time?
Yes.
Is that your jail staff too?
No.
Okay.
The question wasn't asked about jail staff, it was just patrol, the sheriff's office, and that was it. If you want a breakdown of that, that's 3 administration, 1 SRO, 8 patrol deputies, 2 detectives, and 1 jail administrator, which is the he's also commissioned as an officer, but
Spoke fast. What did you say?
3 administrators, the sheriff, undersheriff, and the chief deputy is my administration, 1 school resource officer at Uniontown, 8 patrol deputies, 2 detectives, and 1 jail administrator. And those are all commissioned officers for the state of Kansas. And that was a question.
Oh,
that you
you're
had asked.
breaking down what
Yes,
what you gave
yes,
Sam.
Yes. So, that was a question that was asked of, so I might have that information this coming week. So where are we at in regards to enterprise? I forwarded the information to all of you with the updated numbers and stuff. I'm not here to discuss numbers. I'm not here to discuss numbers or qualities of cars. It still stands the same at 11. we can move forward with you giving permission for Bear Bauer to sign the remaining contracts that need to be done. If not, I have the contracts rewritten in my name, and they're already signed and they're ready to move forward. So I'm trying to work with you, and I have since June or July when the budget committee started and brought it to their attention. Here we are in November, and it's always one thing after another. Where the money's going to come from, that was a question, and from looking at some financials that was presented last Friday, the jail sales tax, not the inmate revenue, but the jail sales tax, I believe there's $2.1 million in it according to the report. So if there's any questions in regards to where that money's coming from, I would strongly suggest that it come from the jail sales tax. So,
And that was what we had tabled it for today, was to determine what our commitment on the jail sales tax was now, so we don't overextend. Madam Clerk, is she in there, or did she?
No,
She stepped
she's
away.
there. Oh, is she back? Okay.
She's back. Did we get we were gonna work up the numbers off the jail sales tax to see if we could pay this first year installment?
Yeah, I just don't know what else you guys have planned other than the elevator.
I thought
How much is the payout for next year's bond?
The bond is, your debt service is $833. It's $842 for public safety leases, the jail pods, and the Series 2021. So $842 is what you're paying on me next year.
What was it? I'm sorry, I can't.
$842,000.
842, that's the bond payment. And we have any other obligations?
That's what I'm asking. You said 150 roughly for the elevator, and then are you doing the tuck pointing and any kind of building stuff?
What do we have in that account right now? 2.1 mil?
That's what he said. I would have to pull a report.
that's why I'm looking through the report right now.
I sent it to Ben.
Yeah, and Ben even suggested, several months ago when we was here, take it out of the jail sales tax, that there was money
Yeah.
there
Okay.
to support it.
You'll have to do a budget amendment. If you commit to it today, you have to do a budget amendment. Because we don't have the budget authority to do it, which is
Okay.
just a technical.
So if we don't do it today, then what?
Then next year, you do a budget amendment.
We'll have to
You
do-
don't-
So either way, I have to do a budget amendment.
If we do it, we gotta do a budget amendment.
And it'll be next year, because it's not payable
What's
until
that for
their
debt
their
service?
vehicles are delivered.
$842,000.
Vehicles aren't going to be
Yeah.
delivered until April
Well,
or
what we're
May.
doing is allowing me
How
to
much I
sign,
thought only
So we can start
900,000
the
came into it
process.
every
so
year.
the process starts.
Correct.
So
Conservative revenue number.
that is,
So the payment is 842.
what is the contract again? Name the contract.
842.
Enterprise.
I thought it was
Enterprise Fleet.
500,000.
Yeah.
Management
Is-
for the purchase of 11 vehicles, turnkey with all equipment
That's with-
installed,
That's with his public safety lease.
$399,216.
$599,000.
Okay.
Sorry.
$399 what?
I had
216.
I had his
It went
clause in there
down.
for 244. So
It went down.
$599,000 next year is what
Yeah,
you're
but
paying.
I know we're not supposed to discuss numbers, but the number here was 329,804.
And that didn't include the equipment and
No,
stuff.
I had 399,303.
Supplementing that budget every single year.
I'm just telling you,
250,000?
the spreadsheet that was,
11
On the budget.
vehicles.
250?
And then whatever else. extra comes
And the
out.
numbers were
Outfitted.
actually
There's
emailed to
lease
you over the
payments
weekend.
for
Did you have a
cars
chance
right
to
now.
look at those?
yeah.
So that you would have
Okay.
seen the 399,216. It's the last number to the far right of that page one of that spreadsheet.
That's all spent.
Okay, so further discussion, well, I'm gonna make the motion, then we can have discussion if you guys wanna second it. So I move that we, sign the enterprise fleet management agreement, for 11 vehicles for the sheriff's department, outfitted at a total initial cost of $399,216 from the jail sales tax, for year 2026.
Yes.
How long do we wait for second set? Are you thinking, or are you just,
Being flippant? Nope, I'm not being flippant. I'm thinking. $3.99. He's gonna need it. I'll second that with strong discussion.
all right, you can start the discussion.
Okay, so the $3.99 was on the first page. The budget was actually on the second page. That's what I was looking at. You got $1,258,000 left over after you spend this. Okay? I want you to give fair warning on this, the two of you. This money's gonna drop. $1.2 million is gonna drop, because after these vehicles, you're gonna have more. What did I get wrong? I took out your $800 and something thousand.
Has the jail payment came out yet this year?
Yes.
Has the.
Oh, it came out already, or it's going to come out?
It's already come out in 25. Has what we are supplementing that budget came out already?
No.
Okay, so that's mine, and that's 250,000? So you have to take 250,000 off right off the top this year. This year.
250,000 for what?
That's what last year's commissioners budgeted out of that fund to supplement the sheriff budget this year.
Okay. So we have 1.8 million.
Okay, so 1.8.
Then you're gonna have to take out, the 870 comes out this year or next year, Madam Clerk?
Next year, it'll be $5.99.
Five, she added a lot of things together.
Tell me what his payment is gonna be next year.
160,000.
Okay. So the
No, year two, well, I don't know which one I'm looking at. Because the 5-year budget for the sheriff for year two is $202,000. This year, right off the bat, is round up, it's 400 grand. Year two is supposed to be 202. Let me double check on this other sheet.
The bond payment's 842,
No, $5.99 next year.
599.
Did one of those bonds fall off? Is that what changed it?
No.
Or is that
What
what
are
it's
the
been?
I had the car thing in there when I.
What are the cars right now? The ones that don't fall off for 2 years?
Okay, by my calculations, including the 300 or the 400,000 that for the fleet, that leaves 701,000. That's after bond payments, that's after elevator, that's after budget, 250,000 for budget. Is there anything else that we didn't factor in?
Yes,
What?
you're gonna have to pay for radio system. That's gonna come up. That's not gone away. We just paid for the first part of it. So I just want you two to be aware of where this money's going.
Okay, also
That's not gonna be 2026 that we're gonna be, we already paid
What
for
are you
what's
saying?
gonna
What-
happen in 2026.
What are you saying?
So TUSA owes you guys a report when?
I'm sorry, say that again. Tuesday, when they're gonna come in on next week? In December, they're doing the interviews. Hopefully by the end of December, they'll have the report actually done. And then the second phase, which is approximately, I don't even have the two. $47,000.
Right.
And at that point in time, I'm hoping to get with the city manager to say, okay, here's what the deal is. We paid for the first one. Let's see what the city can do about assisting in the second one, even if we have to pay a little bit, since we paid the first one. Let's see what the city can do about paying the second one. Make sense?
Yeah, but my thing is, I'm looking at the timeline. I'm looking for, like, I'm trying to remember.
But the radios itself, I mean, you still got in phase 3, you still got to put everything out in RPS, which is going to take a couple of months for that. And then you're also going to look at purchasing the radio, so you're still about a year out.
My problem with asking the city to pay for this is duplication of services. They pay the full county mill, plus they pay their own additional mill. So if they're paying it, then the citizens of Fort Scott, Kansas are carrying that portion when they're already paying for the full county portion.
Well, what do you,
That-
I guess,
I think we're just asking for them to assist
I think
with the cost of the surveys. Yes, not of the radio system, just the reports that are being done.
see, when it does come down to radios, you're gonna have Fort Scott police officers that are gonna receive, and that's gonna be on the city to purchase their radios. So
Yes.
this study or surveys that we're getting ready to do benefits them too. We paid for one portion, they should probably pay for the other portion of it.
Or at
They're
least-
already paying for it because they pay our portion of the mill too.
point of order. We're not here to discuss that. We're just here to
Gotcha.
discuss
Okay.
whether or not to give the sheriff his vehicle. My inject for this whole thing was just for you two to be aware that there's future monies that's gonna come out. Just be aware of that. That's all I'm
Okay.
saying.
Well, if I may then,
Your turn.
we have $599 for the jail payment, which will grow each year. We supplement that budget $250,000. If the cars are $160,000, we spend up every penny of that jail sales tax that comes in every year. There's no wiggle room.
You lost me. You got
Is
$599
that correct or not?
for bond
It
payment.
is correct.
You got $2.1 million. Subtract $599.
What?
You got $2.1 million.
No, you
sitting
don't
in-
have that every year. You have to, there's a little bit of a surplus because they've been saving. What you can look forward to every year is $950,000 in sales tax.
Okay, we're talking right now about $400,000 to start this program.
And I'm talking about being sustainable in this program. And
Well,
every year,
it
we
may
can
not come
count
out
on.
next year out of the jail sales tax. We may be able to offset his, or grant his budget to include that payment for the year 2, 3, 4, and 5 and down the road. I mean, when you don't do that, I mean, you may make a raise out of, as an example, you may make a raise out of some surplus of money, but the next year you got a budget for it. So what we're saying, what is being said right now is, let's get this fleet thing started. The initial cost, which is the most, let's pull it out of the jail sales tax, but next year and the year, or the year after, 2027, 2028 and on down, we may have to look at, increasing his budget by that amount instead of taking it out of jail sales tax. But it does decrease. It's not a $300,000 or $400,000 every year. It's like 137, isn't it?
I'd have to look at the numbers again. I don't
Yeah,
have them
I'm-
in front of
The
me.
problem is that your jail sales tax, the lease payments, the bond payments increase each year. They don't decrease, they increase.
That's why I'm saying we're not gonna take it out of, maybe not take it out of next year in 2027 or 2028.
So you're deciding right now to raise the mill.
I'm not deciding to do
Well, you
anything.
are,
Maybe
if
he cuts spending in his budget.
Are you gonna do that?
I have an operation, and there's already been money taken from my budget for the last 3 years.
It doesn't, Commissioner
I mean,
Milburn,
it
it
gets to the
doesn't,
point when,
We haven't even discussed
yeah,
inmate money, that we resolutioned at 100%.
I need you to step back and take a look at the table that you're at and understand and digest what was just said to you. Either you fund this or it's gonna happen anyways, and you're gonna come, and then they're gonna come back and say, give me my money or we go to court. It's that simple. It was said at the very onset. And the mill for next year is 1.5. There's gonna have to be an increase for 1.5 mil just for the vehicle, okay? Which, again, I don't have an issue with it. He needs the gear, the people, his people need the gear, I understand that. But this is the card you're dealt. Either you, this is the card you're dealt, Commissioner Milburn. What did he, do I have to spell it out for you?
Yeah, I suppose, because I
Okay,
don't believe we're
then-
dealt this card.
No, we're dealt this card because he's not here to talk about the numbers. He's here to talk about, are you gonna give me the money I need to buy, to lease the vehicles or not? If you don't, there's already a contract with the sheriff's name on, it, where he's just gonna go ahead and sign. He signs it, he obligates that money, and either way, we have to fund it.
we don't have a road forward to fund it without raising the mill.
Okay. But you still have to fund it because by law, by statute, you have to fund the sheriff.
Okay, hold on. Question. Next year, don't think about this fleet contract or anything, but next year, sheriff comes to us because his fleet is so old and he lost 3 cars this year. So next year he comes to us and says, I need 3 cars. And you guys are gonna have to budget 3 cars for me. How many mills did we just have to increase by to replace those 3 cars? At $65,000
Actually,
roughly.
it's 140.
Huh?
Actually, it's 140, because by the time you get the
Yeah.
vehicle and the equipment, it comes out to roughly $140,000. It's 1 mil.
So 3 mills that we would have to raise it to replace vehicles if they start breaking down or, God forbid, we have some more wrecks. So the one mill to keep this contract going is a bargain.
And you're looking at my budget and stuff, I mean, my contractuals and all my other commodities, they have increased. And you don't think that they're gonna increase next year too? Everybody's
That's why it's
going up, at least,
Yeah.
you know, 3 to 6 to 8%.
Currently CPI is set at 2.6.
That's why,
Right, that's why for me, Murph, if we can operate the county's budget just on CPI, we're doing a good thing, okay? But we haven't, this is the first year where we're actually below CPI on our budget. But next year, at the rate that this is all happening, and it's not Bill's fault. Something, and I don't want to, we know what happened, and that's just the way that is.
It's not this commission's fault.
Right. So my point is, I'm trying to help my colleague through this, to digest what's just happened. It's just like, whether you can say nay when the vote comes up, that's your prerogative. The 3 of us can say nay to that, to what the chair just put out there. But in the end, the sheriff is going to go sign that contract. And when he signs that contract, he obligates the county to that $400,000. Because he needs the equipment. He needs the equipment to field his team to do what they need to do.
11 at once? I know that it was offensive to everybody when I said 3, but there was thought behind that. Because if there's 15 and it's a 5-year, why wouldn't you want to cycle out a few each year? Why would you want to do 11 and then in 5 years do another 11? That just does not sound.
If you're doing 11, you do 3. That leaves us 8 that are still 8 to 10 years old. So if you do another one, now they're 9 or 11 years old. Then you have the next ones that are 10 to 12 more years old.
and you start losing equity here.
Not even equity.
If you've seen the sheet, there's not
Your
equity,
maintenance is
I'd
gonna
say it is.
increase to maintain that, and you're
Yeah.
gonna get to the point. The
Maintenance
car's gonna
goes up,
die.
maintenance goes up, yeah.
If you
Well, there's
add,
another way of doing it, but the sheriff says he's not here to discuss that. But there's another way of doing that too.
Well, there's so many different options, but the bottom line is, this is the option that we started with, was 11 vehicles. And the original plan that was brought in here by Enterprise, and I think it with the way that it goes with year 2, 3, 4, and 5, and by the end of 5, we completely replaced the whole 16 vehicle fleet.
Let me run this by you, hypothetically, okay? You're the one working the budget here. Got it? So, is there one vehicle in the fleet that is, the engine's marginal, transmission's marginal, but the body's completely intact?
that would be the Durangos.
That would be the Durangos. And how many miles is the worst Durango?
What the Schuler's got on it, what, 80? Either 80 or 60, Pritchett had said 60, 60 to 80.
Okay, so 60, 80. Let's just say that thing hits 140. That's usually about time you guys launch them, right? And you guys come to the table and say, oh, this thing's only worth $6,000. You're right. It is only worth $6,000.
Correct.
Got it? But the body, the underpinning, everything else is good.
Okay.
They did the math. I'll give you 20 Gs. Okay? I'll even bump it to 25 Gs. I'll give you 25 Gs for that Durango. You take that money, you take it down to Dodge, new drivetrain, new transmission, a new engine, new transmission, new brakes, all the way around. New struts. Put all that stuff on there. That vehicle's still good for another 140,000 miles. That's for 25 grand. It's gonna cost you $140,000 to outfit a new vehicle. Now, is that the vehicle that you wanna outfit everybody in? No. But you know what? That's a vehicle for, in my summation, and please don't take this as me micromanaging, because that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to figure out the budget and how to help out the people.
understand that.
So my thing's real simple. That's a vehicle you can give to an admin person, that's a vehicle you can give to the jail, that's a vehicle you could drive around.
That's who's driving those now.
I understand that. But what I'm getting, that's a vehicle you give SRO, you don't have to buy all brand new vehicles.
We understand that.
So-
And that's the reason why they're not on this first 11.
So my question to you, sir, and to the sheriff, is if we already we know what we gotta do. Will you at least look into that idea and tell me if it's tenable or not? Because honestly, 25 grand to retrofit a vehicle with brand new running gear is a hell of a lot cheaper than $140,000.
Honestly, in my opinion, I don't think you're gonna put an engine, transmission, and everything else in there for $25,000.
You never know.
I'm just saying, I don't think that.
Transmission 6 Gs, right? That's installed.
A motor in one of the Durangos would cost you anywhere between 10 and 15.
Okay. So we're
you're
right
already,
there.
you're already 21.
Right, 21. I'll give
Okay.
you another 3,000.
Here we go, here we go. We're back into numbers
No,
again.
we're not, we're not, we're
And
not.
so,
I understand what
so
you're saying.
we understand where you're
Hypothetical.
coming. we're
Yes.
coming-
Again.
And so
Again,
we're
if we
back to
can't
the
come-
numbers.
If we can't come and have a conversation at the table, let's not have a conversation.
It's not us
That's the
working
whole thing.
together.
We're here-
If we're,
Working
if we
together, I
can't.
try to work together for the last 6 months to get this going. And it's always been the numbers game. And I'm done. I'm done. Because we're gonna kick this can down the road again for another 2 months to go put in a new car.
No, I
And
didn't
don't
say that,
understand,
Bill.
because
I
I don't.
didn't say that, Bill. I did not say that.
Can I talk now?
Sure.
Okay. You said if you take a car that we currently have with 60,000 or 120,000 miles and put a new engine in it, new stuff, that's not a fair question because we don't know what that cost is going to be. And we cannot guarantee that when you put a new engine and stuff in, what is the warranty on that equipment and stuff at that point in time? You don't know. And you can't guarantee that you go in and that car is going to be worth more because you replaced everything in that car. That's not even a guarantee.
It's not worth more.
So I'm just saying that that's not a fair question. So, but like I said, these are the options.
We have a
You had to-
motion, we have a
Have a motion.
second. We were doing our discussion.
Are you done?
Do you have
I
further
just don't, I
discussion?
thought we were working together and taking the option that this is what we're doing. Vote for this or nothing. I don't understand how that's not a compromise at all for either side.
A compromise was when we were asked to come in and bring in different numbers for different numbers of vehicles. We did that, but yet we still got told no.
No,
We got told no. We got told no.
Well, it got pushed down the
Yeah, pushed down the road again. Sorry, Mike, I misspoke. They got told to bring some other numbers in. We have accommodated every number and every request that this commission has asked of us, and we've gotten nowhere.
Okay. I
So
have
this
the
is where-
numbers
this is
right
where we're at.
here. And
I
it's
understand.
599,000 for the jail payment next year, 250,000 to supplement the budget, or we raised it by 2 mils, 160,000 on the cars, and 80,000 on the current cars that we're already paying. And the other cars would be about another 1.5 mils. So if we don't use the jail sales tax fund to its total maximum capacity every single year, which we're gonna have to use that, from what I understand, to supplement this budget even further, because of overages and, what was it? Like a payroll. But just these things, without even supplementing anything, without any budget amendments, with nothing but what we're expecting, it's $1,089,000. That's the max of our sales tax budget.
So this is a question that I had asked last week. Let's say hypothetically, since we're talking hypothetically all of a sudden here, from
It's not
11.
hypotheticals. This
You
is.
gave an example.
I just gave real numbers.
Okay. He had gave a hypothetical question in regards, so I'm going to give you a hypothetical question, or the board itself. Let's say hypothetically, I said, okay, we're gonna go from 11 and let's just go down to 6. When I was up here requesting for 11 and we agreed to 6, can you promise and guarantee me that you're gonna get me 6 more cars next year?
No, I'll do better for you. If you drop that number to 8, I can't promise you anything because that'd be a lie. Got it? Just like you can't promise me anything either, Bill.
No, but I can.
But here's what I will do. Here's what I will do for you. You drop that number to 8. I'll do everything within my power. You got my word. I will work with this committee and the new one next year to give you extra 3. You have my word on it because that's the best I can do. You asked me man to man, can I promise? And as a man, I can't. I'm not going to lie to you. But I will do everything within my power and I'll give you my word. I will work my ass off for you for next year to make sure you get those 3 vehicles. I have done nothing but try to work with you, Sheriff. And with all due respect, that's all I do, is I work with you. And when you came to the table with 11 and you basically gave me an ultimatum, like this or nothing. And I see the writing on the wall. You have all the chips, you have all the cards. If that's the card you want to play, I have no choice but to capitulate and vote for it. Because either way, we are going to be on the hook for $400,000. But I prefer, sir, that you work with me. You work with this team. I was waiting for you to come back with the final numbers because 8 was the magic number. 8 was what I was focused on. But you came back with 11, which that's why I was very agitated at $399,000. That was a lot more than I anticipated.
May I?
Yes, please.
And that was the same comments and stuff that I have received sitting in the office as the sheriff and also as the undersheriff, watching the sheriff at that time go through that same thing. We will work to do whatever we can to get you those cars, and here we are next year, nothing happens. I've heard that over and over and over and over again. And I'm done. I'm done. And so I'm sorry if you came thinking of 8, but I gave you the 11, and that's where we're sitting at. And we talked with the undersheriff, we talked to Murphy about the vehicles itself. So it's 11. And by statutory requirements, the vehicles are supported by the county commission. You had your own county councilor that said, hey, if he's wanting it, you're gonna have to do something. You had been here saying, there's the money in the jail sales tax for it. You go there, because I know that, I think, didn't you talk to him last week or something?
Ben?
Yes.
Yes, I asked him for the numbers and he
Yes,
didn't
so
have
you
them.
talked to him, because he didn't have the numbers yet, because he didn't get the numbers until, I think, Friday, Susan, is that correct? So, I can't control that part. And Ben's on vacation right now. He's gone for 2 weeks. So I ask you, please do not call him. Please do not call him. I'm just saying that in general, please do not call him. He called me Friday. He's on a vacation, on a cruise with his wife. Please do not call him. So, Ben's told you, the attorney's told you, my attorney has said the same thing. So, here we are.
You're squeaky.
So I don't understand your numbers, because the numbers that I had for, that includes going into 2026, we start with 2.1, we end up with about 700,000, and that's paying for the elevator, that's paying for these 11 vehicles first year, that's paying 250,000 that we took out of that fund to pay for, to offset his budget. So I don't understand that.
Do you want me
So-
to run through the numbers with you?
No, I don't.
You don't understand them. I want to help you understand
No,
them.
I mean, I got what I understand. I don't think, I mean, because you keep saying 160, that's not going to be until 2027.
That's right.
So that doesn't apply to what's being applied right here, right now. We don't know where that 160 is going to come out of. We're not saying it's going to come out of the jail sales tax. It could very well be we get some windfall of money somewhere else, or the inmate money comes up. I mean, there's money in there, or we budget for it. There's all these options. You can't just automatically say it's going to come out of this tax every time for the next 5 years. And that's what you're doing. And then it pads the deal and makes it look like we got less in there than what we have. So, I mean, right now, I have the numbers I need. I have made the motion and it's been seconded, so further discussion is on you two.
the money that she's talking about is a known, is it not?
It is a known.
It is a known.
Doesn't mean, is not a known where it's coming from.
No,
And she keeps referring to it as being out of the jail sales tax. So she takes it out of that total amount, making it look like it's less than what it is right now.
I hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, the numbers that she's quoting is a known number. The numbers that you're quoting, okay, is an unknown number because we haven't budgeted. We don't know what the budget is. Look, David, no matter what happens, this conversation is going one place and one place only, okay? Please don't be, there's enough frustration to go around. You're my chair. What I'm saying is, she's quoting the numbers. She's quoting because it's a known number. Now, in the end, Commissioner Milburn, you're either up or you're down. Because this vote is gonna come, and it's gonna come here real soon, and you're either on it or you're not.
And I disagree, it's not a known number. We don't know for sure where that money's gonna come from next year, out of 3 different
No,
options.
The number she has. The number she has, the jail tax, those are known numbers. That's what I'm saying. You're
May
right
I?
about those other ones.
May I? The jail sales tax has proven itself to bring in a certain amount of money every year. The inmate has not, hence why we didn't supplement the budget or use it towards the budget, just like statute says. Okay? That's why we didn't do that. The sales tax is known. We know that $599,000 is gonna come out of it. We know that we're gonna supplement the budget with it $250,000, or we're gonna raise it by $2 million to the taxpayers. We know that the $160,000 for cars will have to come back out of it, or we'll have to raise the mill another 1.5 to the taxpayers. We know $80,000 current for the car payments come out of it, and will come out of it next year. We also know that for that 2.1, we still have to take $250,000 out of that to supplement the budget for what the,
You just said that.
that was last year, I'm talking about this year, has to come out still in 2025. $250,000 has to come out in 2025 to supplement that budget. Okay, so that's right off the top.
That's what I wasn't even looking at 2025.
Why don't we project and look at what's
Because
in the future?
I'm looking at right now, well, go ahead and finish.
Because if you're committing to 5 years, why wouldn't you want to know where your money's coming from and that it's there? Why would you just assume that you're gonna levy it to the people?
So it's this, it's the same as why did we increase our budget by $500,000 for HR, another $500,000 for payroll, knowing that that money next year, we're gonna have to do the same thing and account for inflation when it goes up. You don't know 100% sure where we're gonna pay for any of this stuff next year. But you're counting for 2027's payment in 2026 budget.
I'm not trying to just chase my tail the whole time I sit in this chair.
You're not
I'm trying to
what?
project what?
The only comment I have left is, I think the past performance, the past, the level of angst that the sheriff was placed under by past commissioners and past leadership has no bearing whatsoever in my mind of the people sitting at this table. And I think stating that or feeling that way is definitely unfortunate, because that's not what this is about. This is about making sure that everybody in the county gets a piece of the pie and that we have pies left over to give to other people. But hey, it is what it is, so. Are you done, madam? Then you, by all
Okay.
means, Mr. Chair, press.
So if we're done discussing, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
You have that contract?
Yes, you have, you'll be signing a maintenance management fleet rental agreement, full maintenance agreement to sell customers' cars, And you will also be signing the consignment auction agreement form. And that should be it.
Did you put the little sign here things on there?
There are only a couple of pages, just flip the page over. Which way you wanna go?
Only has,
Could be chairman. The chairman
Oh,
is-
on him? Great. That's even better. There you go, sir.
It's on page 3, I think.
Page 3.
Like 2. Okay. He's got two signatures on, okay. I think there's 2 or 3
Yes, sir.
on page 2 and 3.
You got doubles on here, Chair.
what's that?
You got double signatures on 2 of these pages. You're gonna have
Okay.
to sign in 2 different places.
And if you, yes, that's what I was gonna advise, that once the chairman signs the documents, pass it to the county clerk can stamp file it, and then email it and scan it back to me, and I'll forward it on.
Also, the email you sent me didn't have the attachment the other day, could send me that for the auditors, so that I can show what it's gonna cost year after year.
Oh, what I sent them? Yeah, okay.
There you go. All right. Thank you, Sheriff.
I know there's been a difficult evening with the insurance and everything else, and then with me bombarding you with the vehicles itself, but there is an unwritten social contract that I have with the community and society as a whole, that I need to do whatever I can to take care of that. And I mean, supporting a deputy with that equipment, that's what I need to do. So, thank you, once again,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving forward, next is noise resolution that we amended to move to this spot.
2026 benefits are crossed out.
No, well, we're done with it, yeah. That
How about
was,
sanitation discussion?
this was moved up above it,
What was?
when we, noise resolution.
All right.
Because there were
Must have
people
missed that
here and I
somewhere.
think they're gone.
I'm still here.
They're here.
Still here.
Okay, so regarding noise resolution, y'all have a draft. The gentleman tonight made some valid suggestions that I think should be part of that on item 4. So, open to discussion. It's a draft for a reason. I mean, we had
Did Bob get a chance
another
to-
draft, month ago. I mean, it's been so long since we keep pushing,
Did council have a chance to look at it?
he was given a copy tonight.
Did he,
What I'm saying tonight is if you want to look at it, like Mr. Spike did, and make some changes, let's do that, and then we send council the final, a copy of this. So, I mean, kind of look it over and see if this is even the direction we want to go. I mean, the previous one had criminal aspects to it, Didn't? I thought we were looking at making it a class,
It was only a civil.
huh?
It was civil.
Civil, all civil? Okay, thank you. Well, guys are looking it over. Can we do public comments on this if you want? Okay, so any other public comments regarding this agenda item? Mr. Hoyt?
I would like to just hand you my markup of your draft and you for your consideration.
Okay.
I think some of the language where you say or, it should say shall. Or
Shall,
things
yeah.
of that nature.
I appreciate you.
Okay. And if I can help, you know my number. And I also think the level of noise should be defined. Because you say you're giving the subjectivity to a zoning administrator, but there's no definition of what acceptable is and
What is acceptable to one is not acceptable to another.
Yeah, you have to
That's,
be-
I think that's why Atchison County left out the decibel levels.
But I think the EPA decibel levels are at least a base guideline that you could go by, and then that could be disputed either civilly, if necessary.
Thank you. Mr. Tran, comment?
I gave it to him.
You want to make a copy of?
Yeah, everything has to go in there.
Okay.
I could core it tomorrow.
The zoning enforcement officer, who would that be?
What's that?
Complaints will be filed with and investigated by the zoning enforcement officer.
Okay, glad you asked. We have currently now an opening in the emergency management for a part-time employee that we budgeted for 2026. We currently have a sanitation personnel in the appraiser's office as a part-time position. Sanitation is going to become part of the zoning because it is a code. And I just, my proposal would be to incorporate those two part-time positions, the emergency management, and bring that a part-time position out of the appraiser's office and make one full-time position doing that job of zoning enforcement, which is really going to be, right now, these two resolutions, sanitation and noise.
Why would you not, because you already have a part-time zoning enforcement officer, why not keep that person as just the zoning? Because the person is.
He's a sanitation guy right now.
Yes, he's a code enforcement for sanitation. He inspects sanitation. Okay, so my question is, why would I double the salary when you can just add that to it?
Good point. So you want to add zoning enforcement to the part-time position in the
Well, right now,
appraiser's office? Is that what you're suggesting?
okay, my question to you is, who wrote up the last sanitation issue? Specifically?
Who wrote it?
Who did the right, not this Commissioner Beerbauer.
No, I know
The
what you're
last
talking.
time there was an issue with sanitation within the county, who went out there and gave that individual their citation?
I don't think there was a citation given. I don't think in the sanitation code it's listed by citations.
Okay, well, whoever gave him the write-up.
Who goes out and inspects septic tanks? Part-time position in the appraiser's office. That's sanitation code.
You sell a house, you have to.
So, because we can't talk about this in open forum, we talked about, but there was an individual in town who filed a complaint, not in town, in the county, who filed a complaint. Our county people had to go out there, inspect it, and then give what we thought was the person who perpetrated it a write-up. Who did that write-up?
You want me to name a name?
Is that person a county employee?
Yes.
So can we name county employee because they are doing the function?
Can we discuss non-elected personnel at the table?
I don't know, was the person elected or not elected?
He's non-elected.
Okay, then I guess we can't.
Sheriff?
You're just describing a job description, you're not actually identifying the person itself.
Well, that's what I said, we don't need to name a name.
That's my, because the person I think that did it is already a full-time position.
Well, the person that.
And I'm getting,
the pers-
I'm getting a head nod, I'm getting a head nod.
Okay, well, the person that is being paid part-time for that is the one that has the title and the job description.
Ooh, I think we need to table this for
man.
executive session, sir. I think this one here needs to go to executive session, with all due respect. But anyways, I understand what you're trying to do with what you're talking about the zone, I get it. But I don't think that's something we need to.
As I said, that's why it's a rough draft,
Yeah,
because we have to work out some certain details.
yes, sir.
But, I mean, since you wanted to, bring it out there for open discussion tonight,
So we're
I mean,
gonna,
the only thing I would say in regards to that on number 4, that if we don't find existing personnel, then we have to include that in our budget to increase that job, to increase the position for that.
Budget's set. There's no more money. There's no more money anywhere.
I'm not even looking at that, Commissioner Milburn, because this is how I'm looking at it. Because I'm not allowed to name the person. To me, it's real simple. The person who's currently doing it, doing the code enforcement for sanitation, is a code enforcer. That person, ergo, does the code enforcement for everything else. That's just the way that is. It's already in that area. There's no need for us to reinvent the wheel or hire new people. That's where we go with it. Because now, we just keep growing.
That's not how you spun it a while ago. So if that, I mean, what I'm saying here is that I put this in here, it's a rough draft.
Yes, sir.
If you have an alternate solution to that, then by all means, rather than let's go through this
That was-
cat and mouse game that we just went through.
That was my solution.
Just offer the solution.
That was my solution.
Because, we can't make any more money for our budget right now.
We're not the
so-
federal government, we can't print money.
Huh?
We're not the federal government, we can't print money.
Yeah. So, all right. So that part there can stay because we do have a codes
Code enforcement.
Yeah. So we went round and round on that. So any other changes you want to do to this before we send it to the counselor?
No, so I'm good with it. I don't know if we have standing, but council will let us know.
You what?
I said, I'm not sure if we have standing, but council will confirm that, so.
I think even without zoning, we would have standing.
Okay.
Yeah. So, your comments, questions? Nothing? All right, so then this will be with the one that Commissioner, or that,
Mr. Hoyt?
Mr. Hoyt, yeah, you put in all of his suggestions as well, I see. Yeah, okay. So this is the one that will go to the counselor. Madam Clerk, can you email that draft that you just made a copy of from Mr. Hoyt? That he changed all the shells and thous to you can't and will?
You want me to?
No.
Oh.
Will you send that to the counselor?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so now moving on, because we are now at 10:30 hour, I move that we wrap this up for this week.
You have 2 Public Works employees that have waited here
Yes.
this whole time
Okay.
to talk about what they're here for.
All right,
And so, when are you're sending this thing to the council, when are you bringing it back here?
when he tells me he's ready with it.
Do you wanna put a date on here or no?
Not right now, no.
So there's.
Okay,
there's
all right, so let's just go down the list and talk about what we, what we can, and
You wanna
can
move
talk about what
sanitation?
needs to be talked about for the rest of the night and what we can move on to. Sanitation, I suggest we scratch that. That's my
Just don't even
discussion.
bring it back.
Huh?
Don't even bring it back.
We'll bring it back in December.
Okay.
When in December, sir? You have the 1st, the 8th, the 15th, the 22nd, 29th. I think the 22nd, 29th, I don't think
You want to do that, 27, 29?
Well, the 22nd and 29th, I don't think anybody's gonna be around.
Yeah.
So you
Look
got
at
the, you got the
December. How
1st,
about,
the 8th,
how
and
about,
15th.
let's go December the 1st.
Sanitation. Okay,
Next up, Emerson payroll. Is that yours?
No, I didn't put it on there.
I didn't put it on there.
I didn't either. Who put it, Madam Clerk, who put Emerson payroll on this?
It was a continuation of the 2 weeks ago.
That's right, all right, well, let's just, okay, I'll run with it.
What was it? I couldn't hear.
It was a continuation from previous meeting.
Okay.
Where are we at on the rollout for pay entry?
We are auditing their work right now and have found lots of mistakes. And so we are getting those mistakes fixed. We've been working with Jolene every single day since. There's a few things that we need to get to her after this last payroll, so we're working on getting that to her tomorrow. We have a Thursday meeting with her, and then we have 2 meetings set up with her next week. We have our next payroll on the 26th. The only issues that I see is that there's no integration between Employee Navigator and the system, and so everything has to be manually done. Other than that, we're just doing our audits. We checked payroll. Things didn't tie out, so we're fixing those along the way. And
so
It's integration going now.
it's what?
It sounds like it's happening right now.
Yeah. I mean, we're just double checking everything.
So how many employees outstanding do we have that haven't signed in to pay entry?
I would say there's about 10.
10.
And we've had multiple that have had trouble getting
To
signed
include
in.
myself and.
Yeah, and
Is
myself.
that me too? I mean,
Yeah.
I haven't signed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to be able to see your paychecks or you want to see your W-2, you have to sign in,
Yeah.
no matter what. We have several that are still on being paid by a check, and that is a problem. So I need you as a group to make a decision on, are we going to have checks mailed to us every pay period? And if that's the case, then it's going to cost us $40 every pay period. If we don't do it that way, we could buy card stock or check stock that mirrors their system, and we can print them out here. So that's the other thing we can
Or we
do.
could just go all digital, could we not?
Yes, but you have some employees that don't even have a bank account. So
I see a lot of people at Walmart.
Well, she's not
Well,
telling you
that's for a
something else
paycheck,
too.
I guess, so.
Clerk's not telling you something else
Okay.
too, which she told me last week was we have to offer them 2 types of payment. So either you do digital, which is direct deposit
Okay.
and a check, or you go, okay, no more checks. You either do direct deposit and a pay card.
Okay,
yep, that's the law.
direct and a pay card.
Right, the problem with it is there are at least 5 employees that do not have emails. They are not tech savvy enough to do that, is what I was told, so.
Yes.
God bless it.
Most checking accounts are free.
A lot of people, there are some people that don't even
Okay.
trust banks. I mean, I
So-
can't help that.
$40 every pay period is $1,000 that you save in a year. That's 1,040 exactly.
And what was the other option?
Pay card.
No, I mean, on the checks, you said card stock.
We could buy card stock that matches what they use, like like for instance, ours right now is top, and then the bottom is a check. I think there's a check and then blanks at the bottom. We just have to change our card stock. We have the micro printer. We already have
So
it.
right now, how many checks are you printing out?
5.
You only printing out 5 checks to include the commissioners?
So there's only
Mine's not
3.
printed, mine's direct
Yours is
deposit.
direct deposited. That makes it life
so
a lot
modern.
easier
I'm
if
so
we
proud
have
of
it
you.
direct deposited.
Yeah.
It makes it easier for when we're doing
I just
our,
gotta get signed in.
yeah.
So you just have 3 employees that you would
Mm-hmm.
really need to get on board.
Yeah.
Okay, Sheriff, you had a comment?
I just have a quick question. Excuse me. For elected officials, are we, as elected officials, supposed to sign in and fill out a timesheet?
I
You-
signed in.
You don't fill out a timesheet, but you sign in so that you can get, well, depending on who you're gonna have approve. But to be able to get your actual pay stub and your W-2, you would have to sign in.
So just sign in, or, so do I have to, because the reason why the reason why I brought this up is that, 'cause as long as I know a sheriff from across the state of Kansas, well, I don't want to say across the state of Kansas, but the handful of sheriffs that I know do not actually sign into a time clock, or punch a time clock, or log into a time clock. It's an automatic known that you are going to get something, because technically, we as an elected official can only come to meet our obligations, is come to work 1 day a year and we're done.
I wish that would work
Or
for
that
us.
was a year. But,
Really?
Yes.
That's all we,
You didn't
so
know that.
actually, on that 1 day, on that second day forward, you guys owe me overtime. So, but other than that,
Yeah. No,
You
you
guys owe me a
don't,
bunch
you
of
don't have to
time.
punch time. You don't have to do a time
well, that's
clock.
what I'm saying. I mean,
Yeah.
do I have to sit here and say, okay, on Monday, I will work 10 hours?
No.
It's a very
Saturday-
nice portal.
No.
You just get to
Well, I
view
know, I
all
just
your
signed up,
things.
but they said you have to enter your time. I'm thinking,
No.
no, I'm salary. I
No,
don't
s-
enter.
salaried employees, it's already,
So it's already prefigured then in there, because then I still have a handful of
Yeah.
salaries, or a couple of salaries. So
Yeah.
that was one of the questions that was brought to my attention, so I thought I'd just clear.
all right,
yeah.
Thank you.
okay, so,
Okay. So we are on schedule for November 26th. Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
okay, longevity. My understanding is that we had some, is this that you sent out earlier today? Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
You wanna, I'll let you address it since,
If you look at this, I just looked at the funds that have payroll in them. So you have the general fund, the appraiser fund, motor vehicle, election, landfill, public safety, noxious weeds, road and bridge, and EMS. From the general fund perspective, I broke it down by department down below, so you can kind of see what anticipated expenses we have coming in, and if everybody were to completely deplete their budgets. That doesn't always happen, but that does happen often in some of these. But if you go across the top on the general fund, right now, currently, our cash balance is $413,696. We're anticipating to have, we have Jayhawk Wind that pays us in December, so you're anticipating about $382,000 that is our cash projected carryover. It's getting late. So what that means is if you look at your budget document, at the end of the second column, the very bottom, it says we're gonna carry over $382,000 at the end of '25 for '26, which helps fund '26 budget. So we have to hit that target, okay? The next column over is $395,000 for anticipated revenue. EMS is struggling. We were gonna talk about that earlier. Terry and I will bring that back at another time. They're probably gonna need about $9,000 in funds from the general fund. Anticipated expenses, the 494 is what all that detail is down below. Some of the things that are highlighted are kind of unknowns. There is a problem that Jennifer discovered. There's $45,000 that will be coming out of the general fund, that those were duplicate receipts. And so that is something that has to be taken into consideration. So you're automatically $45,000 less in the general fund. Longevity will cost you $15,000 in the general fund. I have to accrue 1 week's payroll, which is around $28,000. So if all those things happen, again, this is all projections, you will be $166,000 in the negative. So that means you've cut into that cash carryover, that projected cash carryover for 382 if all these things happen. So from a general fund perspective, longevity is not possible in the general fund. In all these other funds, it's possible. The appraiser fund, we're gonna have to move some money around for him because he didn't hit projections for 24 to 25, so meaning he didn't carry over enough cash in 24 to 25. So you're gonna have to take money from his equipment fund to help support just his regular budget for 25, which we knew that when we were doing the budget. That's no big surprise. There will have to be a budget amendment done in that fund. Landfill, it's good, except for we just don't have the 250 in reserves. Public safety, I don't know what the anticipated revenue is for now until the end of the year. And I don't know what anticipated expenses are from now until the end, but I do know what anticipated expenses are for payroll. So I can tell you a pretty good idea of where we're going to land. He'll end up with about $187,000 as a cash carryover. However, if there's expenses coming in, that could go down, but there's not enough budget authority to spend that money. So there has to be a budget amendment done.
Why is there a cash carryover if we
Because you're
need
moving,
a larger budget authority for that?
because he has a surplus coming in from inmate funding. And you're moving $250,000 from the sales tax fund. I'd have to break it down for you.
So the budget's gonna be 153,000 over, is what this paper says?
Yes. 153, it's your budget authority. Your budget was 2.2 million. Your year-to-date expenses are at 2.1. Your anticipated expenses are 190,000 just with payroll. So that means you're over budget 153,000.
Wow.
You're more than welcome to come up here and look at it if you want to.
No, I just wanted to make one simple comment in regards to my budget for this year being over. I think I've said this numerous times, I won't be on record again. This budget for 2025, I had no discussion in it whatsoever, okay? My budget was decided upon by two individuals to make that budget. And if everybody remembers right, towards the end of last year, two of the formal commissioners that spoke up and said that the budget was incorrect, that I would not have enough money to operate. So when the public actually goes out there and talks and says, hey, Sheriff, you overspent, I had no input, none whatsoever. I was out of town when that discussion took place. As a matter of fact, the undersheriff called the commissioner at that time and said, why was the commissioner or why was the sheriff not informed or participate in that budget? So when everybody in the general public or people here or people that are watching going, Sheriff, you're over budget, I didn't make my budget. That's not on me. Okay? I just want to make that record clear and on record, this budget is not my budget.
Thank you.
I guess on that, if the commission this year had accepted the budget as presented, we would be sitting at 66 mills. Instead, we're at 56. So we can accept budgets as presented or whatever everybody says they need, but we have to raise the mill to do so. So I wasn't here then when the commissioners made that budget, but I know how it feels to sit here now and be told you need a certain amount of money and you're gonna have to raise the mill to get it. I don't agree with that.
I'm not gonna comment, and I'm too tired tonight. So noxious weeds, Going forward, it looks fine. Road and Bridge, they are looking very good, which I think they've struggled with, employees and stuff. So, I mean, that's thankful that they have that cash carryover. EMS is a concern, and I'll talk about what I can talk about. The revenues that are coming in. Is Carrie still here? She is still here. Revenues coming in are not coming in on target. You guys had talked about it the last time. It was down 100,000. It's now down 120,000.
Oh my gosh.
And so it just keeps getting worse. But part of it, we're going to do an audit. We have a meeting tomorrow with Omni that Terry and I are going to sit down. I'm going to show her how to go through payments, match them up, because what Omni is showing we should have is not what we have in our bank. It was about a $60,000 difference. And so, kind of like what happened in the general fund, there's probably things that have been coded in properly and they're not in the right fund. But that's not good either, because that means it's in somebody else's fund. So anyway, we just need to be doing some auditing. She has about $25,000 that's sitting in an equipment fund that we can move to her regular operating fund to get her through to the end of the year. Medicaid's probably behind a little bit on payments. If we get $50,000 just the next 2 months, like I said, we'll only have to borrow about $9,000 from the general fund. But this could be a problem moving forward. So we'll talk with Christine tomorrow, Omni, and just make sure that we're watching this closer every month. We know what target we need to hit every month, and it's around $75,000. If we're not bringing in $75,000, EMS is going to struggle. And that can be because people aren't paying their bills, but our accounts receivable is not much different than what has been in the past. So this is several things probably going on that we need to look into. And so I'll help her with that. From a longevity perspective, Dustin did say that if you guys wanted to honor that one time, there's probably enough room in their budget that he could help with some other departments. So that's your guys' decision.
Okay. So what you're saying is that there is money out there. If we want to honor it, we just have to be the ones that decide. So
Yeah.
start with you.
What?
There's money out there. Do you want to, what's your thoughts on providing a longevity bonus?
Well, I didn't come up with a longevity plan, although I do understand why it's there, and I understand the spirit behind which the longevity program was implemented. I think that this year has been pretty tumultuous for our employees. They should get their pay. I don't have an issue with that. I just gotta figure out where to get it from. Madam Clerk? There's hardly anything in the general fund. The sheriff is broke, for all intent and purposes.
No, he's not.
Well, we can't pull from the sheriff. Can't pull from his budget.
Well, you can't, yeah, you can. As far as for longevity, for pay.
What fund out of that?
His operating fund.
He has extra money in it because of the inmate funds. We thought the inmate funds were just gonna sit there, but they're not.
That's to me, that's different. That's the inmate fund.
That's operating.
Okay,
It is in his operating fund.
right, okay. It's an accounting line. So it's the inmate fund.
It's actually not an accounting line. So the way you guys approved that was it goes into his operational fund. And if they use that for raises, they use that for raises. If they use it for expenses, other expenses, they use it for other expenses. It's his bottom line that you have to look at.
Gotcha. What else? What other funds can I touch?
I looked at employee benefits, there's not enough room in employee benefits. It's really, almost everyone's budget can handle the longevity except for the general fund. Everyone else's budget can handle it. So you're looking at about 15 grand.
But generally, where does the longevity pay come out of?
General fund. Well, no, last year we did.
It was budgeted.
Last year, we took it out of everybody's, their budget lines, their
I'm-
operational.
It's the, last
And
year.
I think that in the budget discussion in 2025, it was said the same way, to be put in each fund's deal.
problem is there's
So the money
been-
was budgeted for it in 2025. Somewhere it got,
Problem is, there's been raises given, there's been all kinds of other things that have taken up the increases.
Before last year,
Mhm.
where was it, since inception of this program, where has the money historically come out of?
There was a budgeted line item for it in the general fund.
So it's a general fund.
And then we'd have to do journal entries. So when, in payroll, when someone gets paid, they get paid out of their normal cost center, which is their
Right.
normal fund.
Right.
And then we have to do a journal entry to move it from their fund over to the general fund.
Okay,
So
so it's a general fund, it's the commissioners, basically.
generally, they're discretionary money.
Right. So,
Yeah, so your only discretionary money is, the funds you control.
right,
Yeah.
so it's general fund, it's the jailhouse fund, what other funds we have?
You have road and bridge,
Okay,
landfill, appraiser doesn't have any money, EMS doesn't have any money. That's about it.
okay.
Now, you do have some equipment funds, you could deplete them.
What's the total dollar amount for every department within the county if we fund it? If I wrote a check right now to pay everybody
55,
55 G,
actually, it was 55,100.
wasn't it in that email that Public Works was able to, I'm trying to find that email now, was mentioned that Public Works, I thought you said that they could carry it.
no,
Said that they could help support some of it, yes.
Help support some of it.
Now, everybody, we all have needs, so it's,
I won't go for that.
Why?
I'm just gonna tell you that right now, no, I will
Why?
not go for it. Because we've been pulling from Public Works for everything. Public Works has been the backbone for everything. And the thing is, like, they got stuff that's gonna come to the table and it's gonna cost them an arm and a leg to get going. So it's like, yeah, while they may have a budget and they wanna help, I get that. We gotta find the money somewhere else. Somewhere where the money is sitting and it's not being used right now.
your equipment fund, that's it.
That computer equipment fund, we need that for Windows 11.
Okay, so
Is that what Stronghold said?
Yeah, we have a ton of Windows 11 that's
Okay, well,
needed.
I didn't know that. I'm asking you questions. So Stronghold says you need that money for Windows 11 upgrade, correct? Okay. How hard is it for me to take it out of jailhouse?
hard.
Hard?
Well,
Is it hard or is it like impossible?
okay, so I'm gonna tell you how legally you
Sure.
should do it. You're going to move from the sales tax fund, you're gonna do a transfer to Bill's fund. Okay, 120, and then from Bill's fund, you're gonna transfer to the general fund. That's legal.
But that pays for Bill's deputies, that pays for everybody.
Yep.
And that would be a one-time deal.
Sheriff?
Just for clarification, were you talking about taking the money from the inmate revenue that we
Sales
get?
tax.
Or the sales tax?
Sales tax.
Because so you're talking about the sales tax. okay.
Yes. Now, if you wanna get you can call your attorney and ask him his, interpretation of the jail sales tax. It does say for operations of the courthouse. So it says both, courthouse and jail. So I would get his opinion on that though. That could be done.
Can we bring the longevity back next week? This,
Well, you guys, yeah, you guys can do that,
or
absolutely.
2 weeks, I guess.
So.
What's that?
I keep forgetting that you're not gonna be here, I'm
Well,
sorry.
here's my issue with that.
So,
Just let me kind of talk about payroll. If they're not set up to handle longevity, Emerson isn't. And so if you were gonna do it, we were gonna have to do it this Friday, the 22nd. Now, if you do longevity, then you'd wanna wait and do it later on in December because their payroll, like I said, their payroll's not set up to do that. We'd have to manually enter everything. Ours, we just put in a code and it figures everybody's.
How much is in the equipment fund for computers?
it was 58, we used 14.
Somebody just fell asleep.
How much?
There was 58 and we used 14, is that correct?
Yeah, it sounds about right. But there's a general equipment and then there's a computer equipment. I had sent that in an email, I think. There's just not any money. I mean, there's no money unless you know your sales tax.
I'm telling you, you about maxed sales tax out earlier tonight. Yep, with the.
I did not lie. I did not lie when I sat at this table and I said that we are working ourselves into a pickle with all these expenditures. Did not lie. But the point right now is I'm not gonna sit here and whine, not that you are, I'm saying I'm not gonna sit here and quibble about it. I gotta figure out a path forward. So my thing is I need to do it legally. So legally, can we as a body move money from the sales tax? Because my other question is,
We just spent it all. We just spent the sales tax.
how much I have in there?
You'll have enough.
There was.
What's enough, Madam Clerk?
55 for this one-time deal, but
No,
next year.
but what's in the tax fund right now?
2 million.
2.1? Yeah, that's right.
Minus 400,000, minus the 250 that we have to move from that budget, minus the 150 for the elevator.
Yes, ma'am, I hear you. I hear you.
Okay.
You'll also get, you've already paid your debt service for this year. So the only thing that's coming out of there is the 250 that has to go to public safety and your 400,000, so 5.6, plus, what's that for this year? And then you're gonna get another one.
Well, what
million
about the
over one.
150,000 that we need to supplement the sheriff's budget for overages? That you just projected, that you just gave us, yeah.
No, that-
153,000.
Well, that's up for debate for you guys. Is that gonna be inmate funds or is that gonna be
What's that?
sales tax?
Again, what money are you talking about?
153,000.
Huh?
153,000
For,
for the sheriff, for his shortfall. We're gonna have to do a budget amendment to the tune of $153,687. And to me, in my head, that's a jailhouse.
Well, so.
Because it directly supports the sheriff.
Yeah. So then you're taking that out of, yeah, the inmate.
And then the
funds.
sales tax
Yeah, yeah.
goes for the employees.
Yeah, that's what I think that's what the
But-
intention was when I talked to Ben.
But only if that's legal. I wanna make sure it's
Yeah,
legal.
you need to talk to your attorney about that. I'm not gonna make that decision.
so you're gonna check with legal?
Yes, sir, I can check with council tomorrow.
Okay.
Do we,
When do you want to bring this back? 12/8 when you're here?
are you guys available for this week?
Depends on what day.
Oh, I don't know, any day this week, except for Friday, around 5 o'clock.
You're
Or-
gonna take off Friday at 5 o'clock?
Brother, that's personal.
Executive session.
There's an old saying in the military, if I told you I'd have to do something to you. Because to me, it's like, if I can get word from Bob tomorrow, if I can get a legal read on it, we can have a meeting and vote on it.
All right.
I mean, honestly, it's like, we're helping the people.
What time tomorrow?
If I can get a hold of Bob,
Let me know what time's good for you to have. a
oh,
meeting.
what's tomorrow? Tuesday.
Wake up.
5:15, 5:30,
5:30?
5:30?
Can we do anything at like 4?
No. I'm not trying to be flippant, but no. Well, you know my, you know.
Would you guys, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
no. Would you guys be okay with 5:30 tomorrow to bring your stuff back to the table?
No, just let them do it now. They're already here. We're almost there.
Well,
I'm saying for the vote for the longevity pay. Can we table that till tomorrow?
is that what you're motioning?
Yes, I motion that we table the longevity conversation till 5:30 tomorrow for a,
Table to 5:30 tomorrow for special meeting?
yes, sir. Oh, this is,
I'll second. All those in favor?
aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so we'll have a special meeting at 5:30 tomorrow to talk about longevity. Resolution for, well, let's go ahead and, well, we have to make another amendment. Resolution for election results.
Just move that tomorrow night.
Okay, so that, I move that we move, resolution of election results to the 5:30 special meeting tomorrow night.
Second,
All those in favor?
aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Letter of support for Tri-Valley. Yeah. But where?
It's towards the end. They're just wanting Bourbon County Commission to support transportation provided for coordinated district, transit district number 10 in the application to the Kansas Department of Transportation for capital assistance and/or continued operating assistance. This service is necessary to meet the special transportation needs in our area. Sincerely, David Beerbauer. So the letter is there for you to sign, sir.
Right. So your guys' thoughts on that?
It's just a letter of support, correct? Not any money at this point?
Correct.
I say go for it.
Okay.
Commissioner Member,
It's fine.
she says go for it too.
All right, so then we have consensus.
There's a question from Terry.
Yes.
Can you put our stuff on for tomorrow night, since you're gonna have a special meeting?
What stuff?
Yeah.
Our executive session?
Oh, the
That we
EMS?
canceled?
That one that we had earlier tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could you add, I mean, if not, we can do it.
No,
Okay.
I don't, you wanna,
Want me motion it?
yeah.
Make a motion that we have an executive session tomorrow. I'm not sure which pursuant it is.
It's non-elected personnel.
Non-elected personnel, for the three commissioners, Terry and Susan.
Okay. I second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Thank you.
Road closure for, oh, on the Tri-Valley, we're done, right?
Yeah. As soon as do we have the official draft somewhere, or do I?
Yeah, it's in your stuff to sign.
It is.
I looked through all those things. It's in that one.
Right here, application for permanent road closure. Can I say the name?
Yes.
Patricia A. Daniels on Eagle Road, Garland, Kansas. 62 feet wide by 125 foot of 267th Street between Lot 13, Block 17, and Lot 16, Block 18, all in wooded,
I don't see it.
all in wooded addition
Or is it
to
in
Garland.
that one?
Here you go, buddy. I just need that back from you.
No, I got that. I'm sorry. we're still trying to
Is this it
find
right
the, or the Tri-Valley thing.
The Tri-Valley letter?
Yes.
Did you want to give him this make him a copy of this, Madam Clerk?
Yeah.
There you go.
Are you guys gonna vote on that or just do it?
What?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, continue with the road closure.
Do you want to vote on the Tri-Valley letter?
We had a consensus.
Okay.
Right. Do we need to vote on it?
I move we allow Mr. Bierbauer the authority to sign the Tri-Valley letter.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No, can I get a favor one?
Huh? Did you
Back
say
it.
favor?
Just do it all in favor again.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Who seconded it?
Yes.
There. All right, so,
Thank you, ma'am.
again, back to road closure application, Patricia
Yes,
Daniels.
I printed you all a map 2
Yeah,
or 3 weeks ago.
Yep,
Here's
right here.
yours. In the red here, my GIS wouldn't pop up who this belongs to. All these with the X's, so Patricia Daniels does own both sides, but there is a drive, a platted roadway that leads into this right here. I understand they have access from this road, but I would want confirmation from this landowner that they agree to that.
You don't have to get that though.
I understand. That's what I would want to motion to sign that.
You motioning it?
No, I would want this signed from this land.
Yeah, I
That
have
map
it.
that I gave you,
Yeah.
see, it has a driveway leading right into that. Maybe they wanna parcel this off later and sell this piece and not this piece. And right now, they have an access to that.
Yeah, because there's a road that goes right
Yes,
through the corner of it.
yes, so you wanna make sure that they are in agreement to that, just in case they wanna parcel that off. I don't know.
I thought in this agreement, there was, all the landowners adjacent to it were already in,
Did you get a
Did you want
signature
a
from this
call?
landowner?
Well, what you have to, I don't get involved in any of that, but what you do is you set a public hearing. And those people can come to that public hearing. That's the process.
Well, I would want them, I'd want their contact,
okay,
so they would know about the public hearing.
Did you want to just reach out to Patricia Daniels? There's her phone number and everything. Just talk to her and then from there, go forth.
You want me to? Okay. Where's
Bring
her
it
phone number
back.
at?
It's
Oh, I
right there in
see.
the applicant's
Okay.
phone number.
All right.
bring it back when?
Next meeting.
Yeah.
Or 2 meetings.
No, just bring, you don't have to
Let's
wait on
do-
me for that.
Okay.
Okay, so next week. Okay, so Schwab Eaton Engineering Service Agreement.
Bob's got that. He's gonna give us a read on it. He talked about it tonight before he left. And the gentleman here, they're gonna talk about it too, I'm sure.
Right, we have,
Gentlemen?
How are you?
how are you guys?
It's way past my bedtime.
Yeah,
Same, Justin.
First, I'm gonna hand these out.
Thanks, sir.
Or,
Here you go, boss.
midnight.
Thank you.
That is our safety committee's health and safety plan that we went through.
Is this finalized?
On our end, yes. If there's something you guys see that you wanna change or something, we can definitely change it. We all went through it and kind of piece by piece, and she typed it up. I haven't read through that copy yet, but, as we was going through it, we kinda worked out bits and pieces of issues. We haven't implemented it, I haven't handed anything out yet or anything like that. We just wanna share with you guys what we're working on.
Did you run this with K-Works?
K-Works helped us with it, yes.
Okay, so
They gave us a draft, we went through it,
Okay.
kinda molded it to fit Bourbon County a little bit, and then Becky typed it up, and that's what we got so far.
So you're gonna give a copy to each employee?
Each
Then you're
employee's gonna
keep
get a
this?
copy, and then we're gonna keep the signed paper.
Okay.
Yeah, showing that they got it.
Looks good, huh? Well, the floor is yours, gentlemen.
I'm gonna let Kenny lead, and I'll try to back him up the best I can.
Next, asphalt plant repair. You guys have got that.
The contract
Yeah.
for the, yes.
I talked
For the
to.
tanks?
For the tank.
Yeah, I talked to Tom Norris today, and he thinks we can get in there and weld it up. So we're gonna try that first. He said, I mean, it's like a 50-50 deal. You know, we might be able to get in there and it might, I think I found the crack today. And it's
Okay.
not very far in there. I had to chip away a bunch of the old asphalt and stuff, but I think I found it.
So does somebody have to get in a tank to weld it?
It's in a 3-foot tube.
It's a
Yeah,
burn
it's
tube.
like a tube.
How dangerous is that for this person?
Well, if the crack is where he thinks the crack is at, it won't be too bad, because it's just inside the tube.
You
It's
just have to
within
put
the
your
arm's
hands
reach.
in there. But if it's further in there, then you're gonna have to get up in, somebody's gonna have to get up in there. I don't think I can fit.
So the person that you're hiring to do this, do they have their own liability insurance and?
We haven't got that far yet.
Okay.
Tom can't do it. He's lost sight in one eye, he said. He said, so I'm not a very good welder anymore, but I was just confiding in him because he's been
Oh,
around
I
here
gotcha.
forever,
Okay.
and he's in the oil business, he's got tanks.
But it'll
he's
save
welded.
you $186,000 essentially, or real close to,
Possibly,
if you can weld
possibly
that.
more than that, because
It's more than that,
that is
Michael.
just the
Well, that's
tank.
what I just read.
Yeah, that's it.
It's more
That's
than
just the
that.
tank. That's no labor, no nothing included in installing it.
Oh,
That-
okay.
That is
And are
just,
you budgeted for that?
we,
So if
so,
it come to that, if we had to replace it, everything that goes with it?
We can make it work.
we can handle it in our budget right now, due to not chip and sealing this year.
Not what?
Not chip and sealing this year, so it left us a surplus in that
Right.
budget.
Yeah,
We don't wanna use it because we'd like to spend it next year to chip and seal.
I got you.
But
You know, I mean,
What do
we
you
might
Can't
be able
make
to
asphalt
patch
and you
it.
can't carry out the rest of your plan next year anyway.
exactly, so we
Yeah.
gotta,
And I mean, I understand if that crack is just inside there and that fixes it, that's fine. But then if it don't,
if it don't, then we're back
then
to
we're-
looking at
we're
a
right
tank or
back.
trying to find
We
a,
will know, if all goes right, we will know right away.
yeah,
Because once they fix it, once they repair it, we'll do a run-up.
yeah.
And if that thing's still leaking, then, you know, it is what it is. But the point here I wanna bring to you guys' attention is this is oh my gosh, what is that initial page? It's
86.
186. But that's just for the material. That's just for
Yeah.
the part. The other part that you have to do is, we have to supply electrical power to the asphalt tank, supply fuel tank, connects up. There's a whole bunch, but the one that really got me was, we need PE review stamping of drawings, all supply installation of foundation, including anchor plates, PE stamp on electrical drawing, all electrical grounding as required. But the big one was, where is it? Where is it? Why am I not reading this? We have to supply the heavy lift for this, so there's a crane that needs to come in.
Wow.
So we have to rent a crane to come in and lift this thing off, and right now, it's gonna be a big crane.
Yeah.
So you're looking
So we
at.
better hope it gets fixed. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I did some market research today, and I found one. You wanna know how much it is? 2025, you know, right off the line, $950,000.
What?
That's just for an asphalt plant.
That's if you had to go out and buy a new one, that's it. And there's like, we can get a couple used ones from Mexico, but I don't know anything I don't know if that's a good move or not. So we
Had
were
to pay a
talking, the
tier.
three of us were talking, and the best thing for us to do is find somebody who can patch this.
Yeah. And we may be able to do it ourselves, possibly. Like I said, if the crack's out there where we think the crack is at, I think we can comfortably do it ourselves. At least weld the crack up and weld a plate over it. We're gonna have to buy a few insulating pieces, some small stuff from ADM to put it back together with.
Got
But
it.
if we can get, if the crack will fix the problem, then we can probably do it ourselves.
Like you guys getting in there and welding it.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, if it's not safe, you should not do that.
I will not do it if it's not safe. I promise you
You know,
that.
because there might be people that are trained in confined spaces that you could hire
Oh,
to
yeah,
come do that.
absolutely. And if I'm claustrophobic as I come, so if I got to get in there very far, it's not going to happen. Plus, I'm not going to fit in there very well.
Well, I just think that, I mean, if you have a huge savings and and it looks as if it can be repaired, then I think that you can spend the money to hire somebody trained in confined spaces to
Yeah, we
to
might
do
have
the
to hire a
job.
welder.
You know, I just
I just don't want to have to. I don't want you thinking we're going to go hire somebody if it's right, right on the edge of the structure.
Okay.
If we can reach it,
Okay.
there's no reason to have to hire somebody in to weld. So,
yeah.
but if not, we will definitely.
Well, when
look
you were
into
saying you
hiring
got
somebody.
in there and things, it sounds like you're like in a confined space.
I haven't got in there.
Okay.
I was
Yeah,
up to
Kenny
my
was-
elbows.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only that far.
Okay.
If that's the crack.
Yeah.
I think it is, but
So the line in the document says all equipment and labor necessary for erection and installation of equipment. That's very broad,
Yep.
very broad.
Well, not everybody owns an asphalt plant, and we might not either, if this don't work out, so.
What do you got
Good
next
job,
on your list?
finding a alternative route, thank you.
Kenny's looking at
that
it.
bridge out on Fern Street,
Yeah.
we got it all tore apart. It's
So-
gonna cost us about $12,000 to fix it.
So
That's with a bunch of beams that we've got, but we don't have enough. So we had to price some today,
The Judy's,
yes.
and it's gonna be 11,000,
Okay.
almost $12,000.
Just so
Which
you
is
guys,
pretty cheap.
sorry to cut you off, but just so you guys know why that bridge got shut down, the state of Kansas implemented a program where every bridge in the county had to be load rated from 2015 to 2025. They are doing their closeouts now. They had a bunch of shutdowns back in the 15s in the early stages of this program. They had some bridges that were shut down, but we're to the end of it now. And this was the final bridge. It wouldn't hold 3 tons per their engineers, so we was required to shut it down immediately. So we shut it down, ripped the decking off of it so we could see what we were working with and see what plan we had to do to come back together. I've talked to Swab Eaton, which is just David Beach's, who we've always used for bridges and stuff. He sent us out a mock plan on what to do to put it back together with. So we're in the process of getting the metal to rebuild the bridge back up, which is
so what's the estimated time of completion?
if the metal comes in Wednesday like it's supposed to, I would say we're looking at 2 weeks roughly. It shouldn't take that long, but I don't want to tell you next week.
Sure.
It takes a little longer. Weather's gonna come and so.
Back, it'll be a 22-ton bridge instead of a 3-ton.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so farmers will be happy out there, I'm sure.
Yep.
Because they run combines across it the way it is now. I'd be scared to death. That Highway 3 culvert, that's a state right away. We checked into that today.
So the one for
Yes.
Ramsey, it's actually on a state highway, so that's KDOT's responsibility.
Okay, did
I
you
spoke,
let her know?
I have not let her know. I spoke with KDOT today. He was supposed to give them a call and work through the logistics with the Ramseys.
Okay,
That's what he told me he would do, so I sent him the information.
so you guys got my email, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
We're gonna start doing dust control. We started back before all that rain, and that really screwed us up. We kind of had to go back and fix it. But we're gonna start spraying on the ones that don't need any work, that we can just spray. that's another thing. And what are we gonna do about Elm Creek Rock Quarry?
We're gonna do about what?
Elm
Your
Creek
favorite
Rock Quarry.
lake.
So here's the situation we're in right now. We are 2 to 3 weeks from being done with the blast that we got going on at Shepherd.
Okay.
We can clear more overburden at Shepherd, which will give us more rock. But the rock up there is dirty and soft, so we can't use it for chips, which takes away from our asphalt program, which is normally this time of year is when we're crushing rock and making chips for asphalt for next year. Our two options, well, our three options. One option is to clear more overburden where we're at and blast some more just regular base rock. If we go back to the Blake quarry, which is our other open quarry, we have to go through 12 to 24 inches of shell and clear all that overburden before we can get to the.
Hold that thought for just a second. I'm sorry to do this to you, gentlemen.
You're fine.
I'm gonna have to make a trip.
12 to 24 inches of shell at Blake?
At Blake, yes.
That's the case. We all take a recess.
Yeah. Anything else on there, other than the swab eating contract? No. I'm not trying to
We
cut
did
you off.
add a road discussion just about the roads. We added a road discussion, just about general roads,
Okay.
just because we've been getting so many complaints. Hoping you guys can answer or roll out a plan.
Guess I need to hit on that one too a little bit, huh?
That's the one that's in there.
Yeah.
Oh my
This is the one
gosh.
they need to sign.
Yeah.
This is out of control. This is out of control. I'm very sorry.
It's all right.
Not really, this is really.
Do you remember signing accounts payable?
I only signed that one paper. That's the only one Mr. Beerbauer shared.
Do you have the contract from Swab Eaton?
I do.
If we need to sign it, we got an extra copy too, I just,
Yeah, I think that was the one we were having the.
okay,
I
yeah.
mean, I spoke to this man, and we've done it forever.
Yeah.
And I'm,
We'll
I
talk
don't-
about it here in a minute. Oh,
Huh?
you're fine. We can talk more about it here in just a little bit.
Okay,
I don't see
so
any reason why we wouldn't go with it.
regarding Elm Creek,
So,
it was approved by the previous commission.
yes, sir.
So,
Okay.
I mean, I would not want to, but that's my personal, and I would be reluctant to make a motion to not do it. I do have been, I haven't sent it to you, but I did get approached from another individual that lives down in that area, and they did a sample on his place several years ago, and he is receptive to talking about a lease for a quarry down there. I'll send you that information, but.
Okay. Would you guys want to look into a lease and take the chance of losing another quarry like we've lost here recently?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's-
It don't
that's the
seem to be
scary
a
part.
great scorecard on that
Yeah.
with quarries.
So the thing is, we get them opened up and get them to the good place where you start really producing good rock, and then
Yeah.
they've got yanked out from underneath
And I
us.
understand. I mean, my dilemma is, or my apprehension is with the fact of the relationship to the lake. And I know that in the previous commission, they advised, that they had promised, but no official allocation was made, that if we did start doing that, that money that we make off, per ton would go towards the lake itself.
There was a motion that the money that we would save on the lease payment would go towards Elm Creek itself, and that should be a set amount. I don't think we can discuss what the amount is, but
Right.
it should be the same as the other lease amounts.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not making a motion to stop it.
Okay.
I don't think it would win.
How much is, can we talk about how much the other leases and open?
Probably we
I mean, what's your general ballpark
It's
on the
probably
lease?
public information if
Yeah,
you're paying
10
somebody.
to $12,000.
A year?
$10 to $12,000 a year.
Okay.
Plus, there's extra money there if we crush over 40,000 tons of rock.
Okay.
So
from each place,
would this one quarry replace all the leases?
It could potentially, yes. There's enough rock.
As I say,
there.
40 years worth of rock.
At least 40 years. That's
Is it-
that's just the first sale.
So what if we try to move it in 20? I want to be around to see the lake.
Yeah, you see it get bigger. You mean?
Yeah.
That's going to be tough to do because once you open that up, you'd have water coming back in on you. We want the water to
It'd
stay
be
away.
when it
until-
closes. It's
Yeah.
when it
No,
closes,
I mean,
you'd see a bigger
that's
lake.
just, all
Yeah,
joking aside, I do like, I want to see the lake be improved.
Yeah.
You know, so having this additional money would go that way, and I know we're working on some grants, you know, to try to get that dam repaired. I just hope that what we do out there doesn't cause environmental impact. Now, I know they did study, or they said they did studies, but I just hope, you know, I know we don't blast all the time, but the in and outs with the trucks and stuff like that would just be.
That's another thing we can do to help with some of that. So Fern Road doesn't have any houses on it. We can go from 140th and Fern straight to the blacktop at 130th, which would alleviate the houses and the dust problem.
Right, yeah.
Would help with a lot of that issue
Yeah.
with some of the complaints that we've
Just the diesel
heard.
fuel and the downtime of, we hauled gravel for 3 days on Eagle Road because we had to go clear to Mapleton to get it.
Yeah, and see,
I mean,
so,
if we had a quarry down there, we'd have
Right.
got it done in a day.
So do you have a central, is this centrally located?
Elm
over Bourbon
Creek's
County?
more southerly.
So you'd still want to keep your north query?
The north
or
one,
stockpile.
or stockpile, yeah.
Yeah, because that would be a cheaper lease on somebody's property or even a purchase in different aspects of the county.
Yeah.
So that would be, I mean, that's the one, the other thing I looked at is that kind of makes it favorable in that aspect is that we could make it just a single quarry and not have any lease agreement with anybody and
we could also
stockpile all of our, for all around the county for all of our needs.
Don't we have didn't we have an agreement with the city to have a laydown site? South of KDOT?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
We've talked about trying to get with KDOT and see if we could use their lots to
Yeah.
store ice control and stuff like that.
I know Eric mentioned that to me before he left.
Yeah. I don't know if there's an agreement or not. If there is, I'm unaware of it.
Okay.
It's very possible it could have. We got two more. Both of them deals with Swab Eaton. So Swab Eaton's the company that inspects all of our bridges. So every year we got to have a certain number of bridges inspected. The state has changed. It's an SBIL or SB. I don't know exactly how they worded it, but anyways, the price on the bridge inspection is going to almost double this year from where it's been. That is due to the state and the what they have to look at now compared to what they looked at before. It's supposed to double. That being said, our federal exchange money is supposed to be up enough to cover the difference of it this year because they've taken that money away from the trans system that was doing the load rating inspections for us. They've taken it from them now, put it back towards federal exchange. Therefore, we're supposed to have it back to pay for the difference in cost on our bridge inspections.
Okay.
Now, the last one is the service agreement with Swab Eaton for Bridge 19.2-Q.0, which is the bridge that's on Jayhawk Road, just west of 205th Street, which is the one we got for a grant. Swab Eaton's actually the ones that wrote up the grant for us, and the reason we was awarded the grant was because of Swab Eaton and the work they put into it already. We're in the stages now that they have to have a service agreement done for the state so they can move forward with the bridge design and the work going into replacing that bridge.
This one here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When do you need this back by? When do you need it signed by?
Whenever
That's the
you
one
guys,
I'm needing to-
yeah. But you guys
Losing
turn
my
this
mind.
into Bob, correct? He's gonna go over it, so, I guess once Bob gives the okay,
Okay.
that's when we will need it. He's not pressuring us or anything for it, so.
How many of, I mean, is it this pretty well exact same agreement that you've done time after time for each bridge?
I would assume so.
Do you have them on file, Susan, to compare?
I don't
That's the
know.
same thing?
I can compare.
I'll be honest, this is new to both of us. All of this grant stuff
Yeah.
is new and,
I had a
very
very
unfamiliar with it.
Reassuring conversation with
David
the grant
Beach has
writer
been-
and the engineer, and so.
He has been
I'm
amazing to work with.
Yeah.
I called him the other day with this other bridge that we had, and within a few hours, he was sending me plans on how to go back together with the bridge to try to make it
Pictures.
stronger.
Well,
and
I don't
just-
imagine we'd have this $900,000 grant to replace the bridge if he hadn't done it.
No,
And
we
so I
wouldn't.
think that,
We'd
you know, I
actually-
don't really feel.
We
like I need
we
wait.
tried to have some other people write grants for us on a couple other bridges in the past, and we never could get anything approved, and he's gotten two for us now that I know of.
And if this
Actually,
is the
three.
basic contract, then I'm
Yeah.
pleased with it.
But if
I don't
Bob
know.
wants to look at it, there's no hurry, there's no rush to sign it or anything like that, so.
Okay. You got any comments, Commissioner Tran?
No.
All right, Mr. Smith, was this what you wanted to talk about?
That's right.
All right. Come on down, please. I don't think that works. If you want to come have a seat, they can turn the mic to you.
There, Joe. Just turn the mic to him, please.
I appreciate the fact that this is working on a grant because the contract itself has a couple holes in it that you don't know what it's gonna cost. I took the contract and I looked at it. I looked at it from the standpoint of if I had to control this project as an engineer, what would I want to see? And since this is a bridge replacement, I don't have any argument with the surveys, but I certainly would want to know what the surfacing plans were, what the construction cost estimate is, what the cost completion is, and who's going to review the shop drawings.
Review the what?
Shop drawings,
It's a blueprints.
because that needs to be done by somebody who knows about the engineering of the bridge. The other thing that I was looking at was the rest of the legal description. It says that the county agrees to provide somebody to monitor the consultant's actual progress. Who's gonna do that? Are you gonna monitor the consultant's actual project?
So we would have to.
Somebody would have to.
Yes. I mean, it's all ran through the state and
Yeah.
how the state does things, but we still have to be on
Yeah.
site.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
You have to be somebody on site to do that. The other thing is, down in item 4, it says the county agrees to pay all other direct expenses and all mitigation costs. Is there a list of expected expenses and things that are gonna need mitigation costs? This sounds like a change order to me.
I believe that it's all in the grant.
It's all in the grant.
I believe so.
Okay.
There was a dollar amount and everything on the grant and what we was expected to pay.
That would be good. The other thing is, this is the same thing that's with all contracts with the county.
It says that the consultant has the option to renegotiate this agreement, but it doesn't say the county has the option. The county needs to have that option in order to make it a good contract.
Can you explain why?
Explain why?
Yeah, why does the county have to have, why does the county, I understand why the contractor needs to have the option to renegotiate the contract. But why would the county go into renegotiate the contract when it sounds like this is a performance-based contract?
This is a performance-based contract, and if the contractor is not doing his job.
Right, so I'm not trying to be argumentative, I'm trying to understand. So it's like, when a contractor comes in and does a performance-based contract, the reason why, in all the contracts I've read, they have the option to renegotiate. Generally, it's renegotiation based upon unforeseen site conditions.
That's not a negotiation, though. That's a one-sided agreement. It needs to be two-sided.
I think
kind of what I'm reading here is kind of the same thing that we had talked about with some other companies that are on contracts where they had the ability to do something, to renegotiate or get out, but we didn't have that same concept.
No, because the line here says, if the plan development schedule is delayed by either KDOT or the county, such that the consultant is not able to complete final plans within 2 years from the date of the contract, the consultant has the option to renegotiate the agreement. So basically, they want an equitable adjustment for time lost.
Okay,
That's
so
what
what
they're looking
happens if we meet all the deadlines and then yet?
There is none.
Okay, we provide for them to have their start time at the op time right there that you said, and then they don't meet the end of it. Do we penalize them? Is that in there if they don't meet the?
That would be later on.
That's not in there.
Yeah.
Retainage is
Yeah.
not in this
Right.
contract.
So would we want to have the option if they're not going to complete it by the date that they said to be able to renegotiate?
So what would you have them pay per day for every day that this bridge is?
I'm not that guy.
Well, I'm just playing devil's advocate because the thing is, this is something that, this is not these individuals' first time building a bridge or doing stuff in the county.
Correct.
So,
I'm saying just
This
based
is a
on.
$1 million bridge that we're paying 10% of, and they got the grant for the rest.
Yeah, so we're paying 10%, which is a pretty big chunk, right?
Uh,
Yeah, roughly.
$100,000.
11 million,
Yeah.
10%?
It's $100,000.
yeah.
I mean, we've been haggling over dollars all night. What I'm saying is.
We're getting 900,000 given to us here, so.
I'm not arguing that point. I'm like, we're paying 100 Gs on this, on a $1 million
Yeah.
project that they have a stake in getting.
Yeah.
Make sense? So we pay the 100 Gs, but there's more money that.
Okay.
I don't.
I mean, it wasn't that long ago when you said that, and you pointed out about another contract that we're involved in, that we didn't have
What I didn't.
the ability for us to be able to do what's best for the county. This sounds to me pretty similar.
I'm not even. I didn't even get finished.
Huh?
I didn't get to finish. I agree with what you're saying. I'm saying go to them and talk to them before we go and start finger pointing.
Yeah.
There's already a relationship between Schwab Eaton and us, the county. And my talking to Eric, talking to you, it's been a good and productive relationship, right?
Very.
So the last thing I want to do is go to a partner and muddy the water. I'm like, look,
Yeah.
I agree with what you're saying. But I say, go to the partner and say, hey, what about this? What about, let them explain it to us.
Yeah.
And then if we still feel like that we need to protect ourselves, then by all means, let's protect ourselves.
I can get Dave Beach.
I'm just saying it should have been standard to begin
I mean,
with. I mean,
I don't, that's my thing, I
reached
agree.
out as soon
but
as
don't
I
know
seen
who
it
wrote
on the
contract.
agenda and talked to him.
and did legal work look at this? Did Bob
Bob's
look?
doing it right now.
He's looking at it now?
He just got a copy of it tonight.
Okay, so that would be a suggestion to be made to him on this, to add that to that.
Can we just pause for a moment? The clerk is gonna review this compared to all the others that we've done with them. just, I mean, if it's the same and we're good,
I'm game for, look, we're here having a conversation. It's,
11:30.
if you'll notice, madam, I did say we could push a lot of this off till tomorrow, but my cohort said no tonight, and I'm here.
I was only talking about noise resolution, but,
Go ahead, sir, I'm
I mean,
sorry.
how many meetings have we
Yes, please,
went? I
please,
mean,
Joe,
this
I'm
is the
sorry.
latest we went, but
Let's go down to point 8.
to now criticize time is kind of,
It says that the county agrees to employ a licensed geologist. Is that part of your grant?
I'm not sure.
That's something we'll have to check into also.
So there's more than $74,000 in this contract. Okay? More cost.
If I may, generally when we have KDOT grants, there are very specific stipulations. A lot of times you have preliminary engineering, construction engineering, you have inspector costs. We need to pull that original grant document and see what it says, because this may not even match it. A lot of times these have to be approved by KDOT too. Is that part of your grant?
I assume so, I don't know.
So we need to pull the grant document.
Can you pull, when you do that, could you send us digital copies of that, the grant document, send it to Bob for his review and just make sure we have,
All right.
thank you, ma'am.
so there we go.
Okay. Down to, the consultant agrees to G, incorporate final recommendations and submit sealed plans for bid letting. How many copies?
Where
How
you
many
at, buddy?
bidders? It's on the consultant agreement
That is all done through KDOT, so I couldn't tell you how many
over there. G.
bidders.
Well, all the bidders are gonna be through KDOT,
Yes, everything's
Okay.
ran through KDOT.
so as long as they're doing it, you don't have to do it. But, M, you do have to have a copy here.
You said M.
Yep. KSA 68-521 and KSA 19-216 both say within 20 or 30 days, you'll have a copy here.
I read somewhere in here that they were gonna give us copies of everything.
So it says all the plans will be prepared and supported and held at the offices of the consultant.
I imagine that's much like a surveyor. They
So it
keep
says
their plans too,
on the
but
consultant.
we can get a copy.
They'll have a copy,
So-
but you
part
have to have a
H.
copy here.
On Part H, provide all plans, drawings, document pertaining to the project to the county.
Yeah.
Prepared in accordance with Secretary of Standard Practice, all such plans, drawings, and documents shall become the property of the county upon completion thereof in accordance with terms of this agreement.
Yeah, so Dave Beach will send us all the
Yeah.
paperwork to keep on file.
Yeah.
And then the last thing I had is that on the last page, point 8 is a redundant paragraph.
Yes.
The last page.
Oh, that wasn't all. No, there's one other thing. Every job I've ever worked on and been the consultant for a construction project, we had to attend the commission meetings. And point B that says that they're not going to.
Have they ever done it in the past,
9B.
Dustin?
Not that I know of.
I would feel absolutely awful if we had asked them to be here for the last 3 that we pushed their thing off on, so. Just saying.
I agree.
I'm glad we're kind of concerned about this, just like we were concerned about taxes and budget and everything else. We look at everything and we kind of look over it. I know, 11:40. I mean,
I love this.
how many meetings, I mean, this is just
I
the,
think we should do this every week.
that's why I recommended 8:30
Do
cutoff, no matter what.
I really think you should have asked for that.
I was being facetious, Madam Clerk.
Everybody wanted to be at the top of the agenda.
I know. I agree.
Everybody wants
So-
to be at the top of the agenda. I don't blame them.
I don't either.
Are you done, sir?
Those are my comments.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
11:24 then?
So we're gonna have, legal's gonna be looking at it, and then we'll come back and discuss it.
All right, you guys got
Move
anything
forward.
for us?
I'm just gonna ask you about the gravel roads. You know that we've had a uptick in calls on, and I would just really love to see or hear a plan of attack for these gravel roads and the ditches, primarily water running down the road and with this hump of rock.
So I'm trying,
Okay.
we are trying to get the raiders to cut a four-slope
Okay.
on their ditch.
Okay.
Which is the front part of the ditch, I mean, that comes up. We're trying to get them to cut it on their first pass on the road.
Okay.
And in hopes that when they three pass that road, the next time they come back, their windrow will be on the opposite side. They can cut the four slope on the opposite side of the road and then drag all that dirt and stuff
Okay.
back together.
Okay.
Which, one, builds the roads up,
Okay.
two, gives the water a place to go.
Okay, so you're trying to get them to do it, or you've instructed them to do this?
We went through training to try to get them to do it. Some of them are doing well, some of them are not doing so well.
But you're gonna fix that,
We're
right?
trying to work with them to get them to fix it, yes.
Okay.
They just say no, Dustin, or what?
No, just
No.
some situations don't really allow for it right now. I mean, some ditches you can't do that with, some ditches you can. Sometimes the weather plays a role in it. Sometimes we're trying to get over the roads to keep the potholes and stuff out of the roads because of all the rain that we've had. So then you can't make that extra pass on every road because we don't have time.
Oh,
But
because you're
but
needing
you
to get
can't-
on down to the next road to
That and you
drag
can't,
for
you
the
can't
potholes?
pull, yes, that and
Okay.
you can't pull the dirt into the road when it's wet and then
Okay.
conditions are not right. You end up causing a lot more mess than it's worth.
Yeah.
Job scheduling versus
Yeah.
man
And
hours
then-
versus
And then
equipment
rock, so if you
versus
pull-
gas
If
versus
you pull enough of the
material.
shoulders and the ditch into the road,
Yeah.
you have to be able to rock on top of it or when it rains.
Or it's real
really-
muddy. Yeah, I've experienced that.
Yeah,
So-
that happens. So you just you gotta try to balance everything out and do it at the right times.
Is right now a good time?
Right now, there's probably some moisture, but yes, it would not be the right time because it's supposed to rain on
Oh.
Wednesday, but we can work on some of it now, and you just can't pull as much out in the road right now, which is a lot of it the ditches
Yeah.
need to be taken care of. We also have a ditching machine, which
Okay.
goes behind a tractor.
Oh.
If we can get tractors running.
Oh, my.
Which we have tractors running right now, but it's a machine that more or less just throws the dirt out into the field, so we don't have to do nothing with it, but it cuts a small ditch.
You skip houses, right? Can you imagine
Yeah,
just
no.
dust
It
in
would
this
be
house?
bad. Yeah.
Oh, man.
It does work well, in the right conditions, the
Yeah,
ditching machine
okay.
does work really well,
Okay.
but, yeah. And that's our plan, we keep trying to cut ditches every chance we get when the weather's right and pull it out, but like I said, you gotta have the rock and stuff to cover over it, or you're wasting your time, you're gonna have people more mad at you than.
You have the rock now?
We got our loader back, last Wednesday, and he's crushing rock, he crushed all day today, and, well, he's been crushing. the last few
We're
days.
hauling it off as fast as he's crushing it.
So are gravel roads priority number one right now because you just got done with the
Yeah.
asphalt? So they have now taken priority and you are actively
Yes.
working on this plan to
Before the rainy
cut the
season.
ditch off. and-
Before the rain comes back, yeah. So right now, we're working on filling potholes from this last soaker that we had, which was really bad for the roads. When the rain comes down that slow, it's hard on our roads. Because it just soaks into them and it
We
allows.
got 4
potholes
inches
and
this
stuff.
week.
Yeah. And hopefully it comes
Forecast.
down if it comes down
Forecasted.
faster and will run off the
Yeah.
road, it's not as bad on the roads, but.
Right. Steady rain.
We also don't want flood conditions either.
No.
So.
That 5
No.
or 6 days it just missed,
Yeah, that's nasty, nasty.
I've seen roads do things I've never seen before.
I prefer sunshine, so.
It really
Yeah.
is concerning, the roadways are, I mean, I've lived here a long time and it didn't just start. I mean, it's been over a matter of years, but
Yeah.
10 years ago, the roads looked a lot different than they do right now.
Yeah, especially in your area.
Yes,
One of these days we can,
big
That
difference.
has a lot to do with an operator that's behind the wheel of the machine.
yeah.
Okay,
One of these days we can look at, having some type of computer program that maps every road that we got and tells us what the ditch is and when the last time it was done and
Yeah,
all that.
And we
you know,
kind of
so-
have a little bit of a program for that. We're not ready to really bring it to you yet. We've been paying for PubWorks, which keeps track of a lot of that stuff for us. They've actually switched to a different program now called G-Works, and it's quite a bit more money.
Yeah.
We're
It's all about money, dude.
Yeah, we're debating on trying to use it and implement it more, or to get completely out of that computer software program. And
Yeah.
I
And
don't
it's
like
pretty old from what I understand, the one that you got
the
right. Yeah.
PubWorks is, yes. So
Yeah.
they've went to G-Works now, which is a cloud-based
Right.
program, and it's supposed to be a lot better, but it's also a lot more money, so.
Yeah.
Which I'm not against, but if we get it, then we gotta start implementing it more.
Right.
And PubWorks was
Yeah, if you
used.
don't use it, it don't.
It's not worth
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
So
I understand.
That's where we're at now.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yep. Anything else?
You guys
No.
done grilling these two gentlemen? They need to go sleep.
Huh?
They're gonna be up at work in 6 hours.
That's true.
I'm not lying.
I'm
They're
really
gonna be
sorry.
at work in 6
It's
hours.
all good.
Well, we keep going, we're just gonna be running right into the
I
special
have not said
meeting.
anything in the
So.
last 5 minutes. I haven't said a word.
Well, just
Last
have the
thing,
special
last
meeting
thing on the
tonight.
agenda is real property disaster relief application.
Thank you.
and
Thanks,
usually
guys.
we got
Be safe going
pictures,
home.
there's no pictures, thank you, thank you. Did you get pictures for this, Susan?
No, but it's a total loss.
It's a total loss. What do we normally,
Down.
what are we looking at here on the abatement?
It happened in January, so it'd be the full
It says percent of property tax for tax year.
That'll be determined, it happened in January, so it'll probably be the full year.
And that has to go through the assessor.
Yeah.
The-
Can I
What's
make a
that?
motion- Can I make a
Okay.
motion that we start ordering pizza or supper?
No kidding, this is just,
So we're not signing this tonight?
well,
I would like for you to.
you're not gonna, is this all the information we're gonna get?
Yeah, that's all.
There's no
Yeah.
pictures to,
No. It's gone.
okay.
Did you look?
It's been torn down. I know
What we had to
security
determine is how much,
services waiting on it.
how much of the
Property sold. They're
percent of his
waiting on that.
tax we're gonna abate, or their tax.
And the county's probably holding some money from it.
The guy who's tax abatement
because
guru's
they
sitting right in
demolished.
front of you.
And we don't have any codes,
Yeah.
Oh,
so they get the insurance. What?
Okay, so,
Is this a house?
yes,
It was a
homestead.
house. The property's sold, so
It what?
basically it's just land now,
The property what?
sold.
Sold. This guy no longer owns it?
He has to have this done in order to get the transaction to go through with security first. So,
Okay,
but it's gone.
yeah.
well, it looks like he signed that it has been fire damaged,
Destroyed, total loss.
yeah.
So, I guess my question then is, the abatement / credit of blank percent, total loss,
You still have to pay for the land.
yeah. So what's the percentage?
Probably.
Does-
Matt can put that in. for
Yeah,
you.
he knows.
Okay. So then we're just saying yay or nay?
Hang on a second.
It's gonna be separated by the property value.
I'm looking it up.
What are you looking at?
The address,
For,
to see.
to see that the house is gone?
I just wanna know, don't give me a hard time, just wanna know.
Where's the,
Oh, man. There's the last of
9 minutes to get to autograph my agenda for me?
Huh?
If we meet 9 minutes, will you autograph my agenda for me?
Casey.
The longest meeting in history.
Okay.
I don't think it would be the longest, but sure filibuster.
Has to go through her.
Okay.
It's
All right, I'm good with it, sir.
That you keep.
Oh, it's mine.
I move we sign this rural property disaster relief application for 1890 85th Street, Uniontown, Kansas 66779.
I second.
Discussion.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 Did you
guys are
say
no
aye?
fun. I said aye. You guys are no fun. After 11:30, you guys are definitely, your fun meters are pegged.
All right. Last thing, after y'all sign this.
What is it?
That property
Commissioner
relief-
comments.
relief. I'm just gonna put it online. It's spare you well.
Y'all talked out?
Well, it's about 7
Here you
minutes.
go, sir.
Are you talked out?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I've said all, I mean, give me a space.
Commissioner comments she needs to sign.
I think I've said enough tonight.
All right, so no commissioner comments. I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Discussion.
Been
We're still
seconded.
on.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We're still gonna meet tomorrow.
Yeah.
5:30 it is.
Holy.
Woo-hoo, yes.
How
this-
close are we? 7 minutes.
To midnight?
That
We
we
should
would have
have gone
been
to
on,
midnight.
we would have been on a different day of the agenda.
Uh-huh, I did say it. Oh, man, I wasn't too
I
far
cannot
off.
believe it.